What's up? What up, y'all? How are we? How you doing? Wait, I forgot to put this one on this scene. Look at that. Nice yellow background. I put it on the other one, but now we have it on this one. What's up? Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Good to see you. This is... If you don't know what we're doing here, hello. My name is Mega. This is Critical Eyes. This is a series where I watch Critical Role as someone who has never seen it before but played a lot of D&D, and I analyze it. I analyze it. Talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, and try to have some fun along the way. It's been a while since I caught one live. What up, Teprock? I think this is probably pretty close to what will become a regular time, if I had to guess. It's going to be sometime Sunday evening for me, which it's about 4:11 currently. So sometime in Sunday evening, I think will be a new regular spot for us. Congrats on the new job, Mega. Thank you. I'm very excited about it. It was supposed to start this week, and then it didn't, which was a whole thing, but we've got it figured out starting tomorrow. So I'm psyched. It'll be some good structure. It'll be some good, like, kind of back-end financial backing. I think it'll lower my stress in that area. I'm stoked. I think the best content has yet to be produced. So yeah, what's up? Hello. Early sweet. Yeah, I got ready early, and I figured my voice is feeling kind of and that generally doesn't get better late at night. So I figured let's start early, especially because this one looks like a bit of an episode. This is like a 4-hour ep, which is pretty crazy. I have the timestamps here. Let me just get those. Let me get rid of this. Or actually not get rid of. There we go. We've got the timestamps in a little doc for ourselves. We've got that there. Everything's all set up. Okay, so it's an hour 16 first half and a 2-hour 10 second half. Also, I have a prediction. I haven't had a prediction in a while, because it's kind of like, we're just making our way to Vecna. Like, what is there to predict or theorize about? But I think I've got one. I'll save it for a second, but yeah. 112 is pretty hefty. Yeah. And I can only imagine that it will accelerate from here. I feel like we're through a lot of the, maybe we call it chaff, maybe filler. I don't know what we want to call it, but I think we're largely through that segment. And I'm excited. The yellow chat background is very nostalgic. I know. I was excited. I lost a lot of stuff when I moved, and because I moved over from Windows to Linux around the same time that I physically moved, and I actually lost quite a lot of stuff, but I did not lose the yellow background. Woo! Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, okay. My prediction. This episode is called Dark Dealings. And I love a devil deal. I love me a devil deal. And Matt does not seem afraid of the devil deal. Now, I don't think that we're going to get a literal devil with a literal contract like we got during the Hell's Arc. But I think, Dark Dealings, it puts me in the devil deal mindset. And something that the players have been talking about a lot is trying to find this sword. Like, they're really on trying to find this sword that apparently a previous guy, like a knight, used to take down Vecna. and they keep thinking, oh, is this the sword of Kaz? Is this the sword? Oh, maybe that's like the gemstone related to the sword. Like, they're bringing it up all the time. And if I had to be honest, I think it was probably just flavor. Like, I don't know. Matt, I could be wrong. Maybe Matt has had this planned. Maybe he's always intended for the Sword of Kaz to be a part of the formula of defeating Vecna. I don't really think that's the case. I think we have the formula to defeating Vecna, which are the Trammels, right? So I don't think the Sword of Kaz was on the docket originally. But when I see Dark Dealings, I see, okay, there's this guy that used to formally worship or be in service to Vecna that then betrayed him. He's probably not like the best guy in the world. Like, he's still probably like 80% evil and just like quibbled with Vecna either over power or over specifics, right? To serve him for a long time and then backstab him, like, it's not like Vecna seems to have changed a lot. I get the sense that he's probably always kind of been who he is. I don't really think there's a lot of arc to Vecna's character, at least as of now. So I think that Kaz, or whoever the knight was that was wielding the sword, I don't know if it was named after the guy or if it's a separate name, separate from him. I don't remember. But I bet bro still has the sword or knows where the sword is. And so I think the Dark Dealings are they're either going to like resurrect, or potentially the dude is still alive, but in jail? I don't know. I think they're going to somehow get in contact with the knight. I don't remember if he was Kaz or not. And then go after the sword. Because if I'm Matt and I'm listening to them continually bring this thing up and continually talk about, ooh, are we actually ready? And they're going to do an entire detour to go to the temple on what was otherwise a very straight line journey, right? But they're willing to risk their resources for a random orb that they don't even really know what it does, right? If I'm putting all that together as Matt, and I'm saying they're not sure if they're ready to fight Vecna, even though they have the Trammels that would indicate that they are ready, right? They have enough Trammels. They're fine in that front. They're also willing to detour for shinies, and they keep bringing up a very specific shiny that within the lore would help them against Vecna, right? Like, even if it wasn't intended originally to be a part of the Vecna breaking formula, the lore would support it. Clearly, it helped Nightman in some way, and it doesn't even sound like he had any Trammels. So there is pre-established rationale for this actually having a positive effect within the battle. So it's not like you have to make something new up as a GM. In fact, if you now seed it, or you now like introduce it here, or introduce, resurrected mans that can lead them towards it, right? It feels like it's been part of the plan the whole time. Again, I don't think it was. I think if it had been part of the plan, we would have gotten more about it sooner than we have. But I think right around now, I'm looking at the title. I'm basing a lot of this theory on the title. But I think now is like, I, as Matt, am listening to all these things as they go through my mega dungeon, and maybe I pull something from the past that even if I hadn't intended to use it, it all still works and makes sense. I do this all the time. So I would not be surprised if I see Matt do it here. But I'm excited. I'm excited if that's the way it goes, because I think that would be a very elegant way to address some issues and give the players something that they want, make them feel smart. Like, I think there's a lot of positives if we go that direction with it. Now, alternatives, it could be another I mean, we don't really know what the dude by the lakes deal was, but it could be something else like that where, there's a more new age trader, like there's someone within Vecna's ranks that wants to be a turncoat, or something like that is willing to turn on Vecna, maybe give them some inside info. They still have to make their way through Thar Amphala, so the sword could get completely forgotten, and maybe these dark dealings are around someone to like smuggle them through the city so that they can get close to Vecna. They could also make a deal to distract Vecna. I think that the dark dealings were either going to see some sort of turncoat or someone that's like imprisoned there, like someone that is within the structure of the remnants somehow, but is willing to turn on Vecna at this point. Maybe even Delilah Briarwood. I don't even know how that would go, man. Like, I wouldn't introduce Delilah as a potential turncoat unless I was very okay with the players just murdering her. Because I think there's like a 70% chance that they would murder Delilah no matter what she said. So, introducing her as the potential turncoat, I don't know about that. Unless, again, you're super down. Like, you think there's still a satisfying route through them just murdering her, right? Because this, like, ancient knight guy, right, no matter how kind of evil you make him aesthetically, we have pretty solid confirmation that he is against Vecna, right? We don't need to believe anything new. We don't need any new evidence to believe that he wants the worst for Vecna. Whereas Delilah has spent so long as an enemy that in order to portray her as a turncoat, you would have to be really convincing. Like, it can't just be, nah, I don't really fuck with Vecna anymore, right? It can't just be, I don't know about all this murder business. Like, Delilah was the one trying to bring him back, no matter if she has a slightly sympathetic backstory regarding Silas, right? It doesn't matter. There's too much baggage there. So, and she's really the only other named person that we are currently aware of within the Remnants. Except for, I mean, I guess if you brought back Riskel Daxio. But again, we left Riskel on his deathbed, being like, the Remnants are gonna rule the world, fuck all y'all. It's like, I will rise again. So it would take a lot of convincing for the players to even remotely trust that guy. Now, if you're okay with just fully not trusting them and potentially just killing them, sure, fucking throw it out there, whatever, who cares? But if you actually want a chance of them following the turncoat, I think it has to be someone who's either not been introduced yet, or we already know has some pre-existing beef with Vecna, like this holder of the Sword of Kaz. And then I think you could actually make him pretty untrustworthy, right? You could actually play with his character a lot more. You'd have a lot more room. Whereas if it was Delilah, like, you would have to be laying down every single reason to trust her. You would have to lay down like piece of evidence after piece of evidence. Whereas you can play things a little bit more coy with the Ancient Knight. So I think that's the way I would go with it. But we'll see. Maybe Matt's cool with them just fucking stabbing Delilah. I honestly, I would be. Maybe throw both of them in there. Throw a real mole and a fake mole. Or a real turncoat and a fake turncoat. That could be kind of fun. So, we'll have to see. I'm really curious to see who the dark dealings are with. The sort of people should like the video to welcome Mega back. Like the video, like, comment, subscribe. The Sword of Kaz is a famous thing from the original TSR story about Vecna, so I think Matt added it to the lore because it's a famous part of the Vecna lore from the old school D&D. That's much more the feeling that I have of like it's set dressing, right? It's a proper noun that we can invoke as part of Vecna's backstory. And it's always nice to have proper nouns. Having things be named stuff is cool. Like, compared to the alternative, right? If you just think about, like, oh, it was an evil sword, or it was a sword of light, or whatever, that's a little bit more vague. It makes the lore and the narrative feel a little bit less deep. It makes it a little bit more shallow if it's just this kind of vague, special sword, as opposed to unnamed thing. Like, if it has a proper noun name, I think there's an immediate implication of depth there compared to if it doesn't have a proper noun name. So it makes total sense to me why Matt included it within some of the background lore that we got without ever planning to use it. Like, I think that did not, like, bother me or, like, even really stand out to me at all. I was like, yeah, that's great. That's how you do it. But now the players are very hooked on it, and I think as a good DM, you want to be watching out for what your players are hooked on. Not necessarily because you want to give them everything you want, or everything they want, but because it gives you more material to work with, right? If they're really hooked on this sort of Kaz thing, you as the GM know, okay, that's a hook they'll definitely bite on. Right? You don't always know if they're going to bite on your hooks. You don't always know if they're going to notice your hooks. So keeping track of the things that they're already interested in is just a technique to kind of set out the inventory, right? Set out the options of what you have for future developments, right? You know that these things are going to be much more likely to get analyzed, to get dug into, to maybe even divert the rest of the trip to pursue them because they've been brought up. Yeah. Just to throw a wrench in your predictions, Percy does still have that contract he made in the Hell's Ark, just an extra variable to consider. This is true. This is true. You make a good point, Gabium, where the dark dealing could just be about the contract that Percy made. Right? They could just start activating the contract. I don't even remember what the fuck was in the contract, to be honest. I remember one of them was like summon a bunch of helpers, and then I don't remember what the third level was. I know they were all like broadly kind of helpful, and like, you know, Percy's not gonna have trouble with the payments required, so that's not even really something for them to consider. But that is true. It could just be that, like, they need to get through Thar and Fala, they activate some of the clauses of the Hell's contract. I could definitely see that being the case as well. That's very fair. Because the real question now is, like, we're close enough to the surface that these cultists who have only been riding the Titan for, like, what, a day? Maybe less? Like, they have not been here very long, and they were using the slow-ass Orb of Annihilation to mine shit out. We have to be close to the surface. I think we're almost out of the mega dungeon proper, and now we're kind of transitioning into a Thar and Fala, not procedure, a Thar and Fala encounter? Sequence? One of those words. Sequence, we'll say. And the question is now, they've already been through Thar and Fala once. The question is, the GM is, how is it different, right? I think when we're returning to things from in the past of the campaign, especially locations, the question is always, how is it different? Especially if there's been a long amount of time that has passed. Now, I don't think there's been that long that's passed since the last time that they were in Thar and Fala, but it's in a very different situation now, right? So even though it hasn't been that long, it's in a very different scenario. The question is now, you know, how has that difference affected it? How are the challenges different? Can they use the same solutions they used before, right? It's all comparing and contrasting when you've already been there. And that's a very similar thing that I said to the Raishan 2 fight, right? It's like, we've already fought Raishan once. How is the Raishan 2 fight going to be different? How is the arena going to make it feel different? How is Raishan's motivations going to make it feel different? And it did feel very different. So I'm not even really, like, I think Matt will make it feel different. It's just a question of how. And I think broadly you can just make it harder. Right, like their first trip through Thar and Fala wasn't that eventful. Most of the denizens were very distracted with the incoming transition. They needed to patrol and worry about the siphons. That's not a concern anymore. So the security patterns could easily be very different, especially if you have some of the aerial guard that used to exist a little bit more spread out, right? They have to like now cover kind of all areas of the Titan. The aerial defense might actually be a lot lighter, but they might run into a lot more activity on the ground. And so maybe we'll see them doing a little bit more flying and a little bit less running. Who knows? I'd also be very interested in some sort of environmental challenge, maybe akin to the Tide of Bone. They also still have the incense burner, so you could still do something with the undead smelling them versus not smelling them. I liked that. I don't know what he'll have in store. But I think that even just shaking up the enemies, having less of the aerial presence and more of a ground presence could be interesting. I also think it would be an easy port of call to kind of determine what to change or what to do would be to think about like, okay, when it was in the Shadowfell, all of the cultists, all of the undead, right, that have jobs or have purposes, their jobs and purposes seem to largely be revolving around sending energy from the siphons up to the top of the tower, right? That seems to be, by and large, what this settlement's like productivity is aimed at. Whereas now, what is their productivity aimed at? Are they doing spells? Like, are we going to learn that there are several distributed ritual sites where they're conjuring the things that we saw in the sky? Is there a team that's responsible for implanting the bad dreams? Do we have a lot of people in like, fucking VR, magical VR, trying to spy on people? Like, do we have like scrying centers to keep track of Vecna's adversaries in a way that we couldn't have in the Shadowfell because it was on a different plane of existence? Do we have people upkeeping defenses, magical defenses, physical defenses, right? What is the purpose of the remnants now that Vecna's kind of back in style, right? He was not back before. He was not around to be doing a bunch of stuff. Now that he's back, what does the purpose of the remnants look like in that world? And Thar and Fala, as like the city of the remnants, can follow that transition. That's at least where my mind would go for determining how it's changed. Your mind could absolutely go somewhere else. I think the important part really is just that it shows a difference between the last time they were there and not. Delilah, the epitome of cool motive, still murder. Yeah. Yep. She's just done too much. You just can't let her off the hook. It's, unfortunately, it doesn't really matter how good of a redemption arc she has. You brought Vecna back, like, in a very direct way. So, sorry. But Mega, what if I really want to end the campaign in, like, 2 months or whatever? What, like, you want to end it later? I mean, that's a reason to throw in this sword little mini arc. If they really, if you wanted to push it out a couple of sessions, adding in a little mini arc where they have to get this sword is a way to extend it. That's a way to do. Percy just asked for that devil army. Yeah. Percy calls his father for an army and also a lot of mirrors. Of course. Yeah, I gotta call Dad. I know you mean jobs within the cult, but you said the cultists have jobs, and I just imagined a robed person at a desk chanting 9 to 5. I mean... like, if we really think about, like, what is a cultist in, like, a historical or, like, a very just practical D&D sense, they are almost certainly either doing manual labor, because most people back then were doing manual labor every day. That was just how it was. There was just a lot of manual labor to go around. Or they have ritual expertise, right? They are ritual experts. They are not dissimilar from clerics or priests or whatever. Like, those are basically the two roles you can have in a cult. You're either doing the manual labor. I guess you can also be a sacrifice. I guess that's the third one. And I would love to see what the sacrifices for Vecna live like in Thar Emphala. Right? Do we make them comfy? Do we not care? Do they just go in the oubliette? We just care about like their literal flesh? Do we fatten them up ahead of time? What does that look like? I'd be very interested to see. I'd also be interested to see like what does ritual practice after your living god has returned? What does that even look like? Because that's not like a thing that has ever happened in real life before, where the focus of your ritual practice has been as a doomsday cult and you succeed and bring back your living death god or unliving death god. Like, how does that, like, you can't do the same things you were doing before, right? The things you were doing before, like, he will come again, and you're talking all the time about how, oh, just you wait, he's gonna come right around the corner, we cannot wait until you come again. But he's done. He's back. You can't just keep going with the old chance of, like, he'll come again. He did. He's there. He's right here. You write a second verse, I guess? I don't know. That'd be super fun to see. You can also be an enforcer, I suppose. I lump enforcer in with manual labor, but I guess it is different. Yeah, you're doing something physical, right? You're doing like a physical job, or you're like a ritual expert. Even a sacrifice is kind of a ritual expert in some ways. Someone's got to sew up a bunch of ropes. Exactly, right? Like, they have to have, like, looms and shit. Because even in this day and age, even in, like, the more maybe Renaissance-y time that, the Vox Machina takes place in, that Exandria currently exists in, even in the Renaissance era, most people were making their own clothes. Or you had, like, a person in your community that made everyone's clothes. You had, like a washwoman or someone. Right? Like, this is a profession that is passed down through communities and is needed in, like, every community back in the day. Right? You couldn't go to a store. Most people couldn't go to a store. That was very, upper crust. So yeah, there has to be, like, a seamstress in the cult of Vecna. There just has to be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cool matching robes. They just wouldn't. That's so funny, man. Keeping everyone else in line and maintaining the high control part of being in a high control group. Absolutely. You need someone dedicated to that, for sure. Love my cushy job as sacrifice. Benefits are great. And then I just have to do this one thing. Yeah. Yeah. Percy has the money for all the mirrors, but calling his fathers. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to call pops for Percy. Anyways, so we'll see. I'm excited to see what Matt presents us with. I don't know that we're gonna get a lot of insight on the dynamics of the cult. I think that's unlikely if I had to guess. But and even in my games, that would be unlikely, I would say. But those are the starting thought processes, right, for how I'm going to change Thar Emphala, right? I start there to try and dream up how the city would change in accordance with that. And then what the players are going to see is probably mostly just the changes to the city, right? They're probably not going to see a lot of the factional dynamics, but those factional dynamics, at least for me, are much easier to think about, right? Those are much more clear cut to me on like how things would change, or at least the It sounds almost like an oxymoron, but the creativity is more straightforward to me than trying to actually dream up how the location itself would have changed. I try to think how the people would have changed to their and adapted to their new situation, and then use that as more of a guide as to how they would have changed their environment around them. That's how I think about changes to environments on the whole. I try to think about the living creatures that inhabit it that might have changed it around themselves. It's why environments and locations that are the hardest for me are the purely natural ones. Like the ones where there is no constructed world, right? Where it's like a purely natural world. Those are the hardest for me to like even think through interesting stuff for them. And I love the natural world. I love hiking. I love being out in like pure wilderness. It's awesome. But it's much, much harder for me to think through, just imagine one whole cloth, as opposed to some sort of constructed environment, whether that's, fully constructed, whether it's partially in nature, partially not in nature, whatever. If you look at like most of the examples that I've ever given of my maps or my map making process, it is almost always in a constructed or partially constructed environment, because it's so much easier for me to think about just what would the people that live there have done and kind of go from there. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see if Matt's on the same wave, if he does things a little bit differently. I'm sure he will do things a little bit differently. But I'm excited to see what Thar and Fala looks like. And I think we'll just go straight to the recap. I wanna get going. I was debating doing the Sam ad, but we haven't been around in so long. I missed your question. Oh no, Mike 30. What is it? I did. Oh, will there still be cry streams at the previous time of day? You mean like the time that this was originally scheduled for? So like it was 5:30 Central. I don't know. I don't know about time on Sundays yet. I know it'll be sometime in the evening. So it'll be probably somewhere like starting somewhere between like 3 and 7. But I'm not certain yet. It's largely going to depend on how Frank or no, the 11:30 CET. Sorry if that was worded weirdly. No worries. Almost certainly not. No. Everything, if it's on the... Oh, I guess I did used to do Sundays at 11:30. That's right. I kind of forgot about that. I could. I don't know yet. It's largely going to depend on how long I want to stream on Sundays, and that will depend on... I still don't really know like how much talking is going to be required at this new job. Like, I know that I will have some amount of like meetings as like just par for the course. But my last job at Honeywell didn't require that much talking. So I didn't really need to consider that for like how long I was able to stream. So we'll see. I'm not sure yet. I'm also not sure if I will be streaming during the week or not. I kind of want to. I'd rather have more time slots than fewer that are longer. Like if the total amount of time is all equal, I'd rather have more time slots so that there's more variety for like different people to tune in. And being like rotating between like 11:30 and maybe a later stream might be a part of that. I'm trying not to tie myself too much down to a schedule before I see. All I know is that I want to do it every Sunday. So like Sunday, unless there is something wrong health-wise, I don't want to miss a Sunday for the foreseeable future. When on Sunday is a more open question. So yeah, I guess the short answer is we'll see. I'm not sure yet. It'll really depend. Like, if I don't think that I can do a semi-consistent weekday stream, I think it's likely that I would stream earlier in the day on Sunday, because I would just want the Sunday streams to be longer. But if I am streaming maybe consistently on Wednesdays, then I might do the Sunday stream a little bit later. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know yet. Yeah. And I want to do the playback speed a little bit up, and let's get into it.
Hello and welcome back.
Hello.
You guys can discuss this in a minute. So, last we left off, Vox Machina have been climbing their way through the bowels of an undead risen primordial titan, previously having found information about the history of Vecna from the knowing mistress regarding his ascension, the avatar form, and the drive he needs to create a miracle before he can truly embody and begin to grow the power to really exemplify the abilities of the god that he has now become. You begin to make your way through the interior where you battled corrupted earth nodes that existed.
Interesting to bring back up the knowing mistress part. I don't think we've talked about that in a while. And I mean, to Matt's credit, we are sort of transitioning out of kind of an isolated segment, like an isolated couple of sessions. So I do think it's good to zoom back out a little bit, like remind the audience, remind the players, what we're doing at a high level. But also kind of matches with my Sword of Kaz theory, because that's also where we found out about the Sword of Kaz. So maybe he's bringing it back up to prime us a little bit.
Then naturally, you begin to battle undead skeletons, undead trolls. Eventually, after making your way towards a series of key-trapped rooms, one of which seemed to be some sort of mirrored incinerator, you made your way towards an upward tunnel and encountered a number of disciples, cultists of the Undying King Vecna. In this confrontation, you encountered face-to-face a sphere of annihilation, and through some clever uses...
Also, just to say it out loud, I did a little bit of testing. It seems like YouTube has introduced these like side ads. So they're kind of like banner ads, but they just like pop up next to the stream. They shouldn't pause or interrupt the stream, but it will like, limit viewing space or viewing like real estate on the phone or on the computer. Also subtitles, good catch. To my understanding, I would have to completely turn off monetization on the videos to control those in any way. The only thing that I can control is whether or not monetization is on and whether or not there are mid-rolls. And I have mid-rolls set to manual. So any other ads you're seeing, pre-rolls, these like new kind of banner type things, I can't modify those individually, or I can't control those individually. So they might come up, unless I turn off monetization entirely, they're not going away. Hopefully they're not too distracting, but it came up last stream and I did a little bit of digging into it between streams. So I just wanted to say it in case anyone else is running into it. Yeah, that's a new YouTube thing, and it appears to just be here for the long haul, probably. And I prefer it to mid-rolls. So as long as I can keep mid-rolls manual, I'd love to be able to control how often you guys got one of those, but, like I said, better than a mid-roll. Please could we have subtitles? Oh, right, I already read that. So yeah, anyways.
Short-range teleportation and losing one's face. You managed to stop them before, one, they destroyed your party, or managed to escape to alert others of your presence. And last we left off, you all were resting within that hallway, thinking about what the next course of action is. So, Vox Machina, what would you like to do?
Cry. Hold each other.
So we were going up a tunnel?
Yeah, we need to keep going up. Oh, somebody needs to heal Scanlan.
I think it was the other side of your face last week.
No, it was the same side. It was the same side.
I palm Scanlan by the face and cast Lay on Hands. How bad are you, buddy? medium.
Medium?
I think
not
it's
that bad.
more like, when your toe was missing. I think it's like that.
I'm dumping 29 hit points of paladin power into your face.
Isn't that like most of your paladin power?
Yeah, it's all but one.
Oh, dear
So I'm gonna hold
God.
that
But
guy.
we needed that.
Yeah, we got other people who can do like healing spells.
As he reaches out and his fingers touch the side of his face, you feel the muscles tighten and the skin begin to reform. And as he pulls away, there's still a little bit of like a reddish rash or irritation of fresh skin, but the scarring seems to have subsided and your face is intact.
Am I handsome again?
We like you handsome.
Good.
So handsome.
Kind of like the new way. This is like old. I know this face.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm boring. I bore you now.
Just a little.
I'll get a tattoo.
Okay. What are we doing now?
We need to keep going forward, and we need to either try to make it up this tunnel, or we can try going down that path that the sphere was forming. I don't know what that is.
No, it just it didn't go all the way. It just started. I looked.
Oh, okay.
There.
Then we keep going forward.
I think it's a channel, actually.
A channel.
Yep. Slight difference.
What's a channel?
There's chocolate
That's the
at
tunnel
the
that
end.
goes under the English Channel.
There is.
Right.
Wherever that is.
So forward then, huh?
Yes.
Where's everybody at health wise?
I'm good now.
You're solid.
Pretty good.
Fine.
Yeah.
I guess I'm all right.
Pike, how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, you got hit a couple times in that last fight.
I did. I think I'm okay, though.
All right.
Is this a short rest that we're doing?
That's up to you guys.
That's up to us. We either take 30 minutes or just keep moving.
Ashley calling in because it's important, or just because she could?
Let's just keep moving.
Keep moving forward.
Well, I know we haven't said it much, but Park, I'm glad you are here. I just feel like saying that.
Oh, me too. I know we just have been here this whole time, but thank you for,
Right. Sometimes you just
instilling
gotta say
confidence
it.
in me yet again.
Yeah, no problem.
Love you, Grog.
No, you're fine.
Really.
All right, so you guys are continuing up the staircase?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
All right.
Wait,
Sneaky fox in front.
Yeah.
Marching order? All right.
Sneaky fox in front.
should I do pass without a trace because they might have some inkling suspicion that we're on?
How many more of those do you have?
I will never
Well,
argue with
I've
that.
got one level 2 spell left and all my level 3, so I can cast it at high level because most of my spells are pointless at this point.
I'll go behind the twins.
All right, Percy
I'll go
behind you.
behind Percy.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna cast pass without a trace.
Follow up.
So everybody's got plus 10 to their stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pike and I got the rear.
Pike and Grog at the rear. Trinkets in your necklace, or out
Yeah.
of bounds?
Bamfing him back out. No, he was.
Just being
out.
sneaky.
Yeah, but we've got pass without a trace.
Famous last words.
He's out.
Okay.
And
I mean,
he
you
is
might as
behind
well
me.
pass without a trace.
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
Like,
So, as you
especially
continue
back
up the
then,
stone
ranger
stairway, you said
magic.
you were looking for traps. I figure.
Always in the Titan.
Slow moving up the steps.
Yes.
You slowly. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, ranger spells are super.
For traps, for investigations, that is a 18.
Okay. You continue up the staircase. The steps being wider than the previous ones you've seen before.
Especially when you have
Eventually,
a bunch of
you pass
magic
through the
items
carved
to buff
tunnel
your
of cave-in
normal
up
attacks.
the steps, and the next chamber reveals itself not but 25 feet upwards. It opens up, and what you find yourself standing within a small building ruin, but the walls have just fallen around you. You can see just the bare structure around you, elements of the base floor, just rubble and broken slate. But you see around you what must have been a once colossal courtyard or commons for the dwarven city of Thamara, with varying levels and paths and platforms holding rare types of now petrified leafless trees scattered amongst this thoroughfare, climbing up dozens of feet like frozen bolts of lightning, forever reaching in vain. You see.
Wait, are we still underground? Or are these trees that can survive underground? I guess that's why they're rare.
dead littered paths weaving between stout, multi-level buildings of Thamara Meg, just corpses that have been torn apart and are twitching, kind of shifting on their own, the occasional hand kind of pulling its way across. Whatever bits and pieces of undead here remain, they're not functional. They've been so sundered through the ages or other sort of confrontation, and yet are cursed to forever twitch and wander. Your eyes, as they focus in on this interior, you glance to the opposite side, and you see the ghost of this past beauty of the city surrounding you is now currently defiled on a mass scale from...
I can't tell if they're underground either at this point. They might be out of ground. Welcome, Harley. Good to have you. I'm excited. I'm glad you're excited. I forgot that I didn't do my takeaway from last episode, and so I'll kind of do it really quick now because this is related to my takeaway from last episode, which was just about straight line dungeons, and the amount of time you have to take as a GM, if, especially in like a dungeon context, your players are just encountering new thing after new thing. It doesn't even technically have to be a straight line, but it's just if there's no amount of backtracking, there's no amount of like reusing set pieces, there's no aspect of like a Metroidvania, you know, type of map design to it. If there's none of that, you just have to be aware of it as a GM, I think. Like, I was pretty critical of the straight line design, and I'm still relatively critical of it. But I do think it has its time and place, and we did discuss the pros of it, especially in terms of prep time and balancing time if you're trying to prep a bunch of encounters. I think there is a lot of benefits towards a more straight line, you know, layout in that case. But you want to be aware of it when looking at things like descriptions. And I actually think that the straight line nature can help with that. Like the fact that you can balance things a little bit more precisely. You can get the entire session and the pace of the session a little bit more fine-tuned. You can predict, at least with a greater sense of accuracy, about where they're going to be at the end or at the beginning of a session. And so I think in our case right here, putting a really heavy description, like a bit of a descriptive monologue, right? Putting that right at the start or potentially right at the end, I think is a great placement for it. And, you know, I guess we're at minute 16. We're basically at the start, right? We're 6 minutes in. That's the start. And so putting it here, I think, is smart. It's you are taking more time at the table, but you're not breaking the player's flow, right? A lot of the players haven't gotten into their character yet. That takes time. That takes, you know, probably the first 30 or 40 minutes of the session on a good day, maybe an hour or two on a bad one. And so putting these heavier descriptions, I think, breaks up their flow and their investment and their concentration less when you do it at the very beginning, when they're not really in the mindset yet, than if you were to put it in the very middle, where they're maybe like, you know, the most in their characters, they're doing the most role play that they're probably going to do that session. You want to avoid the really heavy descriptive monologues then and kind of shuffle them more towards here. And again, you know, if you are doing a more straight line design, you do have more control over when that sort of thing happens. You can put the more empty rooms during the middle and the more full of detail rooms towards the beginning or the end. So I think it's super fair if they've ended somewhere, and maybe Matt didn't have a ton for this room originally, but adding it in now can maybe save him some time later, maybe allow a few later environments to have a little bit less detail to them, a little bit less going on, because you had this much more rich environment right at the start. And that rich environment can help them sink into their characters a little bit quicker. So while I was very critical of straight lining it, I think there are a lot of benefits, and we're seeing Matt display one of the benefits right here, or at least one of the tactics that you can employ when your dungeon is a straight line. So yeah, like I said, even though I was critical, I think there are benefits and we're seeing them. He said the next chamber opened up in 25 feet, so at least the current narration sounds like it's still underground until he suggests otherwise. Yeah, I can't totally tell, but I think it's still underground. We'll have to see. If anything, if anyone is going to have underground trees, probably dwarves. Well, especially if they're rare trees. That's fair.
Over half of this 300-foot wide cavern appears to have collapsed or is currently crushed under an invading mass of black earth and rock, unlike the rest of the Titan's interior. The familiar smell of wet earth and ancient decay is now mixed with another familiar scent of cold ash and iron dust. The smell of the Shadowfell. At this distance, you can see the rough shape of 3 carved archways at the base of this kind of inverted.
Dude, I need to find the clip. Because I just need to make a video about it. I just need to make a video so that it's easier to find. I, at one point, did a whole takeaway about the 5 different senses and what I thought they were useful for, the things that they conveyed that are unique to them. And one of the things I communicated about smell is that it communicates part of the identity, or more importantly, the current state of something, or not even current state. What did I say? Because touch is inherent property. I think I said that smell was good for communicating things at a distance, like hearing, but it also communicates things that are imperceptible, that aren't visual. Right? Hearing a lot of times communicates things that are also visual, but it communicates it from a distance where you might not be able to see the thing, right? It's kind of like sight at a distance, which is, that's a whole thing with echolocation. It's basically the same thing. And I would kind of argue that smell is kind of like touch at a distance. It tells you about the inherent properties of a thing, the thing that you're not just going to be able to glance over and see, things more endemic to its identity. Endemic? Is that the right word? More fundamental to its identity, right? And I think we're getting a perfect example of this with Matt right now, of saying you smell the iron dust, the wet moss, right? He's talking about all of these senses, or all of these smells, all these olfactory senses, and revealing through his own narration that this dirt is different than the rest of the dirt around. And even if he hadn't said specifically, I think that would have been something that the players would have investigated. But he kind of beats them to the punch and says, "Oh, it's the smell of the Shadowfell." Again, an inherent property of the dirt. This is not just dirt. This is Shadowfell dirt, right? It is core to its identity in a way that distinguishes it from mundus dirt or material plane dirt, right? And I think that smell is very good for that. I think touch also would be good for that. But like I said, I kind of think smell is kind of like touch at a distance, in that way at least. Smell is the most primal sense, so it's the best to give a gut feeling. I'm trying to think if I agree with that or not. I think I kind of agree and kind of disagree. And I think that touch is similar for me in this way, but I think it's more of a thing with smell, where for hearing and sight, we have so many ways that we catalog those senses, right? We think about things on a low pitch to a high pitch. We categorize the tone. We know so much about the wavelengths, right? We have such a cataloged understanding of hearing and sight, right? We have so much color theory. We put it on graphs, and we put it on lines, and we say, okay, this transitions to this. And I mean, at the end of the day, they are both just waves. So it kind of makes sense that I think we treat them similarly in our heads. Whereas smell, we don't really have that sort of catalog, right? Think about a color wheel. There's no real equivalent to a color wheel for smells. There's almost something like that for taste, with it's more savory, it's more sweet, it's more salty, right? We have we have some sliders, but we don't have as exact of a sense of it, right? We don't have that precision that we have with sight. Like, some people see colors differently, but it's not very, like people don't really have, like, opinions about, like, if this is clear, right? It's not, like, really subjective. And taste isn't really subjective, but we're so much less precise with how we think and talk about it. So I do think there's, like, something there when you're talking about, like, primal or gut feeling. I think it's less that it's, like... Because I think primal almost indicates, like, more natural or more ancient or old or hardwired. I don't even necessarily think it's that, but I do think it has less structure to how we think about it. Right? How we think about it and how we describe it to people is just much more ambiguous. Like, we don't have these rigorous scaffoldings of terminology and language and categories with which to talk about smells. We can talk about, it smells a little sour. But most of the time, we just describe something as smelling good or bad. Maybe we'll throw in a floral here, or a sour, or we have, like, kind of some specific words here and there, but broadly, we're just so much less organized about it, which is kind of strange now that I think about it. I don't know. I guess it just wasn't necessary for us in the past, in the evolutionary timeline. But that's probably why it gives more of that gut feeling feel, is because it's so much harder to describe a smell, or we describe it so much less precisely. That's very interesting. I guess I hadn't thought about that. Smell, sound, at least to me, are more intrinsically linked to memory, so that could be why it gives that gut feeling vibe. I mean, I know that that's a thing. I know that especially smells are hugely related to memory, especially, like, really specific smells. But it's, it's just very interesting to me that, the way that we think about them is very different. And it's also kind of hard to, like, tell, like, we're even, like, not very precise in how we, like, intake the sensory data. Like, it's possible, and I actually have, like, a condition that makes this specifically harder for me, but I can do it. I found out about this in ROTC, that I had this condition where it's hard for me to distinguish between, like, what different volumes and different directions mean. So, like, in a crowded room, everything sounds like it's all coming from the same direction, and it's all just quieter or softer. It's hard for me to distinguish between something just being at a lower volume versus being further away. Those are very difficult things for me to distinguish. Especially if there's a lot of sounds happening. It's easier if there's very specific, or if there's very few sounds. But, like, I'm thinking about that for smells, and, like, I couldn't even begin to say, oh, there's a smell this far away from me, or there's a smell in this direction. Like, maybe I'd be able to pick out a direction if I really tried. Like, if I took a lot of different samples, but I would probably have to, like, move around the room. I would probably have to, like, sniff here, walk a little ways, sniff there, walk a little ways, sniff there, and, like, triangulate where the smell is coming from. Whereas with sound, my brain just does the triangulation. And with sight, we just have depth perception. I can just tell that something is further or closer away. It'd almost be like if we saw without any depth perception. That kind of feels like how smell is. And a lot of animals must not be that way. Like, I think, dogs kind of famously can smell the direction of things, and probably the distance too. I don't know if we know that, but that's crazy. That's crazy. I've never thought about that. That like I can't tell the direction of a smell unless I experiment to figure it out, which is not at all how like hearing or sight is. Strange. Ooh. Huh. Smell feels more direct to the brain. Eyes and ears are way more complex, so it feels more filtered. Smells more raw. At least for us. But like I said, I mean, maybe for other animals it isn't. Right? Like, it seems intuitive to me, at least, that maybe dogs have, like, this more, like complex view to their smells, you know? Like, maybe they've got more ability to, like, categorize it in that way than we do. Because you're totally right. It's way less filtered. It feels less, like, I get less information out of every whiff. It is much more raw in that sense. I have to think about it more. Like, I experience the smell, and then I have, like, some amount of gut reaction and gut knowledge, but I normally have to, like, consider the smell if I want to get any more information out of it. Strange. The more I learn about cooking, the more I feel like there is a color wheel for taste. We just don't learn it. Which is probably how smell is too. Like, we probably could manufacture this sort of thing. It's just not nearly as relevant to everyday life. Like, we just like don't need that sort of thing. Like we might need, you know, we encounter color and the complexities of color so much more often than we encounter the complexities of smell or taste, or at least that the average person, to the degree that the average person cares about. Like, I guess we are encountering the complexities of taste constantly. It's just that most people don't have the desire or willingness to dig into that complexity. They experience it more as like a raw amalgam in a way that you can't really choose to do with sight. I can't choose to experience my sight less filtered. Like, I can't choose to just say, hey, I'm just not going to perceive depth right now, right? Like, I can't just say, hey, brain, just show me it in 2D. At least I wouldn't know how to do that. I can I can kind of force my eyes to unfocus, but it's difficult. I have to really focus on it. Whereas taste is almost the opposite. It's like I just kind of experience it as like a vague, holistic sense, and I have to really put in effort to dig down into the complexities, whereas the vision is almost the opposite. That's crazy. Yeah. Our sense of smell is fairly pathetic compared to most animals, so I think humans are just less capable of describing because we get less information from it than the other senses. I wonder if that's the case, though. There has to be someone studying this. There has to be science around this. I am totally unaware, though. Like, do we actually get less information? Or do we just, like, process it less? Because I think that's the way it is with taste. Like, I think Spencer is almost certainly right. Taste is super complex. And we do have some ways of categorizing it. But by default, we just experience all of that complexity as a less complex, holistic sense. So I wonder if there's less information there, or if our brains just don't feel a need to disambiguate it all, right? If there's it's just not necessary to do. Maybe the same amount of information is there that our brains are gathering, but the brain just doesn't feel the need to analyze it further compared to vision or hearing. I wonder. That'd be crazy. I don't know. I don't know shit about any of this. I've never thought about the difference in like the quantity and the quality of the information that we receive from the varying senses. Yeah. It's why you're meant to be downwind while like hunting, right? So your scent is diffusing toward the animal. Or it's not diffusing towards the animal. If you were upwind, they would be able to smell you and they would run away. But if you're downwind, the wind is blowing your smell away from them. So it's hiding it. Because that actually does reveal, let's say there was no wind, they would be able to tell which direction. That's the whole thing. Or maybe they would just say, there's someone there. Well, no, but then how would they know which way to run? I don't know. That's crazy. I could be getting the science wrong here, so don't quote me on this, but I believe humans are generally fairly good at detecting the presence of smell. However, it's harder to pick out the nuances. That'd be interesting. Which is kind of what we're talking about, right? It's like it's just more of an overall experience as opposed to like having all these little nuances. That's crazy. Smell is so weird. It's more like touch because it's literally small airborne particles touching the inside of your nose, right? Whereas like vision is like a whole other thing. You know, the ancients used to think that our eyes literally went out and like grabbed images. Like vision was something that emanated from us, not something we passively received, which fair enough. I get why they thought that. It's so complex and it feels like a very active process. And then like hearing is like a whole different thing. That's like pressure variation in the air, wiggling a thing in our ear, and us interpreting that wiggling as information. Whereas it's weird because smell is probably like there is like probably some precision there. Yeah, like airborne particles are touching the inside of our nose and like activating different things. It's kind of like vision in that way, but something is actually touching us. So it is kind of like touch at a range. It is kind of like touch at a range. Just like hearing is kind of just bouncier vision. Huh. Weird. Crazy. Our sense of smell isn't pathetic. It's not great compared to other mammals, but pathetic in the context of animals, but not pathetic in the context of animals in general. Can fish smell? Do we know that? Do we know if fish got smell? I'm currently looking at my uni library search page. It's why I pay 10 grand a year. Hearing is bouncy vision. It is! I guess vision's kind of bouncy too.
Mass of earth that kind of curves down and collapses half of this cavern. About 40 or so feet apart. And you can see at each of these entrances there are some figures, some shapes that are too far from you at the moment, hundreds of feet away for you to make any sort of clear discerning vision, but you see a few bits of torchlight in the distance and shifting shadows near those entrances.
Are we in a dark tunnel? Like, they can't see us, right?
Currently, you guys are just emerging from underneath in this kind of small rubble, and there's no light in here. The only bit of light you can see is some of that bioluminescent fungus that you had in that previous tunnel, and the torchlight across the way.
Should we put out your hands so they can't see us? Well, there's a bunch of people off in the distance.
Yeah, do you want me to go take a look? You've dusted me, I'm pretty quiet.
Yeah, but you have to stay within 30 feet of me if you want. 30 if you want to keep outside the trace. 60 to stay within the zone.
I'd probably be good without it. And we could go together about 50 feet away from the group, and then I could go a little bit further and see if I can get a better look.
Let's stick around to the sides, though.
That space, big, wide open.
It's a wide space, and like as the cavern opens in this kind of large dome-like interior path, maybe loosely kidney bean shaped or at a wide oval, half of it is currently just crushed and occupied by this darker mass of Shadowfell earth.
That is
like
just sitting on top of it, like that's the city, maybe like the roots of the city, like
the roots of the city
down.
crushing down into this chamber.
Like the Rick and Morty portal Shadowfell.
Yeah.
The Titan, where the Titan ends and Thamara begins would be this particular threshold.
So we could go up from here. This is where we go up. You could get that sphere again and just tunnel up.
I have the sphere.
I know, we go straight into the city.
It's super slow.
Well, the sphere is back in the tunnel with you. You can concentrate on it and bring it with you, and it moves at a very slow speed.
Well, we haven't moved very far.
No, we've only gone a little
25
bit.
minutes.
25,
Yeah, sure. I'll bring it as far as we've gone.
Okay, cool. So what's your intelligence modifier again?
Now it's 3
3, so you can move it 15 feet
total.
around.
Oh, at a time? Or
So it's slower than any of you.
6 seconds.
Sure. Well, we're just walking here.
So as you guys make your way up the tunnel, this hovering ball of just dense death and destruction just
Simon 3.
Just humming ominously. Simon 3 makes its way.
Does it make that? Is it noisy or is it?
It does give a vibration and a noise to it. You do hear the subtle hum.
How far away from it do we have to be in order to not hear the hum?
About 80 or so feet.
It's further, I thought.
That is
Our
far.
position is
Like it's a very, very faint sound.
They're a couple hundred feet away.
You're silent.
We still have some cloaks.
You can put one on the sphere.
It's not like they
Come on
don't.
us. Yes.
Disguise him. Put him in a hat,
I'm gonna
gloves.
instantly throw a robe over top of Scanlan.
Wait, what?
You got a robe on you now.
Shit, no one wants
I'll put a robe on
We're all
too.
naked, trying to like dress
Okay, so you put on a robe and Scanlan puts on a robe.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
They know that the orb was with two
With
of the
some
cultists, so as long as we
people,
keep the distance, everything
Yeah.
should be
Oh,
fine.
so now we're legit.
Yeah, we look like we were them.
Hey, twins.
Yeah.
How do our flanks look if we move forward? Is it just trees? Is it buildings?
Well, I
Is
was
it
about to
boulders?
ask. We see flickering light away, far away, but I don't trust anything, so I want to specifically see if anything besides twitching fingers and toes are hiding closer to us.
Make a perception check.
Yeah.
And I'm listening for voices. Do I hear anything?
Perception check.
24.
Oh. 19.
Okay. Between the both of you focusing in the still silence, you can hear very, very faint and distant muttering of conversation briefly on the left archway. But around you, aside from like the small skittering of like an occasional hand that just kind of crawling its way forward, you don't see any other full-bodied undead. In fact, in comparison to the chamber you had exited not more than an hour ago, which had hundreds and hundreds of wandering undead, this is mostly vacant of anything that isn't directly at those archways.
Which are how far away from us?
They're about 150 or so feet. They're right at the center part of where the chamber would be, where the earth of the Tharampala's current resting
So we're
place
within a
begins.
distance of 80, so they wouldn't be able to hear the orb.
Okay. Okay. Great.
They're really, yeah, no,
Just send it straight at them then.
Definitely.
Super slow.
This awesome powers it.
it could in theory collapse the arches if you were so inclined, but
Yeah, but we're in here.
We could collapse all the rest of the tunnels and we go straight up into the city.
It's a tiny bowl.
Sounds a bit like bringing the city to us.
how big is the ball again?
The ball's about 2 feet in diameter.
So that's no. Grog's not going to fit in that hole.
It could just curlicue up.
I don't trust you as a sphere artisan to be capable of spiraling into this.
With you by my side, your engineering wits and my ball handling skills will be fine.
As legendary as your ball handling skills are,
Make a ball handling check.
roll 2d6.
A volunteer's tribute.
I don't see how I could possibly help with this.
It's
Mostly,
going to work.
I'm afraid it might slow us down.
I think. Here's a question: is if you start thinking of it going in a particular direction, does it just keep going that direction?
Or does it have like a radius where it stops listening to me? Let's give it a shot.
Well, here, if we just send it in a direction.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, let's send it off towards one of those torches.
Destroying everything in its
Go.
path for forever.
Let's find out, right?
Or we can send it straight up towards whichever direction.
All right, I'm going to concentrate on Simon 3 and send it back the way we came. Not hitting anything, just to see how far it goes before I lose telekinetic connection with it.
It continues until it's out of sight. So it starts digging and
is it
burrowing.
still going?
Like as soon as you send it downward at an angle,
Oh, shit.
it hits the floor and then just begins carving its own path down, tunneling lower and lower.
How
at a
far
50.
away is it now?
At this point, I'd say it's about 70 feet.
Okay, come back.
It begins to slowly come back in your direction.
Oh,
You
By the way-
finally found a worse pet than trinket. Well done. I love trinket.
By the way.
Excellent.
What direction is Vecna from us now?
Vecna, sourcing it would be
Behind you.
upwards at an angle from where you see the base of Tharampal. It's
Yeah.
in that direction at an upward angle. So you get the sense that this is near the edge of the city.
And can we see any kind of light from above us?
No, it is just. I mean, other than like the very very
Skaven, right?
faint bioluminescence left by like little patches of dull orange here and there that kind of just give you a sense of the overall scope and enclosure of the chamber. No other light source. There's no opening.
So the option is really to keep moving forward and find our way up.
Same option as 10 minutes ago.
Can we the figures in the distance? Can we tell like kind of by scale how big they are? Do they look humanoid or bigger?
Make a perception check.
Don't fuck me. Gil.
Control this.
You know, also, thank you for the 26 months, Albie. I've missed it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if I love the white over yellow text color for the chat. That's fair. I kind of want... I hadn't tested it before. I kind of want the chat... Like, I would like it like a drop shadow or something. Or maybe just like a thicker outline. Oh, wait, text shadow. Does this work? I don't think that works. God, I hate reading CSS. I am not a CSS lover. That's fair. I will probably try to make that different before next stream, but I'll have to dig through the CSS to do it. Anyways, I have to go to the bathroom real quick, but before I do, I also had a thought that has been interesting with this dungeon from Matt. Matt's been really alternating, it feels like, back and forth between you see your enemies from a great distance and your enemies sneak up on you. Or not sneak up on you, but they're here and you have to react. So it's like the original, not methods. I can't remember what the original, they were like earth golems or something. The first fight that they had on the interior of the Titan. That one just happened, right? The golems were just there. Oh no, react. And same thing with the trolls, right? The undead trolls. They're just there, react. And then he's also been kind of alternating it with, you see the Etten from across the lake. I think it was an Etten. Whatever the thing that Vax shanked. You see that from across the lake. You see a horde of undead kind of in the city or in the middle of the Colosseum. You see these cultists across a room. Right? The Nothic, that's right. Not an Etten, a Nothic. He's been really alternating back and forth between these. And I don't think either one of them is particularly better or worse. But one thing that I am really noticing is that, Vox Machina sometimes has a bit of a problem with analysis paralysis. And I'm definitely noticing that if they observe adversaries from far away and they don't have a reason to quickly act, unlike with maybe the Nothic, right? Vax wanted to take it out before it saw him, or the rest of the party caught up or asked him what he was doing, right? He just wanted to take care of it real quick because of that. But for the Colosseum, for this, for even the tomb of the king, right? Of the buried king where they got the cursed hammer or the cursed axe or something. Even that, we saw them deliberate a lot. Like, if they can deliberate in safety and they see a threat, that seems to be something that activates their analysis paralysis maybe more than anything else. When they're not actively observing a threat, they hedge back and forth a little bit, but ultimately they normally, get going pretty quick. We heard even Travis made a little side comment of like, yep, that's the same situation that it was 10 minutes ago. Like, he's ready to move on. And I think when there's not an active threat, even more of them are kind of in that mindset. But I'm just thinking back to all of the times this specific dungeon where there's been an active threat, and I do think they're the times that Vox has sat there and deliberated the longest. I mean, they've deliberated on the puzzles, but like that's not really analysis paralysis. That's just solving the puzzle. That's just kind of the process of doing a puzzle in D&D, is deliberating about it. But in terms of like non-puzzle analysis paralysis or deliberation, I do think it's almost always when they see someone from a distance, like a threat from a distance like that, which is interesting. It's never something, like, it makes intuitive sense, but it's not something I'd really directly thought about or identified within their style. And I don't know if my players are similar. They might be. I think they more slow down though when they don't have a threat and they need to make a decision on like a direction to go. I think that's when my players slow down the most. I think when they have a threat, they're almost always worried that the nature of the threat is going to change somehow. And so I think it actually really makes their planning go a lot quicker. Whereas Vox doesn't seem as worried about that, which is interesting. But VM can totally make quick group decisions. Yeah, for sure. Anyways, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, and then I will be right back, and we'll keep watching. See you a sec. What's up? We're back. It was quick. Let's get right back into it.
Is it just
Okay.
will?
It obeys me because I asserted my dominance.
Like me.
I'm the alpha
21?
now, and it respects me.
The left archway, you see two torches being held by two human-sized figures, humanoid. Hoods are down, but you can't see at this distance anything beyond just the size. And they appear to be surrounded by, from this, it looks to be 5 or more dwarf-sized skeletons that are just kind of shambling in unison around them in one kind of uniform movement as they kind of pace around the opening to the archway. The middle archway, you see what looks to be another humanoid figure, but armored. You can see like the sharp edges of plated shoulders and a helmet. And a few other skeletal figures kind of wandering around, but one...
Ooh, maybe that's the knight that like bore the sword of Kaz. Maybe it's that dude, the knight, the guy in the armor, the plated shoulders and helmet. And maybe they're gonna like start this combat and then he's gonna surrender to them because this is his punishment. This is his punishment. Just having to watch over some piddly, mindless undead in the bowels of the city. That's what his like punishment against Vecna is. Or punishment by Vecna is this just manual grunt labor? Could be. And then Vox Machina doesn't even need to resurrect him. He could even be guarding the location of the Sword of Kaz. But then how would he... That'd be a dumb thing for Vecna to set him to guard. Maybe Vecna think his mind broken? Or maybe Vecna is reliant on the fact that he can always see him. This would be very reasonable hubris. You guys know, if you've watched me before, I tend to be very critical of villainous hubris. However, if Vecna specifically had hubris about his ability to keep an eye on and keep tabs on everyone, especially those in his service or in service to him, that would make sense to me. If he is unaware of the effects of this ring that Vox Machina is wielding, or is unaware of their location and therefore isn't like thinking about it for this, and if the checking in is an active process, it's not just like passive awareness, which I don't think it could be, that I think would be an incredibly fair bit of hubris from him. This ring seems to be the only thing in existence that can block his sight, at least as far as we're aware. Bro can go wherever, look at whatever, and listen to whatever he wants. That breeding a hubris that like, oh yeah, I can put my arch rival to guard his old sword that he used to kill me as like a comeuppance or like an ironic punishment. And I'll put him there because I can watch him all the time. I can 100% in my head ensure that he is doing what he is supposed to be doing, right? He does not have the capability to betray me because I can always watch him. I can always check in on him very easily. And so then it's a little bit of hubris combined with like malicious revenge, right? And you can have a light bit of hubris, and that hubris is even more justifiable if the revenge fuel is behind it. So it's not as much hubris as I think like Raishan displayed, for an example. And I think the action is more reasonable even with the hubris accounted for. I think it's still a more reasonable like weakness or flawed behavior, right? Raishan annoyed me so much because she was just ignoring dangers to her life that she and like was taking no active measures to account for them in any way, whereas Vecna has the active measures, right? He has countermeasures. He has the fact that he can spy on them whenever he wants. That's enough of an active measure for him to make kind of a little bit of a silly decision in the name of ironic revenge, right? That to me, it's not enough of it's not a big enough leap, right? So that'd be kind of dope. If that's the situation, if this is our dark dealings, fella, I'm kind of into it. And maybe he like senses Vecna's gaze dissipate. Like he senses it when they come within 60 feet of them. And he's like, oh my God, I'm finally not under the yoke. Fuck, maybe Vecna's directly controlling him. Maybe he is puppeteering his body, and the ultimate revenge against this enemy, against this rival, against this sworn enemy, I suppose. I keep wanting to say something else, but I can't quite get there. Nemesis! Against your nemesis? What a better eternal punishment than to have them guard the sword that they use to kill you by directly puppeteering their body and forcing their consciousness to watch as their body prevents any adventurer from replicating the thing that they did. But when they come within range of the ring, the act of puppeteering, lines snap, lines are cut. And suddenly, he's a free man. Or a free zombie, in this case. A free skeleton, a free knight. That'd be kinda tight. That'd be kinda sick. And it would make a lot of sense as to how you could get essentially a quest giver right here, right now. And you would want to leave him there under Vecna's control so that Vecna doesn't realize anything's happening. He can't come with you, which is even better. You don't want him coming with you. If you can help it, having a reason for the quest giver not to come with you is always good, especially if they're combat capable. Because it just adds one more person to the combat tracker, the slowdowns, etc., etc. But this guy has a very distinct reason to stay. He's like, no, you guys go ahead, get the sword, and I'm not, I fucking won't say shit. There's a really specific reference I want to make, but it's essentially like that one character in Mistborn. If you know, you know. I don't think I can be more specific than that, but that is one of my favorite characters in Mistborn. Especially in the third book. Where this is, very relevant. That would be so cool. And then he's like, he's getting that, like, that last dig in at Vecna. He knows all he has to do is not spill the beans. And he knows that that Vox is going to be able to finally take down Vecna, and maybe they even tell him about the trammels, and maybe even warns them. He's like, guys, the sword isn't enough. You need something to keep him down. The sword got him dead, but it didn't keep him dead. And then Vox Machina gets to be like, don't worry, we have the trammels. And the guy fucking cries. Well, he can't cry. Maybe he starts weeping, but no tears come out because he's undead. He's an undead prisoner, kept here long beyond when he should have passed on. And they are presenting Sisyphus with an opportunity to not have to push the boulder anymore, and it might actually work. Cinema. That would be cool. That'd be cool. I don't know if that's what's gonna happen, but that'd be kind of fun. Kaz is the grader from Costco. Idiocracy. Yeah. 35 or more minutes behind, can't do 2x. RE Smell. Smell can illustrate the recent past. If someone cooked something in the room, you might be able to tell that. Absolutely. There is a historical aspect to it that you might not have as well from touch. Or maybe sometimes you do have. Actually, I think that's similar to touch as well. Yeah. No, the historical imprint is absolutely something that hearing, it's much more difficult to get across. And, sight is very imprecise on, right? Something can look weathered, but depending on, how old it is, are visual cues that thing has aged or that something happened to it in the past get less and less precise and less accurate as time goes on. And less easy to pick up. Yeah, absolutely. How does he do it? I read all 3 Mistborn books, but I don't know who you mean. I don't want to be too specific. Because, yeah. I don't want to be too specific for spoiler reasons. Although, you know what? When did Mistborn come out? I kind of feel like if you haven't read it at this point, if you haven't, how long ago did something have to come out for us to be like, hey, spoilers are okay? How long ago? Because spoilers, Mistborn came out in 2006. That's like 20 years ago, bro. And it's not even like a main character. I'll just say, I'll keep it as vague as I can. Something like the plotline of the POV Inquisitor that we get to follow around, the Steel Inquisitor. Similar to that. I think that would be that's like the direction I can imagine this going in with the previous bearer of the Sword of Kaz. Yeah.
Out of the very, very edge of the one torch that it holds, you see one large hulking figure, maybe about 10 or so feet tall. But you only see the very edge. You don't actually see the rest of the body. So all you see is like the edge of a shoulder or the beginning of the side.
That's one way, right?
There was like a left. Yeah, there's like a.
And then there's the right archway.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Right. Which you can see 3 smallish looking humanoid figures, 2 that are very kind of hunched, hands and legs, but have kind of a humanoid silhouette on the head and shoulders, but they're kind of down on the ground, almost like a dog. And between the 2 of them, there is one humanoid figure that's still kind of hunched slightly, but still standing upright and erect, hooded and cloaked.
Do they appear to be looking for something, or are they just kind of wandering like patrol?
As you watch them for a moment, you see they do move a little bit, kind of just glancing around the area, keeping a watch, but they appear to be stationed there with a minor patrol in the vicinity.
Can they see each other?
For the most part, they're about 40 feet from each other, and as there is a curve, like the right and the left archway probably have a hard time seeing each other. The middle one has a view of each.
Okay.
And occasionally, like, they'll interface, like they'll converse a bit between the 2 of them, but for the most part, they're definitely just keeping a lookout, and they're very vigilant and looking out into empty space before them.
So seeing which way Keyleth is looking, Vax stands a bit on tiptoe and puts his chin on his shoulder and looks in the distance and sees the armored figure. Are we close enough to tell if that armored figure has a sword?
I'm going to lend the scope of my gun, if that helps.
Okay, that would probably help. Okay. Make a perception check.
Yeah.
What is that?
Scope?
Yeah.
It's just a series of lenses.
26.
What are those?
26. So the central figure in the armor is wearing similar armor, not to the knight that you had encountered with Vecna, more the blackened armored knight that you had battled at the Ziggurat on Marquette.
Wait. Oh no. Wait. What?
When you first encountered Delilah Briarwood and you found the pathway into the.
Yeah. And I think that was living armor. I think that, because I don't think there was a body inside of that. Or maybe there was. Maybe there was a body inside of it. I can't recall. But so not the one in the actual Shadowfell, but the one in Marquette, which were pretty similar, right? Like, they weren't that different. I think the one in the Shadowfell was more buff. I think he was stronger overall. But okay. For sure.
Shadowfell?
Looks like the same guy?
Well, no, you murdered that one.
guys.
But it's a similar set of
okay.
armor, yes.
No.
Oh my god.
I let Grog look through the scope.
Can you scry?
They're right here.
I regret nothing.
Ashley's face. Oh no.
Are you scared?
Look through the scoop. Look through it here. What do you see?
I just see big guys, but I guess everybody looks big to me.
I'm so brave. So brave.
Voice over Skype, it's like my niece sat down at the table to start playing.
Why not just?
Can we
sneak by them?
scry on the Death Knight or on Delilah to see if they're with Vecna right now, or if, because if they're separate from him, then what if they're in these chambers?
Yeah. I will use a 5th level spell to scry, as opposed to the scrying eye.
Which one are you gonna scry on?
Or is this my scrying eye? Use my spellcasting ability?
No.
No, it's a 15, right?
Right, it's 15, it's set to the item.
Then I'm gonna
Also, I'll put it out there. This is a personal preference, but I so rarely see other GMs do it that I want to put it out there just for your all's for y'all's awareness, I suppose, or just to put the thought in your head. I am hugely in favor of magic items that aren't necessarily cursed, but which have effects that are ubiquitous, right? That are all encompassing or have some sort of trade-off, right? I really like things that provide a power but require some sort of trade-off to use. What's up? I don't think it looks bad. I don't think it looks bad. Some of the petals are just too bent compared to the others, I think. Is this supposed to be the front?
I mean, you can bend them. You can bend them however you want. I don't think there's any way you can bend them.
I think it still looks like a flower, which is like the primary thing that it needs to do. Do you guys think this looks like a flower? Be honest. Be honest. Don't just say it's beautiful and awesome because Paige made it. Me and Paige are honest with each other. I think it looks fine. I think it just needs to be identifiable as a flower. No, you're not into it. It looks like a flower. It looks like a flower. It looks like a flower. It looks silly on your head. What is its purpose? It's for... Yeah. It's for the Ren Fair. Paige is dressing up as a fairy, like as a pixie. And so it's meant to be like a pixie flower hat sort of situation. And she will also have wings and like a whole fairy outfit. It will not just be that. It would work then. I'm saying, bro, it looks like a flower. It looks like a flower. The shape is really good. Maybe send a picture to V. Oh, she said maybe. She's not happy with it. Paige can be a little bit of a perfectionist when it comes to crafts. And it's not matching the image in her head, I can tell. Anyways. I'm psyched about my Ren Fair outfit. I got a kilt. And it looks sick. I love it. Ugh. Anyways, sorry. That's a little... What was I talking about? What was I talking about before that? Magic items. The example that I was going to give is, I think if this ring prevents Vecna from being able to scry in on them or see them using divination magic, I also think it should prevent them from using divination magic inside of its confines. I think that is the way that I generally look at designing my own homebrew items, especially, is just items that just have an effect. And that effect is useful or detrimental depending on context. Those are my favorite kinds of items to design. And in this case, this just being a ring of divination smothering, number one, makes it feel more realistic to me, right? Like something that is targeted specifically at like only incoming stuff feels more hand of the DM convenient than one that blocks both ways, right? And that's how I find personally this design philosophy like really shines, is it makes magic items broadly feel more grounded if they just have effects that are, again, sometimes useful, sometimes detrimental, depending on where you're standing, right? Depending on who's using it and in what context. And so, sometimes that's not possible. Sometimes you make a +1 sword, it's a +1 sword. What are you gonna do? But it's also why, broadly, I'm not a huge fan of making things attunement based. Not because I want my players to be able to pass it around at will, but because I want it to be able to be stolen by the enemies. I want an NPC fighter with disarming attack to be able to disarm the magic wand, pick it up, and cast fireball out of it. If they have the requisite prereqs. But that's why I don't do a lot of attunement. I do I'll do charges if I maybe want to limit it somehow. But I think I would be very into it if Matt was like, you try to scry while within the range of this ring and it just fails. I would love for it to just fail. Because it would make it feel more like a divination dome rather than like this, it can't come in, but it can go out. Feels a little bit more convenient to me. Feels a little bit more contrived. The divination dome makes the magic feel a little bit more grounded and less convenient to me. Now, again, that's not saying that I never have mechanics that are one way or more convenient for the user or whatever. I absolutely do. But if I can help it, if I can introduce some manner of downside to using it, even a small one, like my one of my players has a magic tattoo. It's the magic tattoo in Tasha's that gives you like 15 extra feet of melee range. Like it gives you like 15 extra feet of reach and does a little bit more damage. I think it's the Coiling Grasp or something like that. I had it to where instead of getting a tattoo, he took on a devil deal-ish thing with this forest made out of a hive mind. And he accepted one of the seedlings of the hive mind into himself. And that gave him the ability of the tattoo, but also every time he casts the tattoo, the seedling in his mind, who I think he's now nicknamed Silverhand, will start talking about rage and death and violence and start being like, yeah, kill, murder. And that's not even a mechanical downside, and frankly, it's not even much of a downside in real out-of-game terms. Everyone loves Silverhand in out-of-game terms, but in in-game terms, it's something that the character has to deal with, and the player really consistently role-plays around it, so it's like this sort of, I don't want to say role-play detriment, but it is this like roleplay effect that might not be purely positive, right? And so I like having those sorts of things to balance out the items that I give or the powers that I introduce. Because in this case, it wasn't even really an item. Yeah. But who's surprised? Whoa, the person that likes the devil deal that, maybe gives the monkey's paw, and whoa, there's something going on with the monkey's paw. It's not always good. Who could have guessed that I like these sorts of things? But I love an item that has a boon and a bane, or just a passive sort of effect that you can move in and out of and use tactically, which are kind of the same thing in my head. Yeah. Gave a gung-ho player a hubris blade, a blade with a moderate bonus but a whiz save to see if they would be gripped by fervor and attack all enemies until dead. Totally. I don't even necessarily, like, how do I say it? Like, that in my head would be categorized into cursed items. And I do like cursed items. Don't get me wrong. And I like them when they have a more light curse on them, right? Like, I want it to actually be kind of a debate for the player if they want to go through the process of getting this uncursed or just deal with the curse, right? I want it to be a little bit of a debate. So I do like that. But what I'm talking about isn't even necessarily a cursed item in the same way. There's no roll that this character has to make, right? There's no whiz save to determine whether or not he hears the voice in his head. The voice is always there, and the player has full autonomy on how to deal with that voice, how much to listen to it, how much to give into it, right? I leave that fully within their role-playing autonomy. And that is, I like that. I like mechanical benefit, role-play restriction, or role-play effect. That's like a nice sweet spot for me. But I also don't mind, mechanical bane. I don't mind the whiz save. I think that's fun. I think just in general, I am attracted to items that aren't pure benefit. Right. I'm attracted to items that either have some sort of complication or downside, or, like I've been describing with the ring, limit the player just as much as it provides benefit, right? The boon and bane is almost balanced. And so there's a tactical decision as to whether or not to use it, right? Oh, it's great that no one can scry on us, but it's also a downside that we can't scry, while in the radius, right? There's decision making, and that's what I always want. I always want to bring it back to decision making. I think that is like the underlying interesting thing about TTRPGs is that you have unlimited theoretical options. You can, people always say you can do whatever. And so the thing that I think about when I'm designing and what I want to design towards for that medium are opportunities for players to make those decisions and introduce more of those points, those flashpoints where they can do everything, where they can do anything, right? I want to pack as many of those points in as is reasonable. And so that's why I always talk about decision making, because I think decision making is the core of that. That if they're making a decision, the world of possibilities that TTRPGs offer is opening up before them when they're making a decision. So yeah. Hot take: attunement is kind of a bad balancing mechanic, anyways. Well, yeah. I won't disagree with you there. I see the benefits. But I think on net, I would say I dislike it more than I like it. I'd be fine if items were just rebalanced around not having attunement. I'd even be fine with like a cooldown. Like an item can only be used like once every 3 rounds or something, right? Like if we want to get at the problem of this is getting hot potatoed around, I think we can look at other options that aren't attunement for that are much, I think, better. But it's also not high on my list of things to delete. I just don't really design with attunement in mind ever. Course have reflected paths. If you use the charge and fail the save, you have anxiety for the next minute, thinking about specifically other ways you could have gone and decisions I've made. But after that, there's no actual effect. You're just anxious. That's just a cursed item. That is a cursed item. For the ring, any kind of magic suppression seems like it would be an area effect, so I agree. Yeah. And that's not necessarily to bash attunement or to bash alternative methods of design, that are more purely beneficial. I think those have their time and place. I just wanted to kind of put this in your guys' head to be thinking about the next time you're making an item. I always want to homebrew items that had multiple states similar to the vestiges, but the higher end ability was locked by how many of your attunement slots you're willing to give it. I think there's something interesting there. Like, I think the thing that I don't care about when it comes to attunement is the time aspect of it. I'm always like, who cares? What's up?
Just take her. Be her.
Yeah. Paige is dressing up our dog in the flower. Oh my gosh. I think attunement, like taking a certain amount of time, I think is the part I get why it's there, but I think it's a very clumsy way to accomplish it. On the other hand, limiting how many magic weapons you can wield simultaneously, I think there's something a little bit more interesting there. I think there's something a little bit more to it. In general, I'm not really against the idea of having like a certain amount of slots for various equipments. Like, I like the way that magic items are worked into Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's great having, the helmet, the chest, the legs, the gloves, and the weapons, and 2 rings. I don't mind that. Especially, I do think it makes it feel a little bit more video gamey, but that's okay. Sometimes it's gonna be a little bit video gamey. I think that's fine. So, like, the attunement slots are the things out of the attunement mechanic that I'd most preserve. But I think I would go for genericizing them even more into, like, equipment slots in general, more along the lines of BG3. I think if we're looking at there, we maybe marry it into a larger equipment system. Yeah. How many more episodes left? It ends at 1:15, and we're on 1:12. So, well, and then there's a bunch of other videos that I have not really looked at, so I don't really know what they are. Some of them say that I've watched it. That is almost assuredly either a glitch or after I've gone to sleep. And like a video is just auto playing. Because, I watch this on my main account. I probably should make it a separate account for it, but I don't. So 4 more, including this one of like content. Yeah. Attunement as a gradual investment sounds interesting if it wasn't just a single stage. Yeah, there's something there, yeah. In C4 latest step, Brennan said you get this item and attune automatically. And I was like, cool. Yep. Yeah. I hadn't thought attunement as a limit on passing around. I thought it was just a limit on you having too much strong stuff. It's both of those things. It is both of those things. Like, so there's the time it takes to attune, and then there's the amount of things you can attune, right? And the amount of things you can attune is a limit on strong stuff. And then the time that it takes to attune is a limit on hot potatoing the magic item around between everyone between rounds. So it's both. It's doing both at the same time. And I think that the limit on having too much active strong stuff is, I think, a much more worthy, or not worthy, but like, is something that needs to be, is a balancing lever I don't blame them for introducing. I think that balancing lever should be there for items. You shouldn't assume that a player can use an infinite amount of items, because that makes it so difficult to balance magic items. Like, it really hampers your creativity, I think, on like what possible effects can even exist, because you know that they can be infinitely stacked, right? You have to almost start treating it more like you would design a deck builder or something than these more one-off cool effects. So providing some sort of upper limit on the amount of those effects you can wield at any given time stops it from going infinite and really opens up the design field. Now, it could be argued that maybe it opens it up too much. Someone could make that argument. I'm not going to right now, but it's an argument you can make, I think. But yeah, overall, it does both, and one of them I think is a more. I agree with the mission more on one of them than the other.
I'm gonna scry on.
Or I think the mission's more.
He probably would be less aware if you're scrying into Delilah.
Yeah. She's going to be
She'll
closer to
alert people to our presence.
I would be.
Yeah, that Death Knight that seems to be
Let me make
the
sure
right-hand
with
man.
the ring that we can scry through.
I mean, eating attunement slots over time is a crazy thought. Like, you could never design something like that generically, but as a campaign-specific MacGuffin, kinda wacky, kinda fun. I mean, I love shit like that. I love campaign-specific MacGuffins that interact with existing resources in weird and wacky ways. Have it eat fucking hit die. Why don't we? Have it eat, there's so many resources and capacities in D&D. Absolutely. Get weird with it. Yeah. Like I said, you're probably not going to find something like that on the third-party site. You would never be able to design it generically. But as a campaign-specific MacGuffin, go nuts. Absolutely. That'd be so sick.
We can scry through the ring, right? We just can't.
What's the ring say?
What does the ring say?
Hoda, I gotta find it.
I didn't think about that.
Band of Shrouds. While attuned, all creatures and their belongings within 60 feet of the bearer are immune to most divine magics that would locate or reveal the whereabouts of the creature.
Correct.
So we're
So you
immune
can
to it,
scry
we can
outside of it, but you cannot scry into it.
Into it. Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, to some extent, I understand that it is giving them immunity. Like, it's not the craziest decision in the world to design it that way. I just find it a little bit less interesting. But it's
Divining magics. That doesn't mean we're immune to everything.
Nope. Nothing's beetle-proof.
Yeah, I want to scrounge that big guy that was with Delilah when I saw him walking
Okay.
out.
Armor bro.
Armor bro.
With your spell or with?
With mine.
I also am a keyword carry, so I would say you're immune.
Murder sheet.
Now your
Creature,
magical reserves.
all magic from the divination school does
I
not
am
work
3/4 full.
using my last 5th level spell for this.
on creatures
All right.
within this circle or this
You
area. You know, in or out. I would phrase it.
you sit
somehow
kind of
like
back
that.
up into the hallway to find a space that isn't immediately visible.
Whereas
and
Matt
begin
leaves it
to
more open for
build
possibly
the circle
some
of
sort of
incantation.
divination
The rest of you
work.
keeping watch in case anything needs to make its way towards the entrance.
Definitely guarding.
As you complete the ritual, your vision expands and you feel your essence being pulled up through the earth and rock, the changing from gray and brown to black and dead, until eventually, for a brief instant, you see just a burst of the city of Tharamthala, matching precisely your memory of the inner sanctum of the city. And with that, but an instant, there's just a rush of momentum and energy, and you see footsteps. And you see before you the Death Knight that you had previously encountered in the struggle is stepping up, kind of dark, ruddy stone steps. 1, 2, 3. You can hear the echo surrounding in this kind of slightly curving staircase.
Do I see Delilah with him?
You do not. No, you don't. Unfortunately, you see a very vague image of a room behind that's disappearing behind him as it curves around, where you can see 2 other armored figures similar to the one that's at the center archway that are just standing watch in that chamber, and then they vanish as he curves around, and you watch as it steps up, step, 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 step.
Can I get any other details on where he is? Can I see any other identifying landmarks?
Currently, it's just a windowless stairway that curves.
Is he going upwards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in a tower.
Yeah. Well, maybe. What else does she see?
Well, you
Anything
also
else?
see a brief.
I mean, look, if your players are scrying, I think at all, but especially as often as Vox Machina does, yeah, sometimes they just don't reveal something that interesting. Maybe you can glean something like, they're walking up a tower, but sometimes it's just a featureless corridor. There's a lot of featureless corridors in the world. We're not all Rainbolt. We're not all able to find any location on Earth just based on a few minor context clues, right? Like, most people are not that. Sometimes a scry just doesn't give you anything useful. I think it's gotta not. Again, given how often they employ it, I think it would be unreasonable for it to give you something actionable or useful every single time that you used it.
A brief.
But it does seem like Matt might be about to give more.
Yeah. Well, maybe. What else does she
I
see?
don't know.
Well, you also see a brief, a sudden swelling of greenish blue light as he reaches the apex of the staircase. At which point you now see the top of a tower exposed, where 3 large, hooked stone spires curve inward to a familiar top
He's
of a
doing
tower.
it again. He's trying to do it again.
You glance out of the corner of your eye and you see the sky itself from this perspective has this weird sickly blue-green tint to it. And as you kind of try and focus beyond the proximity.
Oh, giving them a sense of how close they are to Vasselheim. Clever girl, Matt. Clever girl. All right. I like that. Very economical. Really good.
Of the night, you get just a glimmer of some shape that is currently just
Never mind.
gliding in the air above. And then a voice just says, "No." And
But you're scrying on the Death Knight, not Vecna.
Well, we knew that this was.
Yeah, but he doesn't know who
He
was
doesn't,
scrying.
or where.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It was
Potentially.
fine.
Maybe.
He probably detected it, but he doesn't know who or where it's going.
Oh, God.
He assumes.
Yeah, he suspects.
Yeah, the god can do anything, blah, 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 blah. Look, you know what? At the very least, if we're making up random one-off powers for Vecna to have, at least Matt has kept them mostly in the realm of, like, illusion and divination, right? He's not adding in a bunch of random, like, conjuration bullshit that he can do. it seems like Vecna's powers are kind of soft, we might say, in some areas. But if you are going to give them kind of soft powers in some way, I think it's good to limit the scope of those powers. Not just like they can do everything, but it seems like Vecna has pretty near like passive omniscience. Maybe not totally, but it seems like he's pretty aware of the entire world and like what is going on at any given time outside of their ring, and can be pretty active about intercepting like magical signals within that. Like it's not coming out of nowhere. It feels relatively in line with the rest of his capabilities. In contrast to, this is maybe a bit of a pull, but the end of X-Men Apocalypse, where Apocalypse is revealed to suddenly be able to see as fast as Quicksilver can run. And so because he can see that fast, he's able to outthink and outperform Quicksilver. And it's an ability that we never saw before and would never be relevant after. And frankly, does not really like super line up with the rest of his abilities. Like, it's very random. It doesn't really have like a lot of relationship to the rest of his much more, if I remember Apocalypse well, which is, I don't remember the movie super well, but it's been a long time since I saw it. It's not very good. But I recall Apocalypse's powers being a little bit more in the conjuration, evocation, flight, moving shit around, telekinesis sort of vein, right? More Magneto in a lot of ways. And seeing fast, that's not related to that in any way, right? So Vecna having stuff related to divination or illusion feels okay to me. And I would recommend, if you are interested in making a D&D villain that has some kind of soft powers occasionally, which I think is fair. I think it's fair enough for a god to have some soft powers. I would recommend looking at City of Mist. It is a TTRPG that I've talked about occasionally on the show before. I don't have a ton of experience with it, but one of the things that I think it is incredible at, and why it caught my eye originally, is it is so good at mechanizing or making a mechanic out of soft powers. You are supposed to be able to play anything from any genre of any fiction. You can be anything from Zeus reincarnated to a normal detective. And the way in which you define your power set and your abilities can handle both of those things. It can handle Thor just as easily as it handles Sherlock Holmes. It's a really, really cool system. It requires you to sort of categorize abilities and then think about how proficient you are within that category of ability. Really cool, really interesting. Again, I think if you're wanting to have that sort of soft power set in D&D, fair enough. But I would recommend going to check out City of Mist because I think it would really help you focus that soft magic. It makes it feel more themed and less just they can do whatever, right? I think that's not a super interesting villain. A villain that can just do anything. Cough, cough, Superman. I think it's just not that interesting for them to be able to just do whatever. I think power sets broadly, whether it's magic or superheroes or whatever, is more interesting when it has a tight theme. And City of Mist really, really helps with that. And I think that so far, Vecna has a theme. It's got divination and illusion. Those are like and necromancy, of course. But broadly has these two themes when it comes to their softer magic, which I think is good. I think if we started seeing a lot of other stuff, that would be a little bit strange. I also think it's why something like the prismatic wall in the Ziggurat fight in Marquette felt a little off to me. it felt more evocation, right? Like Vecna feels like either like a trickster, like someone that uses their superior knowledge to gain an edge, a la patron saint of secrets, and illusions and divination. Like all of that feels wrapped up in secrets, absolutely. Or they use necromancy. They're going to use Tide and Horde of Undead, like we saw in Whitestone, like we saw in Thar Amphala, the Shadowfell, right? All of these things are either just throwing bodies at the problem or using your superior knowledge to outwit the foe, or to taunt them into making a mistake. That seems to be Vecna's bag. And so I think that's why, like I said, the prismatic wall kind of feels like it comes out of nowhere. It's just a thing that high-level wizards can do. And I think it's fair that it feels kind of unthemed. I would also argue that the force wall felt a little bit unthemed, even though I became much more positive on that encounter after the fact. I think one of the weird things about it was that it's just a wizard. It's just an enemy wizard, right? There's no indication, really, that this wizard is a remnant of Vecna, right? The theming isn't there. Again, same thing with the prismatic wall. I think in a way that is distinct from the Death Knights. I think the Death Knights incredibly themed, and all of the units are incredibly themed. I love all of that. But these, high-level wizards of Vecna just kind of seem to be using... They seem to be interacting like player characters, where they're just gathering a fuckload of spells and just using whatever, fits the situation. And you know what? I don't even totally hate it as, like, again, the Patron of Secrets angle, but I do think it makes them feel less themed. It makes them feel less, like, Vecna aligned. It doesn't feel like you're fighting a minion of Vecna. It feels like you're fighting an evil wizard, or just an enemy wizard generically. So, check out City of Mist. And... what the heck? Why can you see my cursor on my... Why is it showing up there? That's strange. Sorry, I got distracted. I don't know why it was showing up on top of my face. It was just at, like, the bottom of my primary monitor. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyways, so, yeah. So, and all of that is to say, I don't think that introducing that Vecna can fucking tap into the line on a divination, on a scry attempt, that feels within the theme of Vecna to me. So I don't think it's that crazy. Yeah. Wonder if a magic item took a -1 subtraction to an ability score. -1 charisma on a hideous looking cloak would be neat or stupid. Look, I'm down with downsides. I think that 5th edition, they had a vision for 5th edition, which was broadly going purely additive. So if you're getting something good, you're getting something unambiguously good. If you're getting something negative, you're getting something unambiguously negative. And all of the player build choices, whether it is species or class or subclass, are all, again, purely additive. They are building, they are giving you things. They are very, very rarely taking things away or placing restrictions. Even like the druid not using metal stuff is like an optional restriction for them. Even like breaking your paladin oath is not super well defined. And these are like the very few things that remain of like negative building that used to be much more common in D&D. In earlier editions, you would be a certain race or a certain species, whatever, and that would oftentimes give you negatives to other ability scores. Like if you went, I think it was like a halfling, you got like a -2 to strength or something like that. That used to be more common design. I'm a fan of that type of design. I like boons and banes. The one of the like systems for character building that I've encountered in multiple places that I like the most, And I have like there's a personal preference argument, and there's like a more logical gameplay value argument that I could give, but I don't want to get too deep down the hole. But I really prefer something like you might see in a lot of CRPGs, like Colony Ship, Age of Decadence, or like you might see in, Zombicide's almost a CRPG, actually, if I think about it. But something like Zombicide, you see it in a lot of isometric RPGs, is a system of boons and banes at the very beginning. You'll see in, I think, Cyberpunk operates this way, but I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on that. But where you essentially have a certain amount of points that you can use to acquire positive traits. And also if you played Fallout New Vegas, you would be familiar with this sort of design, where you have a certain amount of points to get a certain amount of positive attributes, and you can either like dump certain stats to get more for some other things, similar to point buy in D&D, or you can go a similar thing for specific features. So like dark vision might cost 2 of your 10 feature points when you're constructing your original character. 5 extra feet of movement might be 2 extra points. And you give the player a certain amount of points to buy these individual features, and then you can also take banes, where it might be like a -2 to strength, like short, -2 to strength, or -2 to agility, or whatever you want to make it. And that would be a bane, that would be a detriment on you, but it would, instead of costing feature points, it gives you feature points back. I think that those sorts of systems where you can freely choose as many banes and boons as you want, as long as the all maths at the end, I love those sorts of systems. I love them. Especially for baseline character creation. I also like them for classes, don't get me wrong, but for baseline, level 1, level 0 even, character creation, those are the sorts of systems that I love. I love being able to take on a negative trait and have that give me something in return, right? We often talk in D&D about like your character needs to have a flaw, right? Or like it's actually interesting to have ability scores that are below 8, right? Like we talk about these things all the time, that having parts of your character that are bad or maybe just not ideal is fun and interesting for roleplay. But we have to talk about that because there is no mechanical reason to do that. There is no mechanical reason to have your character be flawed, right? Like, mechanics-wise, it would be better if your character wasn't flawed. Straight up. It would allow you to execute the mechanics of the game with less friction. Same thing for having a low ability score. There's no real mechanical argument, I would say, for purposefully dumping a skill under 8, even if you get something a little bit in return for it. It is so detrimental to have any of your skills under 8, even strength, which is the least detrimental one. So detrimental. And so, but people recognize that, like, even though it's bad mechanically, it can lead to interesting roleplay. And so I am a fan of systems, especially like character creation systems, that allow you to lean into flaws and give you a mechanical reward for doing so. So maybe you take like a feature that is like, high metabolism or something like that, where you have to consume twice as many rations as the next person, but that gives you 2 points with which to build the rest of your character, to take more good things during character creation as well. I really, really like that because I think you find that a lot of people much more naturally create flawed characters. And not only do they create flawed characters, but a lot of times they will end up theming a character, where like their negative attributes and their positive attributes kind of tell a story in and of themselves. It's a great place to fall back to for roleplay. And I know that I've given a lot of like, I'm kind of giving the logical argument, like pitching this system, but I also frankly just prefer it. I just like it more. I like to be able to take negative stuff on and get a little bit of cheese in return for it, right? I want some candy. I want some gold stars in return for choosing negative attributes to go with my character. It's also why broadly I like point buy. I like point buy because there is a benefit towards dumping something down to 8, right? That's one of the reasons I like point buy, is this very similar system. In fact, I allow uncapped point buy at my tables where you get diminishing returns on it, but you can dump any of your skills by 3 in order to get a +1 in something else. I totally uncap it because -3 to a skill is insane. Or to an ability, I shouldn't say skill, is insane. You shouldn't do it. But if you really want that +1, you're gonna pay for it. And some people want to dump those stats in the first place. So now I'm kind of letting them do what they already wanted to do and giving them a little bit of cheese on top for it. Yeah. Vampire the Masquerade creation works like that. Beautiful. Dude, Vampire's a game that I really want to play this year. I think I've mentioned it on a previous stream, but some of my new friends have played it before. I really want to play Vampire this year. It's like, I think one of the most like pivotal, important games, like in terms of the TTRPG landscape, that I have so little knowledge about. Like, I think I have a working understanding of Call of Cthulhu. I have a working understanding of Cyberpunk Red, Shadow Dark, but I know so little about how Vampire the Masquerade even fucking works. So I really want to play it this year. Yeah. My last character, I negotiated with my DM to get a 16 charisma and a movement speed of 25 to get a whiz of 18. Love that, Ross. That's exactly the sort of shit I'm into. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love giving players something that they might not be able to get otherwise in return for, we'll call it payment. And I'm the devil in this devil deal. I'm going to extract more value than you're going to get in return, but you're going to get the thing that you want, which is, I think, how this sort of design should work, is you get the thing that you want, you take on these negatives that you've decided you're okay with, and those don't balance out, but that's like the fun of it, is that they don't balance out. You get more specific builds, you get more of your specific power that you want in return for being generally worse. Because if you look at any of the games that I mentioned, Fallout, Zombicide. No, not Zombicide. Not DayZ. Project Zomboid. That's what I was thinking of. If you look at Zomboid, Fallout New Vegas, whatever, most of these CRPGs, the negatives are not really worth the points that they give, normally. Like, if a negative gives you, 2 points, it's probably actually worth about 3, but you're going to get points to be able to go even more into the positive build that you want to do. So you're getting something specific, and you're taking an overall downgrade in power. I love it. That is my preferred type of character design in general. All right, magic items. What about an attunement item that is cursed? So once you attune, you cannot unattune until you die, greater restoration, or wish. That locks the slot, essentially. That's how a lot of cursed items work. There are a lot of existing cursed items. I actually think Grog's might be this way, although it might not be. I don't remember. The one that they found in the tomb. But a lot of magic items, like cursed magic items in the DM's guide, or the various folios of magic items. That's a lot of times how the curse will work, is you cannot unequip or unattune it until the curse is removed. Which, I like I like cursed items broadly, and I think that's an interesting way for a curse to interact with the existing attunement mechanic. I'd just be more interested in something like Baldur's Gate 3. I'd be more interested in a system that was like, you have these specific gear slots. So you have like 2 rings, a sword, a chest plate, which is like kind of how the existing system works. And it's how, past versions of D&D have done it, I think. I think 3 did it very similarly to that. I'm more interested in something like that, but attunement's not big on my list to get rid of. I think there's a lot of interesting things you can do with attunement. It's like on a -2 to 2 scale, -2 being I hate it, +2 being I love it. It's like attunement's like kind of a 0. I don't really care about it. Maybe it's like half a point in the negative direction, maybe. But I think it's probably more of a 0. I don't care enough about it to really think through a lot of changes that I would make for it. And like you're displaying in chat, Sarah, there's a lot of interesting things you can do with it if you're willing to step outside of its literal purpose. Yeah. A charisma of 6 is what I wanted for RP reasons. There you go. Absolutely. I'm about 15 minutes behind, but Scrying does say it creates an invisible sensory within 10 feet of the target, so Vecna saw the invisible sensor. If Vecna was on the roof, yeah, they would have. I mean, I'm sure Vecna has true sight, so that would totally make sense as well, yeah. Was a cleric of a less than nice god, did self-harm to heal teammates. Oh, it's not Lathander. There's like a pain goddess or god in the Forgotten Realms. I can't remember what they are. I was totally unaware of them until Baldur's Gate 3. There's like the guy in the goblin camp that like wants you to like flagellate. And it's like, it starts with an L. I can't remember what it's called. But it sounds similar to that, yeah. Leviatar. It is Leviathan something. Leviatar something. Yeah. Sounds similar to that, yeah. Well, I've got up to live. Whelm.
Said the barbarian about the god.
We're off. Knowing as you cast the spell before, a creature that can see invisible objects sees the sensor as a luminous orb about the size of your fist. So creatures that can see invisible.
How does he do it? Bing bong. Bing bong in chat gets, you know what? We're going to get a how does he do it? How does he do it? For Bing bong. Possible that, Bing Bong's just seen it before. Or maybe not. Maybe didn't remember. But hey, called it right before it happened.
Can see the source of a scry spell.
Can see the source?
But doesn't know where it's coming from, but knows
not
that it's
necessarily,
there.
but they can see that something is scrying in space.
Okay.
As soon as you kick back, you're like, shit. That's probably what it was.
All right.
Shit.
That's probably what it was.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah. Well,
He knows we're coming.
yeah, well, I mean, there was that moment when you two were falling to your deaths before we entered the Titan. You were away from me, so it's possible he knows that.
I'm sure he knows we're around, regardless.
Not
Rats.
bad.
Do we want to deal with these people, or do we want to get around them?
I vote it around.
Do we see any other tunnels that aren't guarded? Any?
Make perception check.
Well,
No.
that's a big fat no.
No, it's real dark, and you have to travel deeper into the actual cavern space to try and see any other tunnels. Yeah.
And there's no peeling around the sides of this. There's too much rubble and shit.
Well, I mean, the sides of this
This huge space that we're in.
No, it encompasses the entire opposite side of this. This was maybe at one point a 250, 300 foot long.
Dude, I need to make chat commands again, because I actually liked chat commands when I was using them regularly, and then I tried to make them too complicated, I tried to make everything with streaming too complicated last year and a half. There's like a period right after I went like to doing like full-time content where I think I was doing it the best, where I was just like being a normal streamer and gaining proficiency in stream tools. And then I went too far into the tech stuff of it. I wanted to start, programming stuff to help me with editing and streaming and automations and all this shit. Because I really liked chat commands But then I started getting more and more complicated with them, and then they were harder to upkeep. And like if one broke, it was like a whole like hour to fix it. Ugh. I should just keep them simple so that we can use them. Because I was literally like, just like do exclamation point whiteboard here, man. Like I could easily make chat commands for just advice that I give all the time. Of like, yeah, like exclamation point whiteboard. A whiteboard would be great here to help with this communication barrier. Don't really need to get too into it because I talk about it all the time.
Long cavern,
Yeah.
but half of it is entirely occupied by the base of Tharamfala.
Okay.
Couldn't like Scanlan look like one of the like mages we just killed and walk up and be like, "All clear, everybody, go home. It's all done."
We can totally try that.
James, what was his name?
Get a name?
Oh, he did have a name. What was the names? You wrote them down.
The names of the people we just killed?
Yeah.
We know their names?
Yeah.
I don't normally keep
No, yeah. You wrote it down.
Odell.
Odell.
Hotel.
Tel Viscon. We have visitors. I wrote that in quotes.
Yeah.
I could be one of them, and I have
be Odell.
an orb of destruction next to me that would seem like his.
Totally.
Yeah, you could just walk it up real close
And be
and
like,
be like,
we're gonna tunnel in this one now, so move.
Do you remember what Odell looked like?
Sure. I mean, we just killed him, right?
Yeah.
Odell seemed to be a more high-ranking member of Vecna's
Sure.
forces.
Which was the one who was controlling the orb, though?
Well, wait a second. Scanlan could do that, but he can't go by himself. We all have to creep along with him or be
I
found
won't be
out.
alone. I'll have Simon with me.
We all have to go together so we don't fall out of range of her
This
ring.
is true. We're gonna be within 60 feet of you.
"Oh fuck."
Very stealthily.
We are all stuck together, unfortunately.
Can you send them down there?
Send who down where?
The rest of them to help the other. We tell them that they need help down below in the cavern where we've just murdered everybody. You're Odell. Viscon might be one of them, but you send them down there to like say that there's a problem, and then we just cave them in when they all go.
Yeah, but how do we get them past us?
How far are they
We
from
hide.
They're about 140 or so
Just
feet,
send them
150 feet.
down to where we were.
Send them who?
The people that got in the archways.
Yes.
All right.
Who told us which places?
How is it that Grog is following me right now?
How many?
Am I making that little sense?
No.
Always the tone of surmise.
How many ropes do we have? Are we going to claim that we are there to relieve them of their shift? Is that what you're pitching?
No, we're gonna say we're gonna tunnel in that area now, so they have to clear out, or else they'll be caved in.
We send one of us up as Odell, tell Viscon that there's a problem down there and that we need everybody to help because we found something.
Yeah, we heard rumblings down there.
There's people coming through.
Yeah,
We need
that's
help.
They're not people. Don't let anyone know that there's people.
There's a strange gem.
Noises.
But there's definitely something interesting.
But you people have to be near me when I do this, or
Yes.
else.
Right.
We have to within 60 feet.
How is that going to happen?
We're going to hide.
We're gonna hide.
Is there anything to hide behind?
There are. I mean,
It's all dark.
it's dark, and there are a number of dwarven buildings and various, levels of disrepair and collapsing.
And as we get closer,
There are buildings that they could potentially hide within? Exclamation point whiteboard.
I can use hide in plain sight and camouflage all of us to where they can walk by us and they won't see us.
Also, additionally, we can play monkey in the middle as long as Vex is at the center. You can be 50 feet or so ahead,
That's
and
true.
everyone else could be either with Vex or back.
Yeah.
This actually sounds like a plan, which means it'll go terribly wrong.
Shit.
Everything.
So really, they're within what? They're like 120 feet from us, you said?
140, 150 feet.
Okay, so we'll move forward a bit and then we
wait,
camouflage all of you.
An actor prepares. Who am I? What's my motivation?
You are Willie Loman.
Am I Odell? And if so, why does Odell have the sphere with him?
Because he's going to tunnel in that tunnel.
But does he
no,
control it?
Odell-
He never controlled it.
Yeah, look, Odell
Did
went
he?
to Vecna because his wife left him because she's like, oh, you're not very powerful. And he's like, I will find and show you power. So you went to Vecna and you gouged your eye up.
Sure.
Then your like depth perception is off now. So then you're like, I'm gonna work my
I'm
way
gonna
up
show
through the
her.
ranks.
Yeah.
But then you went back, and she was like, "Oh, now you're hideous, and now I'm not taking you back at all." And you were spiteful, so you went back and just turned to a life of crime and deceit.
Sure. I'll show her. I'll show all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I like
You ready?
this. Yeah, the good backstory.
Like smash Scanlan, let him know.
Smack him on the butt. Go get him.
Wait. And who's Viscon? Which one?
Viscon was the... No, Odell was the...
Also, Viscon's the island, right? His name wasn't Viscon, was he? Wait. What did they say? Did I not catch it back in the last episode? Where was this? Wait.
Camouflage all of us to where they can walk by us and they won't see us.
Also, additionally, we can play monkey in the middle.
This actually sounds
Like 120 feet.
An actor prepares.
Right.
Who am I? What's my
Odell.
motivation?
Wait,
You are Willie Loman.
Wait.
Am I Odell? And if
Kiki just said, like, go tell Viscon something, right? Wait, what? She said that she wrote it down exactly. tell Viscon. 38. To tell Viscon there's a problem. Yeah, I wrote it down. Wait. Okay, we're at 3910. You wrote it down.
We know their names?
Yeah.
I don't know what
No, yeah. You wrote it down.
Odell.
Odell.
Tell Viscon we have visitors. I wrote that in quotes.
One of the cultists with the orb of annihilation said, "Tell Viscon we have visitors." Did that actually happen? That doesn't seem like it happened. I feel like I would have caught that. Wait. Shadows of Thamora. Let me pull it out.
Matt, thank God you're totally 100.
Let's see the transcript. I should be able to see it in here. Tell Viscon. No results. What did she write down? No results. We have visitors. Let's see. Visitors. Wait a minute.
Odell.
We're back to roll initiative, motherfuckers.
Sorry, guys. We did it.
Thank you very much.
Viscon? Is that what we've heard the name Viscon before.
We have heard the name Viscon.
Yeah, Odell.
Odell, comma, tell Viscon we have visitors.
With knives made of glass.
Wait, we've heard Odell before? Okay, wait, one second. I'm pulling this off screen. Oh, I can't pull it off screen. Oh shit. Wait, I'll look it up on the other screen. I gotta pull up my world anvil. Odell? Who's Odell? We've heard the name Odell before? I thought they were maybe just, they were remembering something that I didn't remember. But now I know that they're remembering it wrong. They're remembering Viscon as a person, maybe Odell. They're not remembering who they are. Wait. Critical role theory, view, search, Odell. No results for Odell. Okay, so they might be wrong about Odell, which would make sense. I don't recognize the name Odell. I recognize, the name O something sounds familiar. I know that we have some O names. We have some characters. We've got Osgrood. We've got Orn Blackfoot. Who else do we have? Yeah, we've got some people. Do we have some deities with those? Actually, we don't, I think. That's weird. Oh, Osisa. I guess we actually don't have that many O names, which is kind of interesting. Huh. Yeah, no, actually not that many. Maybe they're... Wait, are there... No, but we know this person is actually named Odell. I was like, maybe there's a location that's different, but... Huh. Odell was one of the cards at Grayskull. Okay, fair enough. Could be a reference to a location. Similar to Houston, we have a problem. I think, tell Viscon we have visitors. I think it very much, number one, if it is a reference to a command center like that, a la Houston, we have a problem. Awesome. So cool. I love that. If that is the explanation for it, very just a light chef's kiss of world building. So cool. And regardless of if that's what they're doing, if it's just a reference as a turn of speech or as a turn of phrase, if it's not that, and it is like, hey, tell Viscon, I could still very much see it being a contact our people that are currently on Viscon, potentially coordinating the assault. Is that a command center of some manner? Because we know that it was Opash's. Opash? I believe Opash, the ancient necromancer. We know that it was a lair for an ancient necromancer in the past, and we know that we didn't see all of it, and I'm pretty sure it has a ziggurat. I'm pretty fucking positive it has a ziggurat. And they just didn't find it. They just left after the Raishan fight. And there was a big-ass pair of doors that they didn't even open, if I remember correctly. Oh. So is there currently a detachment of remnants at Viscon coordinating the whole thing? Is Viscon? Oh. Oh, I'm having some thoughts. I'm having some theories flood through the brain. Okay, we're just gonna vomit them out without quality checking them too much. Okay. So I think there's a ziggurat on Viscon. It seems like the remnants may be coordinating with people in Viscon. Why would they do that? Even if Viscon has a ziggurat, the ziggurat's purpose seems to... And maybe that's what was in the dome! Holy shit, this is a theory and a half. If it's gone, the ziggurat's purpose seems to be fulfilled. So why would they care about Viscon? Also, what was in the dome? Also, how did Vecna know about the Earth Primordial's location? Is it even the Earth Primordial? Or is it a Earth Primordial? Follow along with me. Okay. Oh, is she hiding? Baby cakes. You have to go to the bathroom. It's imperative. Bug does not like the new neighborhood that we moved to, because we moved down here right around 4th of July and there was a lot of fireworks. And that has like soured her on the entire neighborhood as a whole. So now she hides anytime we're going to take her outside. Anyways, okay. The Earth Primordial, or the Primordial. I have also long theorized about a connection between the primordials and the magical materials. A la Whitestone and the Vesra. The Vesra rocks. I don't remember what they're called. The Lodestones? 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 Question mark? And magical materials, there also seems to be a connection between magical materials and ziggurats. As in, the Briarwoods were utilized ziggurats, and I will say, and planar travel in general. I.e., the Briarwoods were utilizing Whitestone to stabilize the ziggurat in Whitestone, and the Vestra, or stabilize / empower / enhance, and the Vestra used the the lodestones. You know, lodestones are animal poop. They're kraken poop, and they are infused with planar magic. I think they're similar to Whitestone, if I had to guess. And I would also guess that there are probably other enhanced materials around, other than just lodestones and Whitestone. But I digress. The Vestra used the lodestones to stabilize the water portal. Poop is poop, poop is poop. That's fair. And to stabilize the water portal. The magical materials clearly have some relation to planar travel. Even if they weren't the Briarwoods were using it to stabilize a siphon. Specifically to another plane. Okay. So, and also, the only other time that we've seen a magical aura that spreads out over an entire area and blankets it in some manner of effect was, or the only two times, I should say, the only two times we've seen magical aura that spreads out over an entire area and blankets it in some manner of effect were the necrotic aura around Whitestone before the Briarwoods were deposed. The magical aura around Viscon, the only times. The necrotic aura around Whitestone, the magical aura around Viscon, and in general, the anti-magic auras around the siphons. We know the siphons, not the siphons, the ziggurats. Ziggurats were placed strategically along ley lines to redirect the magic. But what if it's... actually, no, we actually don't know that they were placed strategically. That's part of my point. We know they were placed along ley lines to redirect the magic. However, why it how do I say it? However, they don't seem directly related to the magic materials always, or at least in ways that are always obvious. The Kavarn ziggurat did not have an aura, and it also didn't ostensibly have any magic materials. But there was a planar portal nearby. Okay. What if the ziggurats are all made out of primordials? Because in order to channel and constrain and shape the planar energies, you need the corpse of the thing that made the planes in the first place. The Foreigner? The Foreigner? The sky a window? Water door? All knowledge dost billow. All something ashore. The sky a window. The ocean a door? As ages die, their time and ember, the four endure, the four remember. I don't think that's it. But I'm thinking about, what if all of the locations of the ziggurats are always at the corpses of primordials? These are potentially even just the natural nexus points of the ley lines. The ley lines, the energies. I mean, fuck. Maybe during the founding, they kick all the primordials out, right? But the magics of the multiverse, the magics of the realm still congeal around the corpses of the primordials. They're the remnants of the chaos, right? And we know that the original magics, the primordial magics that the gods, the original gods, taught mortals to wield was originally primordial magic. That is the first type of magic that was taught by the divine to mortals. It seems like, I would argue, a more ancient form of magic. Maybe something a little bit closer to raw magic. Maybe something that's a lot like raw magic, but just a little flavored. Just a little spiced. As opposed to the complex schools that we have nowadays. Right? That have much more layers of ambiguation between them and the raw, potent energy. And maybe during the founding, they tried to get a bunch of the magic out of the land. They said, or maybe it just happened that way, where the primordials were like the sources of this magic. They were the source of this chaotic power, because magic is kind of chaotic. Like, fundamentally, it is chaotic. It is not conducive to an ordered reality, right? It is telling the laws of physics to temporarily shove it. And so if you're trying to make the world, Exandria, less chaotic, you're also going to want to make it less magical, right? And so it seems potential to me, and this is potentially the maybe the source of the beef between a lot of the different types of magic is that like raw nature magic is just closer to raw magic, right? It's closer to that fundamental nature. And maybe that fundamental nature on Exandria emanates from the corpses, right? The gods paired off most of just the free-floating magic. They put it in the Feywild. They put it in the Shadowfell. They put it in the plains, right? They shoved all the magic into those places. But the corpses of the primordials are basically radioactive. They are just spewing magic out of them. And so what do the gods do? They bury them. All of the ziggurats go underground. Fuck, they might not have even needed to bury some of them, some of these corpses. It might just have happened naturally. Like some of the this earth primordial seems to have just gotten naturally buried, but also maybe some of the volcanoes, like the Glint Shore, passively buried the corpse of a fire titan. Maybe the core of the Glint Shore volcano is a fire primordial. And that's why, during the Age of Arcanum, where we're trying to increase our magical know-how, our magical what to do, we're trying to increase our capabilities, very Netheril coded, I might say. We're building all of these temples, these ziggurats. We're building it to control, right? That was always what siphons were used for. They were used to control the flow. Right? If you don't have anything to control the flow, they're basically hydro dams. Or not hydro dams. They're basically dams. Right? Maybe even hydroelectric dams in essence. Right? So we have these corpses that are just emanating magic, and normal ley lines are just the natural paths that welled up magic creates. Every corpse of a primordial is like a pond or a lake, right? And just where the terrain, the magical terrain in this case, just naturally lets the water flow out. But then, if we put a dam near the source, near the spring, the wellspring of this magic, then we can control the way that it flows. Right? If we dam up the lake, then we can control how much flows out and in what direction it flows, which is exactly what we know the purpose of the ziggurats were. And that all brings me back to, why would they be contacting Viscon? Because Viscon is riding on top of a water primordial. Viscon called up Kraken on the phone, said, "Hello, Kraken." I had this theory a while ago that the Kraken said it had plans. The Kraken said, "I'll see you very soon, motherfucker." Kraken escapes from the Vesra, or is related, lets a water primordial out, or just teaches the remnants how to resurrect the corpse, how to puppeteer the corpse of the water primordial in exchange for being released into the world. We're always looking for knowledge, right? We're always looking for knowledge. And that could potentially address why Viscon has this like weird chaotic aura. Maybe that's just the nature of the water primordial. It's flowing. It's the most chaotic, right? It's not even really a thing, so it like throws off all the magic around it. Or maybe it's even the air primordial. Maybe we'll find out that Viscon is now a floating island on top of the air primordial that they are puppeteering. Again, these corpses. And all of the ziggurats, some of the corpses decay into magical materials, but maybe some of them there's not quite enough. Like maybe Whitestone is a location where there was an incredible concentration of these primordial corpses. Maybe the Whitestone Mountains themselves is a mass grave of primordial corpses. Fucking would explain why Whitestone has a problem with ghosts. because they are literally surrounded by the fantasy equivalent of like an Indian burial ground. But it's just an entire mountain range made of the chalk because chalk is just calcified remains of sea creatures. What if the Whitestone Mountains are just the calcified remains, the dried out remains of thousands of earth primordials or air primordials or what have you, right? And that's why there's all of these magical materials in such concentration. Because we do see with the Vesra that it seems like magical materials need to come from living creatures, right? It is poop, like the actual material is inert, but it is only possible because of the Kraken. It is waste product of a powerful planar creature. There's no equivalent that we're currently aware of for Whitestone. There's no powerful creature that made it. It seems like it was maybe just made as a natural process, but what do the natural processes on Earth that make special materials look like? What makes oil? What makes, like I said, chalk? These are dead things. These are dead creatures. And we know that there wasn't evolution on Exandria. Like these, a mass death event to create a bunch of this type of material right when the conditions are right, which is how we have all of our magical materials in real life, again, i.e. oil. And there's only one mass death event that we're aware of. Maybe two, I guess, with Vecna. But mostly one, which is the gods and mortal kind driving out the primordials, probably killing them by the thousands. I think it's very, very possible that Whitestone was previously just a giant battlefield, just a giant mass grave for all of these earth primordials. And that's why it's fucking such a cursed area in general. And so if we're coordinating with Viscon, I think it's because Viscon is also riding on the back of a primordial and is going to do war or, Vecna's bidding on the other side of the world. I think that is the long and short of it is Viscon has a ziggurat. Ziggurats are near / on the site of many primordial corpses, which themselves emanate raw magic. Vecna has discovered how to reanimate the primordial titan corpses. Viscon is riding on one of the other primordial titans. I'm betting water. And you know what? There's even more of a piece of evidence. Like, we have so many dwarves that have dug underground and not gone insane. We have so many examples of it, a la Craghammer. And there seems to be something that happened to the dwarves that made their home inside of a primordial titan corpse that made them go insane, made them turn into cannibals. It's clearly not a magic redirection aura, but maybe that just has to do with the type of primordial titan, right? Viscon has the water elemental titan, or the water titan, the earth, and that causes, magic to behave kind of chaotically, going in and out. Maybe the earth titan causes insanity. I don't know. And I think there's a good chance that either the Colosseum or, I think more likely, the dome was the ziggurat of this location. There is a ziggurat here already where we are. And that is how Vecna was able to tap in and control this thing. Now, it's probably not in the dome because the dome exploded. I was thinking maybe it was all of if they enhanced it with a particular material like whitestone, maybe there was a bunch of charged energy stored up. Or maybe that is still the case. Fuck, that could be the case. It could be that the ziggurat was inside of that dome. And then when it fell, the ziggurat was cut off and was destroyed, blew up, because all the magical material blew up. Probably whatever magical material this shit is made out of. Probably whatever magical material their weird gem is made out of. I'll bet you that weird gem that they got out of the middle of the Colosseum is a magical material on par with lodestones with whitestone. Bang! Bang! I'm feeling good about this theory. And I think the dome had their ziggurat. Or potentially the dwarves just didn't build ziggurats. Maybe the dwarves were, culturally different. Maybe the ziggurats were more of a Tal'Doran thing during the what do you call it? The Age of Arcanum. So maybe different cultures built shit kind of different. We know that, Mind Flayers, the very first ziggurat we ever saw was a little different than other ziggurats we've seen since. And Mind Flayers are they use a lot of human slaves. A lot of, and even the races like the Gith that, used to be enslaved to the Mind Flayers were just people. They were humans that mutated over thousands of years to look like they do now. So maybe that is showing some cultural drift between humanity that built the ziggurats in the way that we've mostly seen them versus maybe a mutated humanity or a humanity under enslavement to the Mind Flayers at Yogg-Baril. And then maybe the dwarves don't build ziggurats. Maybe they build colosseums. Maybe they build colosseums because Matt did say that the Colosseum and the temple were synonymous, right? And we know that all of the ziggurats are temples to Ioun. So the ziggurats are temples. They have this weird architecture, though. And the dwarves had a weirdly architected building that was also a temple, but kind of looked like a Colosseum and had a weird material on the middle that was holding the attention of all the undead. I kind of feel like I'm on to something here. I kind of feel good about this theory. Oh. Viscorod? They misheard a name? The one of the name of the people was Viscorod? Oh no. Oh no. Have I been going this whole time? Wait, 306. Oh no. Wait, 30601.
That's okay. All right. So, yeah. As soon as the one crumbles to the ground and the two other daggers into the other two that are there, they kind of... You see the one fall. The one in the center of the chamber glances over the shoulder and says, "Oh, it seems I'm the lucky one. Odell, run back and tell that Viscorod found sneaky prey
Oh shit, that is Viscorod. Oh, it's also run back and tell that Viscorod found sneaky prey. He's talking in the third person. Shit. That was the PC's bug. Look, I'll say it. I still think I could be on to something with the with the magical materials and the ziggurat placement. Nothing about that being wrong precludes it, but it does hint at it less. I thought I'd found like a smoking gun to connect all that. Huh. Shit. Well, what are you gonna do? Fuck. I mean, can you really say there was no mass extinction events? Yeah, I was about to say there were seemingly two big ones in the lore. Yeah. Yeah. It seems like there was exactly two. And so it would have either needed to be, but also the mass extinction from the Age of Arcanum and from the penance and the calamity wasn't long enough ago for, people to turn into the magical materials, as far as we're aware. Now, there could be some magical shenanigans that accelerated the timeline, but we have no idea how long the Age of Arcanum was, right? It was a bit of a history reset after that happened. It seems kind of like the fall of Rome kind of put us into a dark age. I think we're still kind of in the dark ages, right? I think everything from calamity to now, I think like in terms of the Exandrian timeline, they're in the Renaissance, right? They are just now getting out of the dark ages. I put dark ages in huge quotes because that's a whole complicated topic about our own history of that. But it seems very possible to me that they don't even realize how long the Age of Arcanum was and how long the founding was before that, right? They have no concept of this. They might think it's about the same amount of time, kind of like humans, assuming that our history probably goes back to like -500 until we discovered that, oh no, humans were around long, long before that, thousands of years before that. So it seems very plausible to me that a mass extinction from the founding, from that war with the primordials, would actually have enough time to geologically turn into Whitestone, especially if there's even a remotely accelerated decomposition process. That seems a lot more reasonable to me than, 800 years ago. Even if there's an accelerated decay process. It seems like the Whitestone Mountains are a known geological feature that didn't just spring up over the course of the past 100 years. So it seems like it would have to be one of the mass extinction of the primordials. Yeah. Oh, man. Something about this theory gives me Princess Mononoke vibes. I've never seen Princess Mononoke. It's on my list because I like Ghibli. But I've never seen it. So I cannot comment. When the load-bearing note-taker slightly misheard a name, yeah, it do be like that. It do be like that sometimes with the notes. Yeah. Any good D&D setting is basically a post-apocalypse. Oh yeah, there's always an ancient civilization. Yeah. Of course. It would be cool if a giant global magic war with the gods made geological features. That sounds like God War stuff. I mean, that was back when they still talk about, the features of, the material so much as it was. They talk about it being chaotic, ever-changing. People couldn't build anything permanent because it's always moving around. So, in a way, the war with the primordials was kind of meant to solidify the geography of Exandria in like a very real way. It's meant to stop it from changing all the time. So that seems very, very plausible to me in Exandria. Yeah. especially if the event wasn't Move Mountain, it was time passes 6 million years on this mountain. I do agree. I think that's more rare. That we have like big God War and then also a bunch of time. I'm with you. That's much more rare and I think very interesting. I mean, it's one of the things that I like about Matt's world building with Exandria is that a lot of factions are very worked into the environment. I think the Ziggurats are, in general, a really nice world-building feature. These places of power, these places of importance. Pair that with all of the Ashari. I think the Ashari are super fun. Like, the one that I like the least is Terra, but that's just because it's a bunch of rocks. Like, at the end of the day, the fact that the rocks wiggle sometimes is not as cool as volcanoes. Hey, lock me up. And so I really like that part of Matt's world building is that he takes the fantastical elements and allows them to impact the environment around them. I think the Ashari are a really, really good example where these planar portals that the Ashari are based around are affecting the environment around them. Right? The Zephyra. The Zephyra's like fucking canyon that's constantly just belching out air. Super cool, super fun way to introduce an airbending temple-esque thing, but make it more magically inclined than even Avatar is. I think it's a really, really slick way to do that. Yeah. Causing local acceleration of time would be a very cool event. That is true. That would be very interesting if time travel or like time acceleration was possible in your setting, but only into the future. Like the past is set in stone. You can't slow down your perception at all, or I guess speed it up in that way. But you can acceleratedly age things or like skip forward in time without aging. I guess either way on that scale. Yeah, both of those would be very interesting. And then you don't have to deal with all of like the paradox bullshit of going back in time.
Yeah.
I could be one of them, and I have an orb of destruction next to me that would seem like his.
Totally.
Yeah, you could just walk it up real close
And be like, we're gonna tunnel in this one now, so move.
Do you remember what Odell looked like?
Sure. I mean, we just killed him, right?
Yeah. Odell seemed to be a more high-ranking member of
okay, wait.
Vecna's.
Wait, I watched this. We were like 39.
So where
Defeat us.
Go terribly wrong.
shit.
Everything.
So really, they're within what? They're like 120 feet from us, you said?
140, 150 feet.
Okay, so we'll move forward a bit, and then we
wait.
camouflage all of you.
And Axel prepares. Who am I? What's my motivation?
You are Willie Loman.
Am I Odell? And if so, why does Odell have the sphere with him?
Because he's going to tunnel in that tunnel.
But does he control it? He never controlled it.
Yeah, look, Odell
Did
went
he?
to Vecna because his wife left him because she's like, oh, you're not very powerful.
All right,
And he's like, our perception is off now.
Sure. Wait. And who?
Smack him on the butt.
There we go.
Go get him.
Wait. And who's Viscount? Which one?
Viscon was the... No, Odell was the one holding the sphere, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Because one of the other minion guys was like, Odell, go tell Viscon.
Yeah, but he was running away.
It was Odell. Go tell that Voca Road or something did XYZ, which is a very Viscerad. It's a weird sentence, so I totally get why she misheard it and like is misinterpreting her note about it.
He was the one holding the sphere.
That's true. So Odell
The one in the green robe
the
was...
other one was holding the sphere.
He's the green robe guy.
Doesn't matter.
Who's Green Robe guy then? What's
Grey
his
robe.
name?
Grey robe?
Yeah, it was grey. Hold on, I'll pull it out and look at it. Yeah, it was grey.
Wait. Check to see if
Wait, we have the actual robe.
Oh, yeah. Are they written on the tags like a
Yeah,
school
does
play?
it have his name written in it anywhere, like, so we keep track of
Please
it?
see us.
It does.
Oh my god, that would be so amazing.
Roll an investigation check.
Yeah, come on. Please let it be
Property of Jimmy.
Oh, this is pretty good. 24.
If found, return to...
property of.
Is this happening?
Come on.
So this is which one? This is the...
This is the grey robe.
Was it grey or green?
It was grey, the guy that was controlling the orb.
You know these people have anal retentive.
I mean, of course, he could, you have the opportunity for many jokes. If you don't want to make a joke, you could include maybe like a letter sewn into the interior pocket from someone, either instructions or maybe even a letter from a loved one. some sort of thing that they like keep like stitched into an inner pocket as like a keepsake. That has their name on it. If you wanted to take the more serious route, there's obviously plenty of joking ways you could include the name.
The red guy
ran.
Oh no, the red guy was holding the orb. The green guy put up the force wall and ran away.
So we want the red.
The red rope. So I'm looking at the red rope.
Shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the red rope was Odell.
Red rope, red rope.
I don't know for sure. We don't know. No. No.
Fuck.
One person at the table does know.
He
I'm
knows.
loading this up.
Vax just starts quietly praying to the Raven Queen in the corner right now.
Okay.
This is so dumb.
I love it.
So, Odell is the one that ran off.
Okay. So that's not the one we want. We want the one in red that was controlling the orb.
Viscorod.
Viscorod.
Did we ever hear his name?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
No.
So I can tell that Viscorod found sneaky prey.
That's right.
Viscorod. My name is Viscorod.
Yes.
Do you want to know his back?
Her rapidly like looking back at her notes, so like, shit, did I? Is that what my handwriting says?
I'll just use the same one.
Is Viscorod Viscon?
No.
Viscorod and Viscon are two different people.
I might have missaid it in the moment. I was in painkillers.
That's true.
So it's
So I'm
there is no
Viscorod.
Viscon. There's a Viscorod though.
Viscon, I think, was the name of an island elsewhere. That's my brain.
Yup.
Look.
Yeah.
I'm doing the best I can here.
Looking forward to vacation when this is all over.
Yeah.
But we know the other one was named Odell and he's dead.
Yes.
So I can go over to them and say, they've killed Odell.
No, you can go. Don't say that there's anybody that they need to watch out for.
Wait,
don't
no,
set
but
them
I'm
on
trying
alert.
to send them down.
No, don't set them on
Odell's
alert. Tell
alive
them
and
you
he's
found
dead.
something interesting and Odell is investigating it.
And so they need to go get what?
They need to
needs
go down
help.
into the tunnel to help him.
Best who's on first.
Okay, but what is the thing that we found?
I don't know.
Anything you like.
All right, fine.
Improv.
Your
Come on.
your long lost wedding ring
Sure.
from your past marriage.
Not that, but yeah, something that you found something interesting. It's strange, possibly dangerous, possibly useful.
You definitely need help for it. Vecna's going to be thrilled.
It's
Yeah.
huge.
Everybody's going to get promotions.
Okay.
Just tell them you lost your
Odell's still down there.
Yes.
He needs some help.
Yes.
No, well,
I'm going to go talk to Vac while they go help Ode.
Yeah.
Right? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are doomed.
I'm going to put on my hat of disguise.
Okay.
And become as close to that man's form as I can.
Okay,
What,
easy
was he? Was he a human? Was he an elf? Was he a?
He's human.
He was human.
Okay. So we sneak forward. Trinket's going back in the neck.
How
This
many
is
non-humans
too
in
dangerous,
the
but
red
Molds and
so
folds. Molds and
far?
folds. Red leather, yellow leather. Red, yellow.
All right.
So as soon as we get like within 100 feet of them,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put, I'm gonna do hide in plain sight on everybody and camouflage everybody so that they
Okay, so hide in plain sight and then camouflage.
Or should we get inside one of the?
on top of pass without trace. Hide in plain sight.
Oh man.
Because we could hide in the house.
I think hide in plain sight is just
Camo
a thing.
paint and camo
We are
curtains
swords and
while
nipples.
carrying a bush. Yeah.
Okay, so hide in plain sight is the camoufage. Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
We are the Munchkins in the beginning of Wizard of Oz.
Just to like disguise everyone so that they're super hidden.
And Pike can get on my back just to rule out any accidental.
Camouflage you can only really do on
Just for
yourself.
safety.
Yeah.
Hide in plain sight, yeah.
But I can use my tracking, my ranger skills
I'll
to like
say
cover
sure.
people.
You can Arnold Schwarzenegger and Predator this for other folk.
All right. So we're keeping.
Yeah, I mean, I'd let her make a survival check or something, or there's a skill check that you can make with that. You can just do it to yourself, and then
Within pass without
I'll
trace.
say make
to
a wisdom check.
see if I can actually do
wisdom
it.
check.
See how
Why not?
well you manage to amass
Yeah.
the terrain
10 feet
nearby.
away from her and
Yeah,
give her a plus
fuck
2. Oh, that's so low.
I know. 8.
Okay.
Oh no, I suck.
You're gonna have to you try, but unfortunately,
A wisdom saving throw or a check?
a check. Yeah. So it looks like
Hey, you know something easy you can do there for camouflage is you can just say, okay, what like that's the roll that you rolled is like 8 or whatever the wisdom saving throw or the wisdom check was 8. That'll be the DC that they have to beat for perception. Like that's how sneak versus perception works. It's a contested check if you're not using passives. So I basically just treat that as like a stealth check, but camouflaging, so it used a different skill. But it's basically just a stealth check. So yeah, easily just make that the DC and have either take the passive of the cultists or the undead against it, or have them actively roll for perception if they maybe think that something hinky's going on.
unfortunately the shale and broken rock in this vicinity, it's hard to find anything that would actually help hide them beyond just their natural stealth roll. So you're gonna have to rely on your pass without a trace.
Okay, so then we just have to stay within 30 feet of me because that's
You
how.
stay in there. We're gonna get into the ruins. We're gonna have.
Alternatively, if you plan on them also rolling stealth, a la for Pass Without a Trace, that could just be a check to determine if they get advantage on the roll, or maybe even disadvantage if it's low enough. Yeah. Isn't that kind of punishing Lara for using an ability she barely uses? No. I mean, she can still camouflage herself, absolutely. But the ability doesn't naturally give her the capability to camouflage other people. Like the hide in plain sight is only personal. So she was just rolling a generic skill that wasn't related to a specific ranger feature. She's just like as a ranger, would I be able to roll for this sort of thing? But there's no actual ranger feature that allows the ranger to camouflage others, as far as I'm aware, which I am looking up right now as we discuss. Show me legacy. Oh, I thought it did. I think Laura also thought it did, because you heard her be like, she was definitely trying to use it to go on other people. Let's see. Hide in plain sight. At 10th level, you can spend 1 minute creating camouflage for yourself. Yeah. And there's no discussion of it being applied to others. It's just that one PETA Malark scene from Hunger Games, and that seems like it's it. Which, I mean, speaking of 2014 Ranger, that's 2014 Ranger moments. Oh, you can camouflage yourself, but you can't camouflage your party? Why? Why? That's a little silly, 2014 Ranger. Come on. Like, that's something that would actually be, like, kind of useful to be able to camouflage the entire party, or, like, a campsite or something. But, no, we don't need that in a feature. We need you to be able to camouflage just yourself.
Our guns trained
So
in case
everybody
anything
hides.
goes wrong.
All right, and then Scanlan.
All right.
Just stay within 60 feet of me.
Keyleth, like, finds some, like, black dirt on the ground and just gives, like, a war.
Stay safe. And remember, if anything goes wrong, it's been a pleasure working with you.
We have the Jenga. We can do the Jenga.
Yeah.
You were the only one be saying Jenga, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do the Jenga.
'Cause otherwise we
Or
talk
just
to
what do
the-
we do if it's Jenga?
We kill everyone.
We just attack.
Yes.
Okay.
We think well of you and move on.
All right, so
I'm going to stick close to Vex in case she needs backup, but also if Scanlan needs backup. Ready to run in.
Okay.
so
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
only person going forward is you.
Yeah.
Are you doing
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Before he
can have
goes,
Wait.
I grab him and I cast freedom of movement on him.
What is that?
You can't be grappled.
Or
Can you pass
paralyzed.
or
something to
paralyzed.
help his, like, charisma or persuasion? You're pretty charismatic.
Yes, actually, I can,
Yeah.
because freedom of movement is not a concentration spell. So I'm going to burn my last second level spell and do enhance ability to give you
Advantage on charisma checks?
Yeah, whatever that one is.
Advantage on charisma checks.
Peacock's charisma or
All
whatever
right,
the fuck.
and note that you have freedom of movement. How long does it last? Is it an hour?
An hour.
Yeah. So,
All right, so you have freedom of movement for an hour. Okay, everyone else who's not going forward, make a stealth check, please.
Oh my god.
So
Oh
this is
god.
plus 10.
It's plus 10.
Let's do.
Yeah!
Let's do the druid
Get
dice. Do the druid dice.
Natural 20.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Natural 20.
Plus your
47, Matt. 47.
Jesus.
Because of my natural 20.
You're going to be in triple digits soon.
You. He.
You know, we've talked about stealth checks often, and you know, I don't like how often maybe Matt makes them re-roll, or I don't like how, you know, one failure can mean that the entire group fails. You know, I've talked about doing group checks in the past. I will say one of the biggest downsides of group checks is that you don't actually get a singular number out of it. Right? If you do a group check, you only get the total of like successes versus failures. So you have to have a DC in your head as the GM that you're pinging these against. Right? And I think that passive perception can totally work for that. But if you want to make it active perception, right? You want, and you know, maybe the perception hasn't been rolled yet, like in this case, I think you can also do something where you can take the value that is like the median value, or not the median value, the the median, I think. Oh God, math terms. But let's say there's 5 players, just because it makes the example easier. Let's say there's 5 players. Instead of counting, you know, successes, failures, or whatever, everyone rolls. and then you take the middle value. So you throw out the two lowest values, you throw out the two highest values, and you only keep the middle value, and that's the value for the entire party. Now, this has some issues, unlike maybe something like taking the average, right? The average is going to also have issues, right? Both these issues are going to have the issues that they have in statistics when you use them in the same way. That is the median? Okay, the median is what I was referring to. You can have these situations where like one person rolls really high, but 4 people roll shit, and now you're taking a value out of the shit area. But in D&D, I think a lot of the issues of median, like just picking the median value, are somewhat, how would I say it? I think they are evocative of the story, right? So like one of the reasons that, one of the good things about median is that it gets rid of a lot of outliers that something like the average, or the mean. Something like the mean is more affected by those outliers. But I think in the case of like doing a group stealth check, you kind of do want to ignore the outliers, I think that's like a lot of the point. One good stealth check should not make up for 3 terrible ones. That's also why, when I talk about group checks, I often talk about taking, counting successes and failures individually and then just needing over 50%, right? That shows that over 50% of the values were above the threshold, right? So it still also kind of gets rid of the outliers in a way. So I like the median for that. If you need a representative number, I like the median. Now, if you're playing like an even number of group, or an even number of players in your group, I have done this once. I've only done it once, and I was improvising it, and I've never done it since, because I've just never really run into a situation where I needed it. I had an even number of players. I needed a result, but I didn't want, I needed a result of their roll beforehand, but I wanted to treat it as a group check. And so I took the two, the second highest and the second lowest, and then I took the value that was halfway between them. And that's how I got there. It's kind of a bastardized mean, right? Because it was just a mean that was much quicker to get to. I didn't have to use a calculator. I could just look at it and determine the mean between those two numbers. So I've also done that if you have like an even number of players. That's obviously not as slick as just being able to take the true median of like an odd number of numbers. That is still the median, like the correct way to do it. Oh, really, Julio? Oh, well, there you go. Shit, I'm doing math correctly. To be fair, the when I did that, I was actively taking math courses in university, so I probably knew more about mean, median, and mode back then than I do now. I think I was in Calc 2 at the time, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Real GMs use weighted averages by ranking players from coolest to lamest on that particular check. Fuck yeah, absolutely.
Appears in another game somewhere in the Deep Valley.
You go back and watch previous episodes and Liam's not there. It's really weird. Okay, so forever.
Somewhere in the future, there's an Acquisitions Inc. going game, and my head just pops into the side and then pulls up.
Perfect.
I got 43.
43.
That's pretty good.
It's 22.
22. Pike?
20.
Yay!
Not a natural 20, but
About a 20.
37.
Okay.
34.
Okay, wow. That's some pretty solid rolls, guys. So, as you all stay as quiet as possible and moving along the exterior of Vex's ability to move forward, you moving forward slowly while keeping Scanlan in sight, you slowly begin to move forward with Simon 3.
Yes.
Just humming slowly in front of you.
I'm going to limp as I go.
Okay.
Limp as I go.
Interesting character choice. Okay. Stop making choices.
For sure. Strong choices. Keep as BBG, I mean, Look. I mean, watch those early episodes. I wanted Kima to be evil, man. I was convinced. But I think we're kind of past the point of it making sense to introduce. I think if she was gonna be evil, she would have been evil by now. It can always still happen, though. Especially there's an entire second campaign. There's an entire C2 where Kima has the option to be evil. It'll be great. She comes back. She's one of the originals, but she comes back as a villain in season 2. Who could have guessed? Is Stream hiccuping, dropping frames? Stream health, suggestion. Maybe? It's not dropping frames in OBS, I can tell you that. Anyone else confirm or deny? Dropping frames, stuttering, dropping frames. I do have a health warning from YouTube, but it's on something that I can't fix right now. Oh, no, I can fix right now. Okay, wait. Hold. Okay. I did change something. It will be more in line with what YouTube is expecting, it seems. It's more audio hiccups. Oh, audio hiccups? I might be hitting noise gating. I might be talking too loud. I tried to get rid of the peaking by just gating it, but I might just need to get better at talking more reasonably. A C2 after Vecna where Zealotry is taken over, starring Kima as the villain, would be really cool. Like, imagine a post-Vecna world that, like, descends into a religiously powered, like, police state of, like, under the rationale of we need to prepare for the next Vecna. So you need to lose all your personal liberties and all that. We need to heavily restrict magic. Kima ends up having to, like, maybe turn in Allura. And we get, that's her, like, break bad moment. Is that Allura is still doing magic illegally. And Kima has to turn her in. Whoo, shit. That could be something. Your mic is peaking, definitely peaking. Okay, wait. We're turning down the gain. We're gonna see if that helps at all. We'll see. I only have audio hiccups for Mega's voice, but the CR stream is okay. Okay, so it probably is something with my gain. I can also turn that down. I might just need a filter that I don't have on the mic. Because right now I have noise suppression, but I wonder if I do a compressor. Wait. I think that... So the louder sounds under and quiet sounds. Okay, I might just need like a soft compressor on my mic. Maybe I had one in the past, but I just didn't keep track of it. So let's throw a compressor on there, and then the ratio is 10:1. The threshold we'll put a little bit higher. Okay, I'm gonna try that, and let me know how that sounds because I just turned back up the gain, so it's back where it was before when it was peaking. Let me see how that works, because the compressor might do well to get it down. I had that issue at the start of stream, but it went away after a few minutes. Okay, interesting. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh, seems good now. Okay, maybe I just need a little bit of a compressor. We'll let that rock and roll. We'll see how that goes. But that would be a really interesting way to go for Pop's back when I went da 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 da. That does make sense. Here, I'm just gonna make the threshold a little bit. We'll make it a little bit lower so that it starts compressing a little bit sooner. Starts compressing into the yellow rather than the green, or rather than the red. Okay, we'll try that. Okay, but yeah, I think that like I could see that of like seems the T's and P's are popping. My mic sock isn't working. That could be. I haven't cleaned it in a while. I'll have to test. But yeah, I could see some evil in Kima's future, but not anytime soon, I don't think.
Strong choices, commit to them 100%.
Scanlan, you guys are quietly stepping through, and you hear his footfalls echoing, and immediately you see some of the torches shift, and there's some talk and some whispering back and forth and a small shout. And you watch as some of the skeletal entities at two of the entrances kind of shift and look in that direction, begin to shamble slowly. The two torchbearers on the right begin to move forward as the armored figure in the center kind of watches on, arms crossed. What are you doing? Yeah, there's three archways.
I'm gonna go to the one that had that knight near it, right?
That's the middle one.
The middle one. I'll go to the middle one. I'm gonna keep the ball sort of like in front of me a little bit to kind of just obscure me just a little bit. Not like dead in front of me, but just like it's up here just in case. Okay. Hanging my head a little bit.
Okay.
And I'll go up and I'll just say, power, so much power. I've never experienced anything like it before. Come, I need aid.
Okay, make a deception check with advantage.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Okay. Oh, first one was better. 10 plus, what is this?
Deception.
28.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The shambling skeletons to the left of you, you can hear kind of the scraping and the clacking sound as their bones rattle and shift across the stone floor, pieces of rock being pushed as their feet just drag across the stone dwarven walkways. The two torch-bearing cloaked figures you can see approaching, and they're talking amongst themselves. One of them is currently holding what looks to be some sort of a holy symbol in their hand, and they're starting to glow a bit, and they're kind of glaring forward. The armored figure with the arms crossed just puts a hand out like this. And they both kind of look over and stop and hold in place. The armored figure steps forward. You can hear the armored footfalls across the stone, and the rock behemoth, which you now see emerging behind.
Rock behemoth.
The entities that you saw patrolling Farum Fala, and one of them, or two of them, stormed into Sprig's house, begins to follow behind him.
No problem.
So far it's going great, guys.
Every minute or two, you have the vibrating footfall of the Titan. A few other rocks kind of fall and tumble from the ceiling, and a bit of dust begins to get knocked free from the high-up ceiling of the cavern. The armored figure approaches, gets within about 15 feet of you, and stops. You can see no face. There's this light slivers. It's kind of a Magneto style. There's space for the eyes and the mouth, but it's too shattered for you to make any features out. It's just this dark void. And you can see the hook kind of spiked shoulders and the horns that kind of are built to come out of the sides of the helmet. Arms still crossed before.
What did you say?
We were tunneling with the orb, and we found something. An ancient dwarven
artifact. It bends reality. It changed things. It changed my voice. It changed my whole world for a moment. It's still down there. Odell needs help.
There's a pregnant pause, a stillness that causes the back of your neck to grow warm. The nerves begin to creep up the back of your spine, and instinctually your eyes begin to glance at the two other archways as you see shapes shifting. The armored figure kind of gives a subtle chuckle.
Very well. Lead us to this find.
I have been injured. Take the orb. Go down and to where we were. Down that way. I will go get help for myself. Odell needs you to help him contain the power. The power!
His head retracts slightly, confused and a bit worried, and takes like one step onto the back foot, almost like he's not sure if it should be close to you or not. It raises its hand back towards the two other torch-bearing cloaked figures and goes,
Vislar, take the orb.
And the one of the hooded figures steps forward and takes a moment and concentrates. The orb jolts towards him. He goes, stop. He's gonna try again. Okay. And with a second try, you see like the sweat off his brow as he begins to step backward, like, I'm not really good with this. He manages to and you're relinquishing your control over it?
Yes.
Okay. So then he focuses for a moment, and the orb, you feel like the slight bit of will that you had imposed over it has pulled back, and the orb begins to push forward slowly in his direction of choice. And you can see a smile come across his kind of hairless, older face, and he kind of nudges the other figure, which you can see is a female half-orc who looks heavily scarred across the chin and the side of the neck, and they're both missing the corresponding eye. They both begin to move forward and slowly push the orb past you, and the vibration you hear getting louder in your guys' direction as the armored figure begins to follow suit behind. The rock behemoth begins to follow, and the armored knight goes, "Keep watch."
Shit.
And the skeletons begin to move backward with the rock behemoth. And so now you have the heavy footfalls of the large looming rock behemoth at the center walkway, and a handful of skeletons that approach and kind of blockade that as the knight with the two other hooded figures begin to make their way towards the entrance where you guys rose up.
Shouldn't have given them the spear.
What am I gonna do with a fucking spear?
Yeah, but we have to cave in and they're gonna see.
Wait, we're supposed to cave in shit?
We're gonna cave it in after them.
God damn it, why didn't you tell me this plan?
We did.
So they begin to walk forward and slowly make their way towards the staircase that you guys emerged from.
We're the best at this game.
So we part like
You guys part a bit and move around the sides. Okay. You guys keep as quiet as you possibly
I heard 3 rolls there, 3 perception, I'm guessing. Fair enough.
can.
Absolutely.
And there's a brief moment, Pike, where your arm is in the side of one of the stone walls, and a piece of rock just snaps and breaks and hits the ground. One of the figures of the hoodback stops for a second and goes to look, just as one of the Titan footfalls impacts, and the whole area shakes, sending other rocks tumbling around. And it seems to be just enough to kind of distract. And they continue walking forward. You hear the hum of the orb as it slowly makes its way past you. Faint hint of a Doppler, and it slowly, you watch them descend into the ruins that you emerged from, down into the tunnel.
So they can only move at the speed of the orb since they have the orb with them.
Correct.
Well, they can move faster, but
Yeah,
they
but
won't have the orb with
match the
them.
orb.
Should we still cave it in though? Behind them?
How many creatures are left
What's
guarding
left?
us?
Currently, you have the cluster of 8 skeletons on the left one.
Nice.
There's 4 skeletons in the rock behemoth in the middle, and on the right you still have one humanoid figure flanked by 2 hunched humanoid figures.
So 12
We can definitely
skeletons.
take the skeletons out though and like sneak through, potentially in that one tunnel. We should still cave this shit in, and it'll just seem like a natural cave in, right?
Skeletons we can handle pretty easily. So wait, it's 12 skeletons, 1 rock behemoth, and 2.
Don't you think the thing that the big thing was guarding is the better path?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know, we sneak past the
There are
rock
8 skeletons in the left path, 4 skeletons in the rock behemoth in the center,
4 in a rock behemoth,
and then 1 humanoid figure with 2 crouched humanoid figures in the right.
1 humanoid, 2 crouched figures. Okay.
And how spread out are those 3 groupings?
They're about
Not that.
40, 50 feet from each other, around like a curved outcropping. So from your perspective, it's around this. So the center can see both. The right and left probably can't see each other too
Because
well.
it's dark.
Humans are
It's dark, and there is a kind of a vanishing point around the curve where the far ends can't make eye contact.
humanoids are the big problem.
But they can see the middle.
Agreed.
Yeah.
They can both see the middle, yeah.
Out of all of these, the human with the 2 crouched thing is what I'm most worried about.
Because we don't know what it is.
Right.
Well, and humans have common sense.
Do we have a way to alienate these?
It's interesting. I think Travis is about to hit it. It's interesting that they don't seem to have a clear way to separate the groups. Like, the middle can see both. So I can't at least immediately think of a way that you could attack one of the groups without at least one other group seeing. That said, there's still a lot of decision-making potential here with how you arrange yourselves, who you go after first. Do you think you kick off the combat with a big AoE to just, totally get rid of all of the skeletons, and maybe you even charge past and go straight into that hallway, maybe throw up a wall of stone behind you? Do you go after the humanoids first while you have the element of surprise, and maybe their saves will be worse, or they'll you think they're going to be the harder ones? You want to try and take them out first while you don't have them fighting back or throwing up any defenses or anything like that. And there's even something to be said for starting the combat by trying to isolate the rot behemoth. It's standing back in the corridor. There might be a way to prevent it from coming out. There might also be a way to entangle it, keep it, tight. So while there isn't, I don't think there's going to be a way to separate them into 3 separate fights. The variety of unit types and unit spread on these 3 corridors, I think, makes for a lot of interesting decision making, at least on how to initially engage the fight. Right. I thought Matt described a bend which hides the groups from sights. There is a bend, but it only hides the 2 outer groups from each other. So it's at least to my understanding, it sort of looks like this, where like there's an arch there, and an arch there. So group A, if you have like group A over here and group C, and then maybe group B, it's like A, B, C. No more hiccuping. Let's go. B can see both, but because of the curve of the structure, A and C cannot see each other. Now, you might be able to use that. I don't know how you would use that, because B can still see you. And, like, it feels like the moment that B gets alerted, like, if you were to attack A, it feels like B would come over, and once B came over, C would be like, hey, what's going on over here? And come over to look, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if they'll be able to fully isolate them, but there's still a lot of interesting decision-making. And even in that example that I gave, C is probably not rushing over as quickly as they would otherwise. C is not going to start, throwing out all of their stuff. They're going to be delayed. Because they can't, see what's happening. They're just going off of B, whatever B's doing. And these are all, probably relatively mindless undead, so maybe their decision-making faculties aren't quite there. Maybe they won't exactly know what's going on. That seems possible. So they've got a lot of options, which I like. I like the decision-making opportunities here.
3 that are walking to go see Odell. Do we or do we not?
We have the gem.
And it's a really simple,
but we don't know what it does.
Situation. Like, you just as easily could have put one big arch and then had all of these enemies in one big clump. But just separating them, even quasi-symbolically, gives the players a lot more to chew on when it comes to planning the scene.
If the undead move towards it.
That's true. That's true. But should we cave in this fucking tunnel so that they can't come back through?
How wide are the tunnel entrances?
They're about 12 feet wide and about 10 feet tall. And when I say they're arches, there's simple stone placed and then built around to kind of maintain an arch, but it's been fairly recently constructed. And it's more of like the very basic beginnings of a mine shaft. It looks like these tunnels were carved probably once Tharamfala arrived above the Titan. So they're not extremely stable, but they're stable enough for passage in and out.
The guy who talked to me, is he still...
He went with the orb.
Oh, okay. Which archway did he come from?
The middle.
Okay, so I'm going to go up to the middle one and just say, excuse me, big fella, I have to get by.
Make a deception check. With advantage still.
Don't go too far from me.
25.
25?
We'll stick with it.
The rot behemoth just kind of glances at you. You see it's a large kind of metal cage-like helmet that guards its sunken head that rests kind of squarely in the center of its chest at this point. It's the smell emanating from it is just this awful combination of rot and long putrid milk. You can see no face behind the mask, just the glowing red coals for eyes. And as it kind of watches you as you pass, it doesn't make any motion. It just
go in through the archway.
Don't keep walking fucking away from me.
I'm just going to go a few feet in. Do I see anything?
You can see it seems to curve upward.
It's like stairs?
It's not stairs. It's a smooth... It looks like the interior of this was made with a sphere of annihilation. Like someone had taken a while, because there's no dirt, there's no mounds of dirt around it. It looks like someone had been carefully just carving this path. You get the sense that this sphere has been a utility object since they arrived.
Mm-hmm. How far can I get before I'm away from 60 feet?
You'd have no idea where she is.
Oh, shit. Well, I must have gone with them and then gone forward.
Well, they have to follow you.
We're following you right now.
Every time you move forward, I have to move forward.
Yeah. Oh,
And then they have to
fucking
move forward.
No, I'm just at the threshold of the.
Okay, so you walk about maybe 3 feet past the behemoth and just stop.
I take a knee.
It slowly turns towards you.
I'm okay. I just need a second. What's going on?
Away.
Oh, what's going on with my brain? What's the plan?
The behemoth away.
Oh, okay. You can do this, man. Stand up.
Lead him away. Where?
Anywhere.
Convince it that the people we sent away need it.
I'll start back. I start back.
Okay.
I go back through and I say, no, it's too dangerous. They need help down there. And I fall down to one knee again and say, damn, these legs. You must go help them. They'll die down there. Can't you see it's getting worse? The pain.
Is that the DM's face or the creature?
Probably both. Just make a straight charisma check. Not advantage. Well, no, you'd have advantage because the spell you would.
Just
charisma bonus. Charisma modifier.
23.
24. Oh, 23, right. Oh, right.
Okay. That's all you're gonna leave it at 23?
What?
Oh, you can inspire yourself?
You can.
It'd seem odd if I start singing to myself.
What? You're crazy.
Also, I have in the past been very, very critical of Matt. I felt being too harsh on his players, not reminding them of things that their characters would almost certainly know, not assuming competency all the time, just like letting them do dumb shit because of miscommunications, etc., etc. That is a great example of the inverse. That's a great example of what I mean when I talk about like helping the players out, of like reminding them of things. Just being like, is that what you're going to leave it at? Right? You're not telling them what to do. You're not even really telling them what their capabilities are. You are reminding them that they have the ability to make that number bigger, and allowing them to strategize around that, let the other players make comments like exactly what happened here. That's 2 thumbs up. That's 2 thumbs up for me. That's exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about when I talk about like helping out the players as the GM or reminding them of stuff. That's primo. Yeah. Why you always gotta stream when I'm selling dice? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
You're in the cross.
I've got the Jake legs.
I can assist in your inspiration.
How? You're 60 feet away?
Yup, literally a couple streams ago, he randomly had them lose 10 minutes to Grog trying to read. Yup. He did indeed do that. Yeah. So, and this is, again, it's not like giving them the answer. It's not telling them what to do, but it is hey, is that what you're going to leave it at? It's just a little reminder. And if they choose to leave it there, or they can't think of the thing that would let them raise it, maybe that's on them. Once they get that little prompting, I'm willing to say that's on them. I'm fine with that. So I think that's all you need, but it's awesome to see it there. I don't think you need anything more than that. Yeah. 23 is still a high roll. Nobody but Scanlan can get more than a 25, even with a crit. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's still a high roll. And, like, it might have succeeded. Like, we don't know what DC Matt has in mind. It might have succeeded. And Matt's just reminding him that if he views this as an important role, he has ways to improve it. It's not necessarily telling him that it's not going to work. So I'm big thumbs up for that one. He could be baiting Sam to waste resources for all we know.
For me.
I'm gonna. Can I assist in his
more than
inspiration?
60 feet away from
Anything
him.
you do to assist with him will reveal you from stealth.
Including casting a spell?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
What? I'm sorry. Including casting a spell. Percy. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? The only way that that casting a spell would not reveal you from stealth is if you are an illusionist wizard. If you are if you're an illusionist, and you're the illusionist, you got the improved illusions, which I think, oh no, is it memorize spell? No. Wait, where is it? Is it not this? No, it is. Is it wizard spell, whatever you can. Oh, yeah, right here. You can cast illusion spells without providing a verbal component. That, if you are in the illusionist school and your spell only has a verbal component, I'm thinking like Vicious Mockery only has a verbal component, or Message. I don't think either of those are illusion school, though. But if you have that, and you have this feature, oh wait, I just realized I'm not even showing it. It's this feature from the illusionist subclass in 5.5. It's improved illusions. If you have this, you can cast a spell without it breaking your stealth. But otherwise, I'd even rule that a somatic only spell is going to be breaking you out of stealth. I do not subscribe to the idea that somatic components are like a thing you can do like subtly. I think it's big ass arm movements. I don't think it's easy to block. Maybe if you have line of sight blocks, that's one thing. I don't necessarily think that somatic components are loud. They're just visually loud. Yeah. Or you have greater invis. That's true.
Says your senses.
Yeah, I'll just, sure, I'll inspire myself.
Okay.
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I get to roll
I
something.
roll a d12 and add that to your 23.
Oh, another 8.
The 8 onto that?
Uh-huh.
So a 31.
Oh, also subtle spell. That's a good point. Also,
There's
subtle
another
spell.
long pause. And generally, an entity like this is tethered to the will of one creature. And in most circumstances, it would not take any orders from anybody outside of it. But somehow, your words get it to consider, in its simplistic undead mind, that if its master is in danger, then obviously the master would want help.
That's Robotics Law 1, right?
Yeah,
Asimov.
straight up. Somehow, your force of words circumvent the tethered command, and the behemoth begins to hulkingly make its way with the four.
It doesn't always have to work, but a roll result above 30 or a natural 20, either way, mean that is the maximum possible result. Right? In D&D, if you don't know, DCs are capped at 30. That's how the rules are written. If you want to go above 30, you're getting into homebrew. But so if the roll result is over 30, and you had him roll, and they're this high level, you gotta understand that he can get to over 30. That's the best possible result. That's the best possible version of events. Now, maybe the best possible version is the flesh behemoth not squishing him for trying to override his master's orders. They don't necessarily need to get what they're looking for out of it, but it's going to be the best possible version of whatever they could have gotten.
Or the skeletons walking with the skittering of the skeletons away towards where its master disappeared.
Ooh, maybe. I'm gonna wait till it passes by me to whisper into my earring.
Maybe. If we all go down the middle tunnel, then we can collapse that tunnel behind us.
Instead of collapsing 3 tunnels.
Yeah. So we just make a run for it and then collapse the tunnel. Because the other 2 tunnels are gonna see us once we get in the middle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm into this. Can we do people have
Walls
abilities
down
to
it.
make sure these people stay back and don't rush us while we get through?
They're idiots. Just go.
Just run.
But there's a person thing.
We stealth around the other side.
Yeah.
And then
Because the skeletons are better to deal with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you talking about collapsing the middle tunnel?
Yeah.
That we're about to go into.
Right. Don't
Just
we
at the
wanna-
base.
Should we entertain the idea of collapsing the tunnel that we just sent everybody to?
Through. But there's more.
Yeah. But all the danger is behind. Most of the danger, the majority of it is behind
We
us
could
now.
Stealth
collapse
kill
both.
these humans super quick. And
Can you collapse the one that they just went down, and then we'll collapse ours too? Because the thing
Even
is,
if we just
sphere,
get the
they're
one.
gonna
The power.
Even if we just get the one.
It's corrupting me.
Because all of them coming back or chasing us is going to be a bitch.
Yeah, so let's.
Okay.
If we can just, even if it just slows them down.
This is all pretty much unworked
kill
stone
humanoids.
for the most part, since you said it was like all kind of.
And also, Grog has the Titan Stone knuckles that do double damage to inanimate objects, right? Have we forgotten about this? And Matt said that it's like barely a mine shaft. I think like one or two well-timed punches along with the, the beating of the Titanic footsteps, which they've already done before. They've already done Grog punch timing earlier in this dungeon. Just do that again, right? Am I crazy? Just go boom, 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 and then fucking yeet over to the archway, right?
Self-carved by.
Yeah,
pretty rough.
it's natural earth and stone, as natural as the Shadowfell's slate and rock is. But yeah, it's unworked for the most part.
I could go Earth Elemental, go into the walls, collapse Tunnel A. You guys make a run from it. I can Earth glide through the walls, get to the middle as soon as you guys get through, and collapse second tunnel.
I like this plan.
But it might take
It's gonna take a little bit.
Not like I don't know.
What about the 60 feet thing?
We have to wait for the first tunnel to collapse, and then we make
Just,
it.
let's
all
just
go together.
go.
Just make a run for it.
And not collapse Tunnel 1.
No, collapse on one. Collapse on one.
The one we came from.
How? Okay. Okay. How far away is Tunnel 1 right now?
I will say I don't often use a timer. I don't often use an hourglass. I have argued against using both of those things on stream before. I have argued against it. However, either someone's got to push the button or we need to get a move on. Or like something needs to change here because I think like what they have going on is an interesting plan, but it is only an interesting plan in that it feels like tense, right? And that like things are happening and they're going here and they're going there. And like, I think that the fiction of what is going on right now is kind of inherently time-based. And they are also litigating a new conversation right now. It's not even them as players reminding themselves of the previous plan. They are now in fiction discussing a totally new plan. Right? I'm actually more than down for players to relitigate what they're supposed to do. People have bad memories, they're not in the moment, they get distracted by something, we have a break, whatever. That's fine. But this is a whole new discussion that they should be having in real time. And that passageway back there that they sent everyone into is just not that long. They're gonna discover these bodies pretty quick. And so, honestly, if it were me, I don't think I would pull out the hourglass yet, but I would probably say to all of them, which this is like, the difference between the hourglass and what I'm about to say is, I think, kind of preferential. They both accomplish the same thing. But I think out of game, I would look at them and be like, remember, previous tunnel isn't that long. You're kind of burning time. They could come back any second. I would think I would just kind of be straight up with them if this were happening at my table and be like, look, you guys can, talk for as long as you want, but I'm keeping mental track and they will re-enter the scene at some point. And I think you just have to. You just have to. Because the scene that we are constructing fundamentally needs, like, time pressure. Or not even needs time pressure. It just, the scene that they have constructed themselves is a scene that just has time pressure in it. And so, like, you gotta do something. I don't love to do the hourglass. I really don't. But someone's got to push the button here, bro. You got to make a decision. I feel vindicated about our discussion earlier about using a sand timer. Look, I know. I remember which side of the argument I was on. And that's one of the reasons I love doing this show. It's because context matters. Context matters so much for so much of the advice that I give. And in this context, I think we need to hurry them the fuck up. I think they need to get a fucking move on here. Otherwise, we're drifting further and further out of reality as we don't get a move on here, you know? And especially because we're not dungeon crawling. They don't need to measure things. We're not on like a gridded map where there might be physical actions that take extra time. This is all in theater of the mind, which is faster. It's faster in some ways, but they're not re-litigating what the environment looks like, right? The downside of theater of the mind is that sometimes you need to clarify things about distances or unit counts or whatever. We've already done all that. We've already figured out all of that. That's the downside of theater of the mind. When we're not including that, when we're not considering that, theater of the mind is way faster. So it's not the style that we're in. It's like there's kind of no excuses. We gotta go. We gotta go, guys. This is all basically happening in real time in fiction. There is no game that is getting in the way of this, and we gotta move. And if that takes an hourglass timer, so be it. So be it. They're debating this as people walk past them. Yes. Travis used to push them along. He did. And, it's interesting. A couple of times during this episode, it seems like he has made, some comments about like, hey, shouldn't we do this thing? Ooh, nothing's really changed. Like, I never like to like read into their emotional states, but he has made several comments that I might make if I was annoyed about how slow things are going and about how much time we're spending litigating these things. I don't know if he feels the same, but I see some similarities. And I don't know why he isn't. It could just be that it's so... This is such like a critical juncture in the story that he doesn't want to make a decision for the entire group. Whereas, in a more isolated arc, when we're in the Hells or the Feywild, or we're approaching a mini boss, right? In any of those situations, he might feel okay making a decision on behalf of the group to speed things up. But when you're this late, he might be a little bit more nervous about that sort of thing. I could see me being that way. So I could see that. I think Sam is also pretty like, let's speed this along, but neither one of them want to push the button like they would normally, Insert meme of a stick figure with a poking stick saying do something. Yeah.
Tunnel 1, the one with the 8 skeletons.
No, the one that they all went
came
back
from.
to.
Oh, that one.
We just sent everybody to.
That's, I'd say at this point, with you guys having to keep it the 60-foot radius with Scanlan, it's about 80 or so feet behind you.
Another option. You said that these 3 passageways, it curves this way, and that the 2 on the sides don't have a really good look at each other, right? And on the left is a bunch of undead fuckers, right? And on the right, we've got a humanoid and 2 little crunched over guys.
And see, that, totally fine. We're in theater of the mind. Sometimes you have to relitigate what the scene looks like, just to make sure you're understanding. Totally cool. That does not fall into the things that they are doing that might require an hourglass. That's fine.
That's right.
It's all
so you've got that silence doohickey.
One shot for long rest, but yeah.
And us.
And it's so funny. You could even kind of hear Liam drop his voice into character once he stops relitigating it. Wait.
guys, right? So you've got left these three passageways. It curves this way, and that the two on the sides don't have a really good look at each other, right?
Correct.
And on the left is a bunch of undead fuckers, right?
Right.
And on the right, we've got a humanoid and two little crunched
Yeah.
over guys, right? So you've got that silence doohickey.
One shot.
Ooh, the voice, his like voice gets more airy. It gets a little bit more whispered as he is dropping from clarifying the scene down into talking in character. And this is the segment where it's like, if they're taking too long, you might have to give them a warning. You might have to get the hourglass out, because this should be happening in real time. This game pauses. I'm fine with that. Game pauses, relitigate the scene, whatever. Once we're down talking in character, clock's ticking. Clock's ticking if we're talking in character.
Right.
For long rest, but yeah.
And us. So we could bet it all on stealth kills and just creep in and go and leave it all behind.
Oh, okay.
On this side. So one in the middle is now empty, one on the left, over around the corner is undead.
Stealth kill.
Humanoid and two creepy crawly guys.
Okay.
If it pans out, we take them out, and the skeletons over there can't see over here if we act quick, and then we just go.
Well, I would say collapse the tunnel and go.
We still have to collapse the tunnel.
All right, but kill them and then make the loud noise, because as soon as we start shit rumbling, everybody gets paranoid and upset.
We would have to be lucky just if there's a big to make it.
We're probably getting down near Odell at this point. We should hurry.
Okay. I can throw up a wall of stone to block the tunnel. We can't.
Damn, bro. Fucking. Sam is literally doing the thing that I'm like, you might have to do that as the GM. You might have to be like, hey, scene's progressing still. And then back into planning. Good on you, Sam. Good on you. I think honestly, Matt is probably too hardcore. Not too hardcore. I think Matt is hardcore enough that he'll probably just have the other things re-enter the scene. He'll just be like, sorry, you guys took too long. Because sometimes Matt is a softie, but a lot of times he likes to go hardcore, especially when it comes to like dungeon crawling and stuff. You know, checking for traps, that sort of shit. So I could see Matt just saying, hey, they're back. You guys took too long. Like, especially now that a player has called it out verbally. Especially now, as the GM, you know they're all aware that the time is passing. One of the players just acknowledged it. Like, at that point, it's like a little bit of a dick move to just, like, have them re-enter the scene. But also, I don't know. It's just kind of what happens, I think. This is like a custom plan that they came up with, and they executed every component part of it. They are responsible for the potential downsides or externalities that need to be taken care of, you know? I think, like, I'm a lot more generous with plans or mechanics. I'm a lot more like player-sided when it comes to things that I came up with as the GM. Like, if they're not getting a puzzle that I designed and put in front of them, there's a decent chance that's on me. So I'm going to be more generous to them. I'm going to give them a little bit of extra in-fiction time, whatever. But this is their plan. I'm not being nearly as generous when they designed and implemented every individual aspect. Like, they wanted to send them off into, like, they could have chosen somewhere else to send them. They didn't. They chose down there. They should have been aware that, like, there's a limited amount of time. So I really feel this tension as a player between talking about our plan and engaging the plan. We get caught up in assumptions, and it's like pausing game to write our own script. Yeah, I do think there is that tension, right? This is a tension that pervades the show. We've talked about this probably like at least something revolving around analysis paralysis at least once every 5 episodes. Like, it is probably like the problem topic of Vox Machina, I would say. I would say, like, this is like the thing to discuss if you are trying to pick out like the biggest maybe like the biggest problem or like the biggest like feature that has like a lot of depth of analysis of Vox Machina, I think it might be this. We can also, I think, talk about, character work a lot with Vox Machina, but if we're just talking about like a generic player behavior that might be an issue or you need to work around or you need to deal with as a GM, I think this might be the thing of Vox Machina. Because it's not just them, right? This is a pervasive tension within any TTRPG, really. I mean, video games don't struggle with it nearly as much because the communication between player and like virtual world is near instantaneous, right? We have peripherals that we use to input our will, and we have peripherals like a monitor that we use to, get the responses back. We can get any response as quickly as we can recognize it within video games. Within TTRPGs, you're limited by the speed of speech when it comes to planning things, when it comes to describing environments, when it comes to clarifying things. You are always limited by the speed at which you can discuss things and the memory, because it's all, happening up here. It's why I like whiteboards as a way to take some of that out of the memory, to lighten the mental load to an extent. I think it's unfortunately the weakest part of TTRPGs as a medium is the fact that, yeah, we have this, shared world in our head, but it's actually 5 different worlds. One that exists in each player's individual head and one that exists in the GM's head. And we are constantly in a tension of having to try and get all of those worlds as close to each other as possible. And execute our will within those shared worlds in ways that make sense. But it can only make sense if our shared worlds are aligned, if they are similar enough for the actions that we're taking to make sense. And we have to clarify the actions, right? If you say an action that doesn't make sense in the world that I imagine, we have to litigate that, right? And that's before we even get to the strategic thinking of it, of is this even a good idea? We have to figure out, is it even possible? Everything is possible, but not everything is possible. And then we have to get into if it's actually a good idea, So it's hard. It's like 5% a dick move to just have them walk into frame. You know what? I'd probably go 10%, but close enough. I agree. Yeah. It's like 10% a dick move, but like at this point, it's their plan, man. And they are choosing to rehash the entire thing after they execute it. Yep. Not quite analysis proud. The middle route is you hear footsteps coming back. That's true, Songwill. Foreshadowing danger. If in doubt, you can always foreshadow that danger. So I agree with you. I think the middle route that I think is less strong and honestly maybe less deserved than them just walking into frame. Like, I don't know if they deserve the footstep warning, if I'm being completely honest. But if you do that, or if you do want to give them a little bit more of a warning, if you're still feeling player sided, but you want to like stay within the environmental descriptions, you hear footsteps coming back is totally good. Totally good. Not quite analysis paralysis. I mean, what happens when your PC's plan discussion gets too far into speculation future, assuming all that will happen? But if we were to actually do it, the DM would respond within that and affect course. I see what you're saying. Not necessarily being paralyzed by analysis, but just over analyzing things, right? Going too far with your analysis of all the ifs and buts, and you inevitably cannot cover every edge case. So then you feel like you need to like relitigate it or something. Especially if, you're in stealth and haven't broken stealth. This is also one of the reasons I would never include something like the earrings, because I think that the earrings give far more opportunity for something like this to happen in the moment, right? If they didn't have the earrings, they just wouldn't be able to talk to Scanlan right now. And they would have had to have just come up with a plan, and then Scanlan follows the plan or he improvises. But because they have the earrings, that gives them the like raw capability to do what they are doing right now. Without the earrings, they just would not be able to do it. Or at least it would take a very different shape. It would require Sam or Scanlan to have to like exit the scene in character, right? He would have to come up with some excuse for why he's leaving, which he has not done yet. And so now it's becoming awkward in the fiction because he's just standing there while everyone else is chattering in his ear, and the fiction is getting less and less believable as the scene goes on, and we have the fucking flesh golem just kind of fucking... We have all the undead things, maybe not, I guess the flesh golem left, but we have all the undead things just kind of eyeballing him standing there. Like, come on. Ay. Yeah, like we plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then we finally say, go, we do that. And then the DM is like, well, because you did D, none of the rest happens. And it's like, we got too far ahead of ourselves. And we rob ourselves of dramatic tension. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, I'm kind of okay with players getting ahead of themselves. I don't totally mind it. I think it's a problem if once you get to D and then E, F, and G don't happen, if you can then sit back down mid-execution of the plan to relitigate the plan. I think that's kind of the stronger issue here. But, I mean, debatably, there is no issue as long as you keep the time pressure realistic, because there is a time pressure here. And if you didn't have the earrings, it would be a lot harder to relitigate the plan mid-plan if you didn't have the earrings. Earrings equal legal metagaming. You know what's crazy? I'm pretty laissez-faire with metagaming at my table. I kind of don't care about it. I'm kind of like totally fine with the players talking as much strategy as they want. I'll go to the bathroom while they talk strategy. I don't give a shit. If they want to rob their, like, the feeling of pace from that, I'm kind of okay with it. If they're talking in fiction, time is passing. Time is passing. If they're talking in fiction, time is passing. And ultimately, I'm a little bit, I have a bit of a biased perspective because my players, I've said it before, they're allergic to metagaming. They hate it. They are much more likely to do this than they are to talk as players. They hate doing metagaming during the session. So my sort of laissez-faire attitude to metagaming as a whole, take it with a grain of salt. It might be influenced by the fact that I've always played with people who self-regulate when it comes to metagaming. So I've never really had to as the GM. But in character discussions, they'll do that all day long. Because the moment it's in character, they don't see it as metagaming. If they're talking in character, they're talking in character. But if they're talking in character, time's got to pass. Yeah. It's not an issue inherently. I just feel it at the table. Fair enough, yeah. Sometimes I just want to experience the scene instead of planning the scene. Yeah. I see that. I feel you. I think that's like, a lot of the times I'm looking at this from the GM's perspective, but if I were here, and I'm mostly giving like GM advice because that's where my experience is, but that feels like a very reasonable piece of player advice to me, is like, don't plan out the scene too much. Just experience it. Just let it happen. You don't need to relitigate, or you don't need to plan every single step as it happens. and certainly not before it happens. And you will uncover a lot more fluid role playing through doing that. That seems very reasonable to me. Like I said, I don't necessarily have the experience to say that piece of advice with my whole chest, but there's definitely, I think, some player skill involved in like how much do you plan versus not, and not even just individual player skill, but like it's not something we talk about very often, but fucking group skill, like the skill of your entire group at playing as a unit. Like you can take players from a disparate variety of tables, all amazing players in their own right? You see them at their table. They're rock stars. They're killing it. But you put them all at the same table, and it's just not there. People are stumbling. People aren't really sure what's going on. The chemistry just isn't there because they're all playing at different types of tables, and they're all proficient at different types of play, different styles, different strategies, different expectations, right? And so I definitely think there's something to be said for like group skill and cohesion and your skill at like hitting a style consistently and not allowing yourself to fall into maybe less fun or less interesting styles of play and not letting the group as a whole fall into those styles, right? We clearly have, I would say, 2 players that are not interested in the style that is currently going on at the table right now, but they're not able to break through it, right? And maybe that's just, in this situation, that was just impossible. Maybe they're not pressing in the right way. Maybe they're not taking the lead in the right way. Maybe there's more they could be doing to kind of right this ship. But there's certainly something to be said for like the ability of all the players to work together to not slow each other down or not make each other worse, not feed into each other's like worst tendencies. I think that's very much an aspect of D&D that we don't talk about a lot, at least on this stream, is like that group cohesion. Yeah. I mind it if they spend a lot of table time planning the things past where I know the breakdown will happen. That's just a waste for everyone. True. But if they are quick with the planning, I do not care at all if their plans fail immediately. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. It's been a minute since I caught up. What's up? What's up? Hello. Woot woot. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting problem. Like I think Matt's doing a lot of stuff right, and we'll see how we progress out of this block. But we certainly are over planning it. And it sucks because we did have to interrupt a really fun bit of roleplay that was happening with Scanlan. Like Scanlan was killing it. Sam was doing awesome. And now we've totally interrupted his character work to debate a plan that, if we're being really frank with each other, probably won't make a huge difference. Like, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference if they collapse one of the tunnels, they collapse 2 of the tunnels. There's a flesh behemoth, bro. There's a flesh behemoth. If they left the casters, the Orb of Annihilation, and the flesh behemoth all alive, I think it might take you more time to collapse the tunnel than it does for them to get through it. So it's like, it is worth considering if you're like nitpicking the scene too much. I think it's really worth considering it. Yeah.
From, and then we go and do the other stuff.
Let's do it and go.
Yes. Yeah.
Go.
Yes.
Okay. I'm burning the last of my shit. With 6-level spell, walls don't. Poof.
Okay, where's the wall?
We came from.
Tunnel we came from.
Okay.
What's your range?
So the tunnel comes out of the
120
ground.
feet.
So you create a wall stone over that entrance.
Once they're all in there, we block them
We
in.
block it up completely. The
Okay.
one that they
If
win.
they're all-
yeah, we
if
send
they're
up.
They're all in. They're all in.
Yeah, they've all been in there for about 2 minutes at this point.
And can we say that the twins and Freddy have been ready to go as you cast and make our move on these 3 on the side?
Sure. You're going for the three humanoids.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you sure? Those seem like the most powerful ones.
That's why we stealth kill them now.
Stealth kill them and get the drop.
So after that's up, we all move as a
Alright.
group in that
Take the
direction,
first
so we're
shots.
within 60 feet
I'm
of
going
each
to take the standing one.
Okay.
Well, my spell's going to make noise, right? So should you guys
Even bother with
stealth
stealth?
kill
We
first?
just go for surprise kill if we want.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay, so you're waiting for them?
Mhm.
Okay, so you hold off, you talk, you guys move over.
So we have to creep up within 60
stealthily,
feet so
going
that
up.
I can
I stay
reach.
with them
Okay.
as far as I
They
can.
don't seem to notice your approach, the two of you. So just the two of you?
Yeah, I'm at great distance.
Okay, gotcha.
What do they look like from this distance?
All right, so you see there's one hooded figure, hood up, holding a torch with one hand, but the torch is kind of up and above, so the shadow cast doesn't, you're not able to really make out any features or so. You can see the faint side of it looks to be an older female face. That's all you can make out. And you see two shadow ghasts,
That's
the
very
creatures
fair.
that you
Negative
fought,
view.
where you saw like leaping from rooftop to rooftop in Tharamfala, and one of them you captured briefly in Sprig's house. And they're both on chained necklace, like chokers, being held in the other hand of this individual like dogs.
Okay.
And they're just kind of standing there keeping a watch.
So we should kill her.
Okay, go.
Okay, so start with her, then the ghasts.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to assassinate this woman, hopefully. Flick on her.
All right, we'll attack both of you guys.
Come on.
Oh, wait, is it automatic crit because it's surprise?
Yes.
Go, twins, go.
So, 30 attack.
30, awesome. Why is my music not working?
Oh, no.
Oh, well.
Music.
All right, so 30 definitely hits. And for you, Vax?
25 and...
We've got 16 minutes left before the break. I gotta pee again. And who knows how long the next 16 minutes is going to take me. So, I'm gonna go pee really quick. I'll be back, and we'll finish out the half. See you in a sec. What's up? Hello. Also, there are alternative stopping points suggested, but stopping at intermission is also fine. Where alternative stopping point? Oh, did I not copy them? I might not have copied them. Un momento. Let me pull it back up. Hopefully it doesn't pull up on a crazy screen where I'm not expecting it. Or it's not going to come up at all. Well, that's interesting. I might just end up stopping at the break anyways. Was the music crazy loud for others? It might have been crazy loud. That seems very possible that it was crazy loud. Mic balancing is one of my weakest skills. Or audio balance. Did I say mic balancing? Audio balancing. I'm looking. Oh, it was. I just didn't copy it. 212, 213, 213. Midpoints around 220. Okay. 212, 213-ish. Where's the comeback? We'll see. I kind of want to go to bed early tonight. And which is why I started a little bit earlier than I originally intended. And it's getting late. So probably we'll stop at the break. And yeah, I think we'll probably stop at the break. But maybe not. I don't know. We'll see how quickly I get through this.
23.
All hit.
Okay, here we go. Okay, the juice goes into... and I'm going to dump a smite into it as well.
Okay.
3. This is 8.
19 times 2 is 28 plus 8
Thank you
is
for the 23
36
months.
damage.
Negative view.
On my first
Thank you
arrow.
very much.
8. And then smite is 16.
Second attack.
19 times 2?
19 times 2, yeah.
What?
Is
30.
22.
No.
Oh, that's 28.
Yeah, dice times 2 and then add a modifier.
Oh, no,
That's
not.
crazy.
Oh, 38. Oh, never mind. 19 times 2 is 38 plus 8.
So 38 plus 8.
46.
There you go, 46 damage.
Yeah, on the first one.
All right, and...
First dagger to strike does 88.
Okay, so the humanoid figure in the center holding the torch, all you see is then go... and then just drop back to the ground as the chains claw to the ground. The torch clatters, and you see the light kind of shift and flicker, and the two shadow gas immediately and look directly in your direction.
Yeah.
Keyleth finishes casting the
Shot
spell.
one, so my second arrow.
Yep, all right, so the wall stone goes over and covers the top. All right, and you start catching up with the rest of the group. Grog, Pike, you guys are running to catch up with Vex and Vax.
Yep.
You're making the second strike, your second
Yeah, I
again?
threw 2 daggers as part of
Yeah,
the
so
surprise.
go ahead and, this is against which shadow gas? The one on the left or right?
I'm going left.
You fired? The left or the right?
I fired it whichever. I'm firing.
You don't know.
Don't know. I'm going to fire on the same one that my sister does. So
All right,
So 31 to hit.
all right, both hit?
I already, yeah. Okay.
Or that hits, and then what'd you roll, Vax, to hit?
Nice. 16.
Me earlier?
To hit.
Oh, it was earlier I did it. They both hit. It was like 20.
Oh, right, yeah, they both hit. Yeah, right. Thank you.
19.
19
on
damage? All right. And
Just 7 for me, for that one. And that's all I'm going to do.
alrighty, and then you are shooting?
First one is 32 to hit.
That hits.
And second shot is I don't even know what I'm about. 28 to hit.
Okay.
Good gravy.
Yeah, I'm just first shot is
Sweet.
is terrible. It's 12 points of damage.
12 points of damage, alrighty.
Is that I don't have a surprise bonus for that at all, do I?
No, because at this point, they've already made more.
Second
Yeah,
shot.
no, I didn't do Hunter's Mark.
Second shot is oh my god, what a terrible roll. 10 points of damage. That is just, no, I'm so sorry. That's not nearly as bad as I thought it was. It's 7. 16 points of damage. That's way better.
16?
That 7 looked like a 1.
Yeah, that's enough. So, second shot just destroys most of the upper body of the Shadow Ghast on the left. The loud sound of the gunshots going off in the cavern echoes, and you glance over and you can see the skeletons beginning to shift from the other hallway in the direction of where the gunshots came
Yeah,
from.
and I'm
We're just booking it?
Booking that way? All right, so
Which always Pike, I mean.
Yeah.
right. So as you guys are rushing up, you guys manage to catch up with the rest of them as the final Shadow Ghast kind of, and it only sees currently the two of you. It's going to run forward, and is going to, because yeah, at its movement here, initiative this shit, take its movement as a leap. Even at its full distance, it's going to It's going to be able to get right up next to you, but it's not going to actually make an attack, unfortunately. It gets full movement and kind of like runs towards you with an unnatural speed and then leaps and then lands on you. Its claws kind of grabbing your chest and you begin to fall back and catch yourself.
Stab.
All right. Go ahead and make your attacks.
Yeah. Okay, she's right there.
The rest of you managed to catch up to the group.
Yeah, I'm running to the center, tunnel.
Everyone's running to the center tunnel?
Center tunnel. Go.
As you guys approach, you hit the tunnel and begin to move inside just as 8 skeletons begin to curve around the corner.
Who's all in? Are we all in?
No, currently
missing
she's still being
Yeah.
assaulted by a Shadow
I'm
Ghast.
still at the door, and I'll say, "No! Get away from me, you interlopers! Evil doers! They're trying to infiltrate us!"
Perfect. All right, so you're stabbing
Same
each other.
character.
23, 29, 35, 30, 40. 40 for the first.
All right.
And then the second one is a 7, and then the... Oh, no, it's not 7. It's 9 plus psychic challenge is 17 for the second one, and the last one, dink, is a crit, and that is 2, 8.
That'll do, actually. So as you just repeatedly jab your dagger back into the its tongue is lashing out and its claws are trying to sink into her armor. Can't seem to find any sort of purchase in her flesh. The horrible smell of its breath is on you, and then you watch as just dark blood spatters out of its mouth on you as it's being stabbed to death on top of you. The weight pushes you onto your back, and you crumple onto the ground just as it goes limp, and you have to kind of shove it off of you.
I take Whisper and the Venom Dagger and just go and lift it by the head off her.
Okay.
Thanks.
Like cornhole.
As you guys are going to have to do this action, the rest of you made it to the tunnel, and you can see as the 8 skeletons can turn around the corner and begin hacking it over. The slowest is there, which is probably going to be Pike. So Pike, you get 4 skeletons that are able to attack you at this entrance.
Well,
That's okay.
well, she's got this shit. She's a clearic.
Tank.
Right? Yeah, she's a monster.
Anti-skeleton. 13 misses.
You're fucking the wrong.
Misses.
Tank.
Cock. They all miss. They're just scratching. They're just scratching at your armor. They can't manage to get through. You guys just run past the skeletons.
Yeah, because we're gonna just tunnel this shit
I
anyway,
think we're
right?
just gonna all get in and then Grog and have you punch the darkness.
Sure.
Yeah.
The
All right, so you guys all continue to run in.
The darkness.
As you guys run past, Pike, 4 attacks opportunity on you from the ones that were just attacking you.
No.
15, no. 17, no. What's your armor class?
23.
20.
19. It rolled naturally, +4, that is 23. One does manage to finally get you.
1 out of 8.
I will say this. I don't blame Taliesin. I blame the character as it has been presented. But it would be I'm just excited for when Travis is no longer Grog. I like Grog a lot. I think he's an amazing example of how to do a character like that really well, like that archetype of character really well. But I am really ready for them to treat Travis's character as a full-ass character with, like, interiority and wants and desires and, like, autonomy. I'm being dramatic. I'm being dramatic because this is one in a long line of things. This individual incident is not provoking this. But it's like Percy being like, hey, and we're all going to run in here, and then Grog, I'm going to have you punch the darkness. I'm going to have you punch the darkness. It's taking on like a managerial tone that, frankly, maybe Percy would invoke for other people. I don't know that he would, though. And I don't know that Taliesin would. Like, I don't know that it's that conscious, but I think they broadly treat Grog as a weapon to be aimed rather than a party member to be convinced or asked or discussed. And sometimes that's fun, but most of the time at this point, it just gets under my skin. So I've said it before, if his intelligence is under 8 again, I won't watch C2. I don't think it will be. But I don't know. I'm excited to allow Travis to be a more equal member of the party. Hopefully that is the way it goes. I've said my prediction for Travis's character is like an alcoholic detective noir type beat. I think he's gonna play the inquisitive rogue, is my guess. And I think that would be sick. Even if he's dumb again, I hope he's just not Grog dumb. That's the difference. That dynamic works reasonably well in other media, but sucks for the player in a TTRPG. Actors aren't their character in the same way. No, they're not. And it works broadly. I think they do a really good job of balancing it, but it's just in small moments like that where I'm like, hey, Grog isn't like an underling to be ordered to do something or to be managed like you're a foreman on a construction site, right? He's theoretically a co-equal member of Vox Machina, right? If anything, it could be like, and Grog, will you? Or Grog, then I think you should blah, blah, blah. Not, I'm gonna have you do this for me. It's just, and I don't want to be fucking tone police. I don't want to be word choice police. Again, if this was the only thing that had led me to this conclusion, I think I would be making much ado about nothing. It's a pattern with Grog. We know that. So I'm excited for that pattern to end. Hopefully. Be ready to be disappointed. I think you're fucking with me, Ross. Ross, I know your game. You're fucking with me. You're not tone police. If someone said that to me at the table, I would tell them later I don't like it or tell the DM. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a reasonable conversation to have. And, you know, and I guess I'm trying to express that, like, I don't think this is a Taliesin problem. I think this is the way that the entire table treats Grog problem. Like, if I had to single out one person that I think is the most egregious about it, it's probably Matt. It's none of the other players. I think Matt's the one that consistently treats Grog like kind of subhuman almost. And, you know, players are obviously going to pick up on that. So I guess what I'm getting at with the tone plays is, like, I don't want this to be like a super heavy critique at Taliesin. It's a critique of how the entire table interacts with Grog. Yeah. Travis being an inquisitive rogue type would be interesting. I just can see it. I just can see it so clearly in my mind. It might not happen. It might not happen. I could also see him going full caster. I could see him, like, turning the ship a full 180 and being like a wizard. Because they don't have a wizard, right? So it'd be an unplayed class. I could see that as well, but I just feel the inquisitive rogue in my bones. I don't know. We can't know, but I feel confident everyone would stop if Travis asked them to. It still sucks to watch, though. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that I feel pretty confident with the fact that they're still playing together years later. And, like, you know, I've watched recent games. I watched all of Age of Umbra. I watched, you know, a few episodes of C4. But, you know, I've seen them interact with Travis in other character roles. Like, I'm very confident that it will get to a point that I'm happy with. I feel pretty fucking confident that it's just a Grog problem. It's a problem of Grog being made in such a way, and, you know, them playing at the home table a lot more jokey and a lot less, you know, intensive roleplay that led Grog to being in the state he's in. And Grog didn't get, you know, a 6-month hiatus where Travis played a different character and then could bring back Grog new and improved. Yeah, like maybe another character got the opportunity to do. So, you know, I think it's just, it's kind of one of the last really negative remnants of where the game started. And that's not to say that I think it's only negative where it started. I think the place that it started in gave it the unique sauce that has led to it being so successful. But there were some negative things that they brought along as well. Like, I mean, even we could identify Tiberius, like, as a character, Orion as a player, right? Clearly it worked at their home table, but then it just didn't work on stream. So, you know, there are things that I think even if Travis were to make a dumb character, I still think it wouldn't get treated like Grog. I think he would also know better how to not make it as extreme as Grog in the first place. Yeah. Travis did make Grog dumb, but his 6 intelligence did make Grog dumb, but his 6 intelligence should just mean he has 0 book learning, not that he has severe brain damage, which is how he's often treated. Absolutely. And like he has fine wisdom. I don't remember what it is, but his whiz is fine and his charisma's fine. Like, yeah, he should maybe not be able to do like mental arithmetic. Like, that's fair. Maybe he can't go beyond adding and subtracting, multiplication and division, a little bit beyond him. Sure. But yeah, they often treat him as though he has straight up brain damage. Yeah. Tal is an arrogant dick in every campaign. I haven't been able to see his other characters. I will say, there is a little bit of a connecting tissue between his C4 character and Percy. I see a bit of a through line there. And there was a little bit of arrogant dick energy in Age of Umbra, so it won't totally surprise me if that's kind of how it goes. But there are definitely things where I'm like, it clearly doesn't bother the players, but man, is it not fun for me as a watcher? Yeah, I mean, I think there's that aspect. I also, I can't imagine that it's, fun for Travis, but also it's, the bed he made, and they're in a situation where it's almost done, right? It's even if this bothered Travis, which I think I've heard that it did kind of bother him, but he just, didn't really make a big thing about it. And I think that's reasonable. You're right at the end of the campaign. I think it's reasonable to just kind of take it. It's probably what I would do. I'm not even saying this is advice of if something bothers you, you should just suck it up. But I get it. I think if were I in his position and this was the thing that was bothering me and this is where we were in the campaign, I probably wouldn't say anything about it. Now, maybe that's a situation where me and Travis align and maybe a flaw in our own internal processing. I don't know. But I don't think it's crazy to not bring it up, even if it does bother you. Scanlan has 7 wisdom, which is why he's allowed to think about things beyond 5 seconds from now. Oh, why is he allowed? Yeah. Yep, he has the exact same modifier to wisdom as Travis does to intelligence. But I think this also, if we want to take it even broader, I do think that this highlights a bit of a problem in how mental stats are portrayed in D&D and how they're named, the intuition of it. The distinction between intelligence and wisdom is always incredibly murky. It's something that new players in stream have asked me about before, of how would you describe the difference between intelligence and wisdom? It's not an intuitive thing. So the fact that they treat a -2 modifier on Wiz very different than they treat it on int. I get why, but I do think it is revealing of a problem with how the mental stats are portrayed, right? If intelligence was renamed to recall or analysis, I don't think that would be entirely accurate for what it is, but I don't think that there would be as much confusion about the things that it governs, right? And the maybe limitations of it as a stat and the way that it works together with wisdom to form an overall cognitive state. Yeah. I think not being able to read things set this in motion. Yeah. I've experienced playing in a campaign in which the DM and myself had very different views of my character, but I knew the campaign wouldn't last too much longer, so I just didn't comment on it. Yeah, it's not the best advice to be just suck it up, but I'm not at your table, and I'll say there have been times where towards the end of a campaign I have just sucked things up, straight up, because it wasn't worth potentially delaying the end of the campaign, was how it felt at the time. So, yeah, it's very nuanced, very context dependent on when I would say that. I would have to talk to someone one-on-one before I gave them that sort of advice. But I think low whiz is hard to express. The best I've seen is an impulsive character, which I think Scanlan is for, or a character that can't understand secondary effects of actions. I agree that it is hard to express. I've also seen like socially unaware, or just like unaware of how actions will be perceived. There's a bit of a deep cut, but I think the main male lead main character in Catabasis, if anyone's read Catabasis in chat, the main male character in that is one of my definitional like low whiz characters, where like he'll just say things and have no Catabasis. He just has like no awareness of how his actions will be received or interpreted or anything like that. He has no awareness of it and no care of it. He just does things. And the things that he does, he's a very high intelligence character, if we want to frame it that way. He's normally doing the right thing. Like, he's normally doing the proper thing, but he's oftentimes a huge ass in the process. And a lot of times he will miss glaringly obvious things because they are not the correct book way to do it, right? He will miss sort of the reality on the ground. And he will just try to keep like hammering home the book way to do something, right? Or like the proper way to do something. And he has a lot of trouble taking in new context and changing his plans or thought processes based on that new context or new experiences. I think that's kind of the vein I think of when I think of low whiz. But it's a difficult distinction. It's a very difficult distinction to make. Benedict Cumberbatch and Sherlock? Sure. Yeah. Sherlock Holmes is I think a solid example of high int low whiz. Yeah, totally. Where like he's right about most stuff, but he does not care what other people think. And beyond that, depending on the interpretation and the acting and the episode, beyond that, it seems like he has like a fundamental like inability to understand other people's emotional states or how someone might think about something that he did, like putting himself in someone else's shoes. He has kind of a fundamental weakness in that area. So I think that's where I kind of go in my mind when I'm thinking of low whiz. I was curious about it, but R.F. Kuang is very on-off for me. This is my first book by that author. I've never read him before. It's interesting. I'm kind of paused on it right now because it's where I'm at right now is kind of slow, and they're like the characters are both like very like hyper focused on the plot, but also constantly losing the plot, it feels like, but also they're in kind of a, they're strangers in a strange land. They don't always know how to progress. It feels like a very meandering story where the characters are so focused on not meandering. Like, like the characters are laser focused on the goal and the plot and the narrative. And for a book where the characters are so laser focused, god damn does it meander and take its time. It really just sits in it. It's an interesting tension. The entire book is very interesting. I do I think I recommend reading it. I think it's interesting, that's for sure. I just don't know if it's like also that good. It's really cool. It's a really, really cool book. Like, it has one of the most like interesting magical systems in any any book or setting I've ever read. But and the characters are feel very deep. They feel very developed. They're jumping off the page at me. But my God, does that book take its time? Does it really just mosey on through the plot? So, at least that's the way it feels to me. I'm not done with it yet, so I can't fully say. I think I'm actually right at the halfway point. So it could just be kind of some Act 2 slump. But yeah, intelligence is seeing the forest for the trees. Wisdom is knowing what to call to call it a forest anyway. Oh, but yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Intelligence knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put a tomato in a fruit salad. Yeah. I think there's a lot of ways to, I think, appropriately think about it. But I do think that the whole discussion gets at the fact that they are kind of a little bit confusing on like a core level.
23 armor class. Swings out with the short sword at you, and you take 8 points of piercing damage. Pike. As one of the skeletal short swords strikes across the back of your armor. It glides off and catches you on the edge of the ear, and you're like, ah! But you guys continue to run into this. Are you running with them?
So bad, but I need to know we need to go.
I'll run, but I'll say, no, don't take me with you. I need to stay here.
You're our hostage now. Yes.
As you're shouting this to skeletons, you're kind of like shouting. You glance off the back of your shoulder, and you see the what looks like a bit of torchlight emerge as a black orb burns through a stone wall.
Okay, let's go.
Get that thing.
Grog. So I just wait till everybody's through and I'll just pinpoint.
They're gonna be coming from
do I
behind
see
us,
like
they
a
can
cracked or nice weakened part in the archway that I can smacky smack?
Make an investigation check. So you begin to look around and like put your hand through to find a specific place.
Hold on to your butts.
What's his finger?
13.
13. Maybe.
I like the maybe. I just reel back and just hit the fucking shit out of it.
All right, go ahead and roll.
Okay. Reckless. That's nice. That's nice. 24.
24 hits. All right. So
that hits the wall. You got it.
What do I roll? My D4?
D4 with the gauntlets and then add your strength modifier.
That's a 4 plus. Oh, that's a 1. 1 plus 9.
All right. So as you slam your fist in the wall, part of it kind of breaks and cracks, and you can see earth's beginning to fall and filter in, but it's not enough to take it down. You can look and you can hear the multiple skeleton voices. You can see what's rushing up the hallway at you.
The skeletons that are approaching?
Sure, go for it. Okay, both of you guys make your firing. All right. And then throw your second punch.
So
That's going to do it.
26 and 27 to hit.
25 and 28.
All hit. Go to
32. 12. 24.
Each roll 1. 24 points damage?
Well, 12. And then.
Right. So as you guys all fire, begin to prepare your weapons. You strike with your arrows, with your gun blast, with your daggers, just as the top of the cavern caves in, swallowing whatever projectiles you were throwing, as well as closing off the entranceway. But you can see now, as it falls forward, parts begin to kind of shift. All right, you guys are going to bolt backward.
I pick up Pike and we start running.
Okay, so you're grabbing Pike by the back of her armor, and you guys are rushing. It is starting to collapse and fall behind you. And at that moment, you feel the low sub-vibration of another Titan footfall. At that,
I think this is an interesting thought, like a design thought about the game of like 5e is never going to get past the contradiction that fighters can be smart and charismatic and archers are crazy strong. It comes from the problem that anyone can be smart, charming, or wise, but only people who exercise or are genetically blessed can be strong or dexterous. I don't think I agree that that's where the problem stems from. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's certainly part of it, but I think that like I ran into this issue, like the issue that we're kind of talking about here, way less often in Blades in the Dark. But Blades in the Dark structures its like skills versus abilities very differently. You level up individual skills, and your abilities are more reserved like exclusively for saving throws and don't have much influence on the skills that are like underneath them. So I think I think the more core issue is tying skill checks to individual ability scores. I think that's more core to the problem because that's not something you have to do, right? Like bow and arrow, for example. Bow and arrow could just have its own proficiency, right? I mean, it literally does. You can have proficiency in just longbows, like an elf, or you can have proficiency in all martial weapons, and then you get bow proficiency. But in 5e's design, at least, I can't speak to older editions. I think second ed worked differently, but I think since 3, it's worked this way. I'm not sure. But at least in fifth, right? Everything on top of having an individual proficiency, like a skill or anything like that, they also have a tied ability score to them. And those two things stack on top of each other. I think that's more core of an issue than the distinction between trained abilities and like genetic abilities or whatever. I think that's much more core to the issue, because if we didn't tie, let's say history or arcana to intelligence, or actually I'll give a better example. If we didn't tie intimidation to charisma, that would still make perfect sense. Intimidation, like the factor of being intimidating, can come from many places. It can come from charisma, right? You can be like, I think of a lot of like mob bosses in movies, like The Godfather. The Godfather is intimidating. Don Corleone? I've seen it once. Don Corleone is charismatically intimidating, right? He's not a physically imposing figure, but he is charismatically intimidating. Makes total sense. But the Mountain in Game of Thrones, he's just a big ass dude. He is intimidating because he's fucking huge. And that could be argued to be Constitution as opposed to anything else. Or you can have someone like the Hound that, again, not charismatic in Game of Thrones, but is very strong, is very skilled, and frankly, is butt-ass ugly. And that's where his intimidation comes from, right? These intimidations can come from many different underlying sources. So there's always going to be a problem when you stick it to a single ability score, right? I think there's always going to be an issue there. I think bows have the exact same issue. Or we can really just think about it as ranged weapons, because it's really not that bows use dexterity. It's ranged attacks use dexterity. And a bow just happens to be a ranged attack. So the fact that we lump all ranged attacks and say that all of them use just dex, even though we could have had a keyword that allowed them to use strength, a la finesse. Like, we're aware that that's not like an all-encompassing thing, that a lot of weapons can be used more by dexterous people than strong people. They could have had a very similar keyword with bows, but they didn't. So but I think that finesse kind of puts the problem on display, right? The core rule is all melee weapons, or all melee attacks really, use strength, right? That's the core line rule. But then they looked at the weapons and they said, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. They looked at the weapons that they had under melee and said, well, some of these obviously could be used with dexterity. And we want to have some melee classes that are dexterity based. So we'll add in a keyword that creates a little exception, right? That says you can let them use one or the other. I think someone also mentioned that 5.5 Ed allowed barbarians to use strength for intimidation. Yes, you're dead on. And there is no reason that we couldn't have a finesse-esque keyword for some of these skills, but at that point, why not just unpair them entirely? That would be my argument, is why not just unpair them entirely? I would be, like, it would obviously require some rebalancing of the proficiency scores, but I'd kind of be down that anything you don't have proficiency in, you have +0 in. That's it. You just roll a straight D20. That's all. No ability in mind, right? I think it would make skills more relevant. I think it would make skill proficiencies more relevant broadly. And like making sure that you have some coverage of even the niche skills. I mean, we'd have to rebalance a lot of things if that was the direction that we're going in. One of the reasons that ability scores are tied to skills is so that you can cover up gaps. So, and like not be like totally sunk. But I'd kind of be fine if you were totally sunk, if you didn't cover the gap, right? I don't know. But yeah, so I think that is more a more substantial underlying issue with how 5.5 is designed, and I get why it's designed in the way that it is. Like I think there's a very distinct reason that they did it that way, but that ultimately it's just it's never going to be as smooth and as realistic and as grounded as if they were separated. They were like totally separated as just like abilities are over here, skills are over here. I'd even be fine with a totally a zero ability score system. I'd be fine with a purely skill based and like individual proficiency based system. I think that the abilities are, you know, they're catch-alls and they're useful in some ways for that. But I think if you also have a detailed skills system, you really don't need it. I think you can go with one or the other. In fact, I think the real dark secret, the real fucked up secret, is that abilities and skills are basically the same thing. You just can't have proficiency in an ability score. But like if you look at Daggerheart, it doesn't have any skills as we would think about them in D&D. It only has the 5 abilities. And that covers anything that you would use, any actions that you would use like a skill check for in D&D. Those 5 abilities just cover it. And so really what Daggerheart has is 5 very generic skills, right? Very abstract skills that cover a lot of ground. And I think really I don't know that I like a tiered ability or skill system where, you know, some skills / abilities are up here and some skills / abilities are down here and they're tied to each other. I don't know about that. I think I'm much more interested in something where there is one layer of skills, no matter how granular or many of them there are or how detailed they are, and where everything's just on the same level and we can look at them all individually, whether that's 5 or 20. Now, 20 might be a little bit overwhelming, so maybe we can tier them up a little bit, but I wouldn't connect the tiers either. I think that is going to be limiting, like it is in D&D. I think it's limiting in that way. Yeah. And now I need to read back through chat. Just standing and walking all day. There was a scene early in this campaign where Grog failed to intimidate a room, but Scanlan yelled and he scared the whole place. Yeah, it's a little ridiculous. Yeah. I agree that all range equals sex is a problem. Dex. Okay, cool. Yeah. Ranged weapons are sexier. Yep. Make a wisdom history roll because it recalls an event, not reading it from a book in the moment, or a constitution medicine roll because packing a wound is gross. Yeah, I mean, I think the way that I interpret it is just like, or the way that I think I would lean towards is just like, hey, maybe we just make medicine rolls. Maybe we just make history rolls. Maybe we just get rid of whiz and con. And just take this at a much more fundamental level. Yeah. You mentioned Fallout New Vegas earlier, and special gives initially a boost of stats based on your score, but a 1 charisma character who invested enough can get to 100 speech. That is true. There's always a way to get it higher. But yeah, and Fallout's a really good example of like the type of flat, or it's not flat. I think Fallout New Vegas is actually not a good example of what I prefer. Now that I think about it, wait, it's been too long. I might be confusing it with Fallout 4. I like Fallout a lot. It's not like my favorite game series, so I'm not. Let's see, skills. Or is each skill related to an ability? So like, are small guns and big guns? Big guns are a skill in Fallout 3. They're both just combined into guns. Is guns It's affected by agility. See, this is the thing that I don't think we need. I don't think we need guns are affected by agility. I think we could just have guns. Yeah. I know that I'm talking off screen, so it's none of you can see it. Yeah. Recon intimidation. I don't know how it is for men, but as a woman, I do see big men as more intimidating, even if they've only been polite. It's self-preservation. It's like 10% more concern than men in general. No, like that's why I brought it up. Yeah. Like big people are just more intimidating. And short kings are less intimidating. They've got a whole complex about it. They as if I'm not 5'9". But, it's like there are physical realities to something like intimidation that are not purely based on how, charming or witty you are. Yeah. But I wouldn't expect that made it into D&D. I think it could make it into D&D if it wasn't tied to charisma. Like, I think that, it's not just that we should allow whatever ability to apply to whatever skill. I think that is putting too much burden on each individual role to decide how those connect. I would just get rid of abilities, kind of flat out, and just have the skills. Maybe, actually just that, I think. Yeah. Yeah. In RPGs like Skyrim, also where you improve skills by using them, like if you smith things, then your smithing goes up. Yeah, it's tough. It's easier to implement that sort of system in not a video game. I agree. I think those sorts of systems are much more intuitive, and they're all over the place. I mean, we brought up New Vegas earlier, has it, Stardew Valley, Skyrim, basically anything that smells like an RPG. Is probably going to have your skills level up as you use said specific skills. But I think that's really hard to do in a TTRPG. I'd love to be proven wrong. That's something that it would be so sick if someone showed me a TTRPG that had usage-based skill improvement that, well, actually, Blades in the Dark kind of has that. Blades in the Dark does kind of have usage-based skill improvement. Because whenever you make a desperate roll with a skill, you gain experience in said skill. So, Blades in the Dark actually kind of accomplished what we're looking for here. But yeah. So it's a little bit, I don't know. I think I'm just not a huge fan of the tiered but connected abilities and skills. Partially because I think they contribute so much to the problem we started out talking about here. I prefer systems that do have 2 tiers, but they are freely mixable, like the alt rules for 5e. If someone said they wanted to try it, it's hard because 5e is so fundamentally not built for that I think it would be awkward to try. But if I had a GM and I was a player and the GM wanted to try that, I'd try it. I'm not against the concept at a low at a theoretical level. My gut says that it would just take too long at the table. But Blades in the Dark rolls do take a little bit of time at the table. You gotta set the effect, you gotta set the position, you gotta set which skill you're using after that. There's a lot of litigation that has to happen. So maybe a freely mixable system could work. I'd also be more interested in seeing that sort of system in its natural habitat, right? I'd be more interested in not seeing it in like a 5e, hack job. I'd be much more interested in seeing it in a system where it's built in from the beginning to see if I actually like it. Because I can't really think of one that behaves like that in video games or board games or TTRPGs that I've played. So maybe I would like it more than I'm giving it credit for, but my gut just, I feel like it would take too long. But I could be wrong about that. Yeah. Then again, in Scanlan's defense, a small screaming man can be scarier than a quiet man. It can. It absolutely can, yeah. I'm 5'9". 5'9" is not a short king. We're close enough to be average. Look, ask all my 6-foot friends when they call me a short king next time. 5'9" is the literal average in the US. Well, there you go. Look, all of my 6 foot and 6'2" friends always call me short. So maybe I've just been bullied into thinking it. Yeah. Yeah, 5e does a bad job with it. That much I agree with. My old favorite system didn't even have a default mapping, and it was great. I'd be interested in playing one with no default mapping. Because like I said, my gut says I don't think I'd like it, but maybe I'm overestimating how cumbersome it would be. I don't know. I'd have to see. If you all saw Obsession, I did not. Antisocial behavior can be very intimidating. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Mithras role-playing system makes skills based on D100 with the goal of rolling under your skill, and your levels are used to raise skill, and stats do essentially nothing. That's, I think, closer to, like, the system that I like in my head, at least. I have to play with it. But my family-in-law is Scandinavian. I'm short as hell for my family. I'm still average in the US, though. Am I short compared to my family? Well, I'm not short compared to my dad's side. My dad's side is all very short. I'm actually the tallest on my dad's side. And then we don't really know too much about my mom's. Well, we know a little bit about her birth family. And they are all pretty short. Damn, maybe I'm kind of tall for my family now that I think about it. I think most of my family's actually pretty short. My uncle's kind of tall, which is what I was thinking about, but he's kind of an exception. And he's only my half uncle, so maybe there was a little bit of mixing in over there. Huh. I don't know. Oh, man. As a 6'1" man, anyone shorter than me is small, and I'm small compared to my 6'5" father. Yeah, that's how all my friends are. Mega, are you French or Spanish? Neither. I am neither. Is that a French? I think the facial hair, like what little I grow, makes me look more French than normal. Just guessing. Also, you can say no. Oh yeah. No, it's all good. I'm not shy about that. I am what? I am going to bed soon. We can finish this. Okay, we can't get into my genealogy. We got to finish this. We're 6 minutes off.
Point, it sends the rest of this.
And I do got to go to bed very soon.
Into a more rapid collapse. And as you can hear the cracking sound of the rocks behind you, Rod.
My genealogy will be a mystery from now on.
I remember those. If we're all running together, it gets +2 from me. If he's within 10 feet.
You guys are probably a little bit higher up than him, since he's keeping it back.
Sorry, buddy.
17.
17? Okay. You, as you're moving forward and you're rushing, some of the rocks begin to slam into you. Both you and Pike suffer 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
No.
From the impact of rocks. And go ahead and make an athletics check.
Not raging.
No.
Jiggle that cord, get that music going.
23.
23?
14 bucks.
Yeah, so the rocks begin to collapse around you and begin to pin your body, but the physical strength you have manages to break through, and you are not currently held in the collapsing tunnel. Beginning to push forward. You guys all begin to rush. Slowly, the sounding of the collapsing tunnel subsides as you begin to glance upward and see the color of green-blue light approaching.
Oh my god.
Approaching us? Or
Like we can
see the sky.
We can see the sky, and we're causing collapse behind us.
There's music with the green light.
Oh god.
Well,
We're up in Thermfall.
Carefully.
Can we slow down at all, or do we just have to keep booking it to avoid the cave-in?
Make a perception check.
Maybe insight,
18?
I'd say.
It sounds like the crumbling noises have begun to subside, and all you can hear now is the slow resting and easing of existing loose rubble and rock. Yeah, just the slow clattering behind you.
So we can slow down.
You guys can slow down. You're about 15 feet from the surface at this point.
Also, I know we talked about, like, stuff with the players there and, analysis and making all the plans and whatever. That was a fun way through that encounter. I enjoyed their solution to the problem, even though I think they kind of, not ruined it, but they sort of degraded how fun it was to play through. I think it was a fun solution to the problem.
Definitely see what's up there and find some cover.
We still got Pass Without a Trace because I didn't cast Hunter's Mark.
Let me go look.
Come on, you people.
Oh my God,
Drop it.
What do you want with me?
I reach over to Skeleton and I rip his hair off.
You reach out and your hand passes through nothing.
Oh,
No, no.
that is a great hand.
I just got a new 45 stealth check, so I'm going to go pee.
Jesus.
Look at that face.
We're level 19. I'm level 19,
I've got
y'all.
a bad repair of roller shades. I got brand new stuff. All right. Shit.
So, as you peek up past the edge, the sky above you glows a sickly teal color as the darkened storm above is obscured by the crackle of the arcane barrier that encases the city. Glancing at the size of the barrier and the points of origin, you can see that only the inner portion of Thar Amphala is here. The inner wall and everything within is in the outer regions left in the shadow fell when it was transported. Peppered, shifting shapes of winged, black clustered creatures scan the sky above, dozens and dozens of gloomstalkers seeking any sight of intruders across the enclosed atmosphere of this arcane dome. In the distance, you can see the terrible spire of Entropis, standing once more, a web-like network of greenish energy forking like veins across the exterior to hold the structure firm. A muffled boom is heard. You glance up and see from the outside of this dome what looks to be an explosion burst across the magical barrier, harmless and dissipating. Squinting hard, you can make out the obscured shapes of what appear to be wyvern riders, swarming and circling the outside of the barrier.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh God.
Was there any city on the way to
wait,
Vassal
wait.
like that? Sorry.
Well, you traveled with wyvern riders.
Okay.
You don't know how many there are, but do note you did travel with wyvern riders.
Travel out to meet.
Tossing occasional weapons that you see bounce off and shatter with sparks across this barrier. Nothing is coming through, and they're just trying to find a weak point somewhere on what is encasing this. Currently, no help to you in your circumstance. You see a massive skyship hovering far above that's just unable to do anything and is staying far enough out of reach to not, unfortunately, fall.
Just have to get these shields out.
You catch a flashing glance of a huge winged beast streak across the top of the barrier. A glittering brass dragon. An arcing blast of arcane energy fires from the barrier, striking Shamansa Ord. Who briefly jolts from the impact, but barely changes course to curve away and out of sight. As your vision now begins to focus down on the city around you, you can see the mostly intact buildings you recall from your last jaunt through Thar Amphala. The interior of the city less war-damaged from past history frays. Here you stand. And here's where we're going to take a break.
Here's where we're going to take a break.
We'll return here in a few minutes.
All right. All right. Good episode. Good app. I mean, not good app. Good half of an app. I liked the encounter from Matt. Like, on the whole, like, I think that's another good example, just like the previous one, where like the arena was just like very subtly not a big empty room. I think this is a situation where the arena was a big empty room, but the unit choice and the unit positioning was enough to generate a lot of interest, or a more interesting scene, a more interesting dynamic. So I think two examples of encounters that almost certainly would have been more boring had they been happening in like the 20s or 30s of this campaign. But I think that Matt has really like improved in some like small ways at developing an interesting scene with really not that much changed from the classic white room, the classic big empty white room. So I really like them as examples of like, hey, you don't really have to go too crazy to generate some interest in the scene. Now, you know, you have to decide where those other two tunnels go, and maybe that was a lot more creative work. But it's not that much within the encounter itself. Within the encounter itself, there are just two extra doors, and you group up the enemies that you were already planning on putting in there in kind of themed little groupings. And that really helps drive a lot of interest within the scene, I think. So, good half, I would say. Fun discussions, I agree. And that is where I will end, because I need to go to sleep. I cannot stay up too late. It's the first real day tomorrow. So, I'll see you all later. Definitely next Sunday. I wouldn't call out of work on Wednesday. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't bet on Wednesday. It's possible. but I wouldn't bet on it. I will probably most likely see you next Sunday. I probably will start earlier. I know there was a discussion about that at the beginning of the stream. I will probably start earlier than I did today, probably an hour or two at least earlier, so that we don't run into bedtime, forcing me to stop. So, with that, I'll see you all later. Thank you so much for joining, and I will see you next week. Is it Sunday yet, I guess?